What's up, everybody? Sorry, hold on. I forgot to turn the webcam on. What's up, everybody? How you doing? Appreciate you being here. Hit that like button as you're coming in. Let me get the webcam going here. 1 second. Oh, Lord. I'm such a noob. There we go. Hello, everybody. What's up? How you doing? My name is CeeLo. On the Go with CeeLo is our racing channel. We hope that you are here to have a good time today. It is going to be 500 miles at Talladega, baby. That's right. So, Reddick, Suarez, Briscoe, and Cindric are on the outside of the points, and they're looking to one of these drivers to maybe take home a win today and secure them in the spot. So they don't have to worry about the Roval next week, because next week is the cutoff for the round of 12. It'll go to 8 after this. So hope everybody's doing well today. Happy Sunday afternoon or a Monday morning, or wherever you are around the country. We hope that you are enjoying your day. And if you are part of the ravaged areas that the hurricane took out a couple weeks ago, we hope that you enjoy the race today and have a good time. So let's see who's in the chat real quick. I'm a Gene says, go Blaney. What's going on from Nevada? What's up? I'm a Gene. Michael, what's up? George, what's up? Chris Collins, what's going on? How you doing, sir? George, Menace, Joey, Michael is here. Jason is here. C Brown, good to see you, buddy. He was here for all 3 streams yesterday. I appreciate you watching all the time. Jay Height, what's going on? World, one goal. What's up? 3 Carcass, Spinema. Let's see here. Chris, Jeff. Let's see. Cole. It's gaming time. Skittles Scout, what's going on? Rick, what's going on? How you doing? Cole Trickle, what's up? Suzanne, Bronny, Bobby, Corey, who else is here? Melissa's here earlier. Mike D, Steve is here as well. John, Megadeth, F3N, Bo is here as well. Richard, what's up? AJ Show showed up a little earlier. What is up, everybody? Just waiting for the race. You rock, Steel. Thank you so much. And let's listen in to Chase Elliott. He's talking on an interview right now, so let's listen in to Chase Elliott.
So it's just been really cool to live that and experience that, and would love nothing more than to make those folks proud, here today that are that have the right hats on at least, and maybe even to those that don't. But yeah, looking forward to the opportunity. It's a great chance for us, and it's always an exciting Sunday when you get to Talladega. So we'll try to be on the good end of it.
All right, Marty, one thing's for sure, one of the fans' favorites, or if not the fan favorite, Chase Elliott has a good shot today.
I tell you, Jeff, +4, not a lot of margin for Chase Elliott and his race team. Jimmy, we saw a lot of unforced errors by drivers at Kansas. Is it that time of the playoffs where the drivers are starting to feel the pressure?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And not just the drivers, but when you think of spotters, over-the-wall guys, teams, engineers, the pressure's on everyone. This is what your whole year's been built around. Now it's time to execute, and pressure makes everybody do different things.
Well, we talk a lot about the technology, the cars, and the computers, but let's not forget this is a human sport. Humans drive the race cars.
Absolutely.
People change the tires. When you're one of these pit crew members, you started in the parking lot in the dark at 6 a.m. in January, and here you are in the playoffs. This is your chance to make a difference, and you feel that. You, just like that driver, want to be the team celebrating at Phoenix, but you have to get through the playoffs to have that chance.
Well, some big news off the track this week. On Wednesday, 2 Cup Series teams, 2311 Racing and Front Row Motorsports, filed a federal antitrust lawsuit against NASCAR and its CEO, Jim France. Neither team signed the 2025 charter agreement last month, when 13 other teams did after being given a same-day deadline by NASCAR. The plaintiffs say they will seek a preliminary injunction this week to be allowed to compete under the 2025 charter agreement without waiving any rights until the case is resolved. 2311 co-owner Michael Jordan issued this statement on Wednesday, quote, "Everyone knows that I've always been a fierce competitor, and that will to win is what drives me and the entire 2311 team each and every week out on the track. I love the sport of racing and the passion of our fans, but the way NASCAR is run today is unfair to teams, drivers,
NBC,
sponsors, and fans.
NBC.
Today's action shows I'm willing to fight for a competitive market where everyone wins," end quote. NASCAR has not publicly commented on the suit, and court documents posted just yesterday indicate that NASCAR's initial legal response will not be due until early December. So, Jimmy, I want to talk to you as an owner. Your team, Legacy Motor Club, signed the agreement. What's your reaction to this suit?
Yeah, I mean, for us, it really made sense to sign. I mean, for many, many reasons, we needed to sign, but we'll see how things unfold. You know, there is an outcome here that would benefit all team owners involved, but where we sit right now, it was important that we sign.
So let's hear from the other co-owner of 2311 Racing. That would be Denny Hamlin. Right now, he's with Dave Burns.
So, Marty, the statement is finally out. Yesterday, Denny spent a lot of time answering questions from reporters. With that said, all that done, where are you now? Because you're still trying to win one of the most intense races on NASCAR's schedule today and a championship.
Yeah, I mean, it's race day. We're going to hopefully go out there and stay up front with our FedEx Camry all day and contend for a win and knock ourselves into the next round. That's what we're going to try to do today, and that's the focus at hand.
That sounds like a good place to be. Was it hard to get to that point this week? Because I know you left Kansas kind of destroyed. You're talking about mentally not, all on top of it and everything, but was it hard to get to this point?
Well, I mean, that statement was taken a little out of context, certainly throughout the week. But truthfully, I'm ready to go. And certainly, having this out is certainly beneficial from my standpoint because, there's stuff's been going on behind the scenes for quite some time. And now it's just you handle it, other people handle it from here on out. So certainly the focus is still got a great shot to win a championship and certainly deserve it for all these team members of JGR to go out there and give my best effort.
Did you have to talk to the team about it, Denny, to say, hey, my head's great, I'm good, and you guys need to be too?
No, I mean, I think Chris really does a great job of rallying everyone around. And
how was Saturday night?
You can ask him yourself. There's never a time I go to the racetrack I'm not prepared. I always put in the work that I need to make sure I do the best job that I can here on Sunday. I never compromise that, not just the least little bit. It always has number one priority is their driver 11. That's what I am today.
Marty, driver 11 will start 8, so he's in a good spot to start this day at Talladega.
Yeah, terrific job on that interview, Dave. So I hear what Denny is saying, Jimmy, and he's saying, so the news is out. That makes me feel a little bit better. Can he truly shut all of that out, though, and do his day job?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to obviously do an amazing job trying. I think he's managed being an owner and a driver very, very well. I could speak to my own experience through the years, and as pressure would build up for a variety of reasons, if it was personal or business or whatever it might be, when the helmet goes on, you certainly do go into that space and you become the driver and you are the driver. But what I personally have found is that my bandwidth to tolerate stuff is smaller. And so my reactions might be a little bigger. There might be, a hasty decision made in the process. Not saying that's going to happen here, but that's what I dealt with through the years.
Yeah, Denny's going to be totally focused, as he talked about, which you have to be. I don't care where the race is, but there's not a more important track to be in that headspace, if you will, and understand what the task is at hand. I look for him to be very aggressive today in making things happen like we expect Denny Hamlin to do at these racetracks. How about the other drivers, though, that we talk about that are involved in this? When you look at Reddick and Wallace and Gilliland and Michael McDowell, they're going to drive. They're not worried about that, especially Michael McDowell. He's on the pole. He wants to win a race today. Plus, he's moving to another team, so he's not worried about any of that.
Well, you mentioned the other drivers. I'll mention the other crew members. This is the team sport. You heard Denny Hamlin talk about his crew chief, Chris Gabehart. I think the leadership of all the crew chiefs will be tested just because there'll be uneasiness and questions within the company, within your own crew. You got to have to help them get past that and let them know the task at hand is Talladega. 500 miles, a few pit stops, everything on the line. Let's worry about today. Today matters the most.
Well, certainly the legal aspects of this could take months or even years to play out, so plenty more to come on that topic. On to some good memories for Michael Jordan, like Talladega in the spring and the win by his driver, Tyler Reddick. We get the
All right, hope everybody's doing well. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe. As we're trying to get to 24,000, they will have to have a huge day to get to 24,000, but I think we can do it, possibly. We'll see. If not, it's okay. We'll move another day. And the Denny hat will come back next week, too. Man, 2 weeks in a row, that'll be something. But what about those hogs? Mike says, what's up? Cole says, CeeLo, have you seen the Roval race track changes? And no, but I saw what you were talking about just a little bit ago, right before we went live. That should be interesting to do. And we'll go over that, and we'll definitely detail that in the preview vlog coming up this Friday for the Roval. I believe in 24K. We'll see if we can get there. We're a little less than 550, a little over 551 to get to 24K. That would be a big day today, but let's see what happens. We're going to be bringing you the live NBC audio, plus the cams right down here. Here's the cams right here as well. So we'll be bringing you all of that today. And let's see who your picks are today. I'm going Ryan Blaney. Let me see who your picks are. Who do you have to win this sucker as you guys are coming in? We'll see if we can get some more folks in here. 383. And the race started a little earlier than normal, so maybe that's a little bit of the nobody here, but we'll see what's happening. Who is going to win today? Who you got? SVG starting 17th. Mike, yes. Yes, sir. Wesley says the 8. Cyrus going Joey Logano. Mike with Rowdy. We'll see if he cannot screw it up this time. Blaney's a good call, Steve says. Here to go with Larson on this one, DJ says. Definitely some reback. C. Brown going with the 8 as well. SVG, please, Cole says. Triple Donner says Chase Elliott. Give me Chase Briscoe, F3N says. John Collins is going McDowell, Cindric, Blaney, Logano, Chase, Bad Brad. There you go, John. I like the lineup. I drew BJ McLeod in the pool. Oh, man. Good luck with that one there, Tom. David says the 8, but hey, BJ McLeod might be there at the end. This is Talladega. I'm picking Chase Briscoe and his amazing Tony Stewart throwback. Yes, Albert, I love it. Georgia Shine's got Chase Elliott today. Cyrus has got Logano. Rex a lot at Talladega, Chastain, but SVG was doing great yesterday until a bunch of traffic. Yeah, he did. He was almost up to 4th there just a little bit ago. So I'm going with Elliott or Busch. Aussie says, goes SVG. I have next to his name. All right. Mr. C says the 6. Link says the 6. Brian Blaney, I'm a Gene. Watch the 23-11 win to rub it in, George says. Chris says Blaney. Gregor says SVG has to have better luck this time. That's right. Ronnie's going Rowdy. Teddy says Roll Tide. Wow, he's the only Bama fan saying Roll Tide this morning. Remember, CeeLo, no 22 cam. Yes, we can't show the Joe Logano cam. It is live on YouTube today. Go Fast Pasta and the fortified steel structures. That's right. Fast Pasta, baby, the 62. Jarrett says 24-20. Oh, that's right. It's not BJ McLeod. It's that's BJ McLeod, but he's Fast Pasta's in the other car. It's Talladega. Let's go with LaJoy. It's anybody's race with this track, Starberry says. I can't show the 22 cam because it is live on YouTube, so we can't do that. Sorry, I was gone for too long. I had to move to a different state. Oh, man, Skills Scout. That's all right. Welcome back. Lloyd says, howdy, CeeLo. What's up, Lloyd? Good to see you. Kenneth Fox says the 9. Steve says Larson, Chase, and Kyle Busch. NASCAR YouTube channel is live streaming Joey Logano, so we cannot do that. Larson to get his first super speedway win for Christopher Bell. There you go. Kyle Busch, Alexis moving. I know, it does. Let's see. Tanya with the 9, and Aussie says SVG top 10 finish today, and let's just listen in.
In Eastern Tennessee. Well, here's what's on the menu presented by Sonic. Speaking of heartwarming stories, congratulations to the Wallace family. Bubba and his wife Amanda welcomed their baby boy Bex Hayden last Sunday. The new dad starts 26 today. Michael McDowell's on the pole for the Talladega race this afternoon, his 5th straight drafting track pole this season. And with 2 races left in the round of 12, Austin Cindric, Chase Briscoe, Daniel Suarez, and Tyler Reddick are currently below the cut line. For Reddick, it might be a good sign that he's already won at Talladega this year. The first ever win for 23-11 with team owner Michael Jordan in the house.
All right, yeah, so Sam Mayer was disqualified after post-race inspection yesterday. So that puts him out of the playoffs. And AJ Allmendinger in the playoffs still. So with 1 race to go in the Xfinity races, we'll see what happens. But yeah, so Sam Mayer was disqualified yesterday. And they're just doing a little story right here. It's got some music in it, so I'm going to mute that. 8. He's going to nab 1 before the season's up. He's been so close, Coop Cooper. He's been so close. But if you guys are coming in, hit that subscribe. Hit that like button for us as well. We're trying to get to 200 likes, 100 likes, whatever, to get us there. But thank you guys for helping us out today. We got 118 likes. Let's see if we get to 300 before the green flag today. 300 likes before the green flag. Car inspection, too bad. Yeah, so Sam Mayer failed his post-race inspection. He is disqualified from his great finish. And congrats Sammy Smith as well for his victory yesterday. Thanks for guys that tuned in yesterday to our Xfinity Series stream. It was a lot of fun. We had a lot of good views on it, like 35,000 views, We had over 300 subscribers yesterday, so that's awesome too as well. But it's going to be fun today. We're going to have, like I said, NBC audio plus the cams down here. We'll have an aerial cam, battle cam, and maybe 2 in-car cameras. The only one I cannot show is Joey Logano. So if you guys want to ask for cars, I'll definitely bring those up in there as well. So here we go back to it.
Him to perform very well. He fell woefully short. He's going to need maybe not a repeat win, but a great day here at Talladega to feel comfortable next week at the Roval.
NBC,
when
Alex.
we come back, why is Team Penske so good at these drafting tracks? We'll hear from the defending winner of this race, Ryan Blaney, and also his teammate Joey Logano next.
All right, so let's go through the field here. Let's go take a look at the field, the qualifying order for your cars today. And then, next break, we'll talk about dark horses, and then we'll pick cautions. And before you know it, it'll be pre-race ceremony time. So let's take a look here. Michael McDowell on the pole, his most poles this year. Austin Cindric, the first Penske car. Todd Gilliland, Front Row Motorsports, just missed that all front row by just a little bit. Kyle Busch, can he win the big one today? Can he have some luck at the end of these races? It hasn't been going his way, but we'll see what happens. Ryan Blaney, my pick today to win in 5th. Joey Logano, another Penske car in 6th. Austin Dillon, 7th. Denny Hamlin, looking to stay in the playoffs here in 8th. Harrison Burton, last time we were at a super speedway, Harrison Burton won at Daytona, so we'll see what happens. Daniel Hemrick, great qualifying run for him. Chase Elliott, 11th. Kyle Lawson in 12th. Bad Brad in 13th. Tyler Reddick, 14th, the spring winner. 15th, Ty Gibbs. Could he get his first win tonight on a super speedway? We'll see. Willie B right there, the points leader, 16th. SVG looked really good yesterday until he got into a wreck. Ryan Preece in 18th with that shake and bake. Let's go, baby. Shake and bake. And that Wonder Bread Ford. Josh Berry in 19th. Chris Buescher, Mr. Buescher in 20th. Christopher Bell, 21st. Noah Gragson, 22nd. Alex Bowman, 23rd. Martin Truex Jr., his last Talladega race. Regular season Talladega race, 24th. AJ Allmendinger, 25th. Bubba Wallace, 26th. Ross Chastain, last week's winner, in 27th. Corey LaJoie, 28th. 29th, John Hunter Nemechek. 30th in that all pink 43 Dollar Tree. Eric Jones. Daniel Suarez. Now, he failed inspection, so he's going to have to do a pass-through penalty after the start of the race. He's going to go to the rear of the field and a pass-through for Suarez. Illegal adding something or a change to the car. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Rick Recchi, old 32nd. Anthony Alfredo, let's go fast pasta in that 62 in 33rd. Cody Ware, 34th. Justin Haley, bring that 7 to the front, son. And then Chase Briscoe and that Stewart Haas throwback. Tony Stewart, 14 rush. That looks awesome. Carson Hocevar, 37th. And BJ McLeod, 38th. Zane Smith, watch him come from the back, 39th. And JJ Yaley, 40th. So there you go. Unapproved adjustments on Suarez. Thank you, Adam. That's it. So there's your field. And we are ready for some racing, y'all. Pre-race ceremonies should be pretty soon. The only bummer here will be fuel conservation. That's right. So we'll see how this goes. But we'll get some thumbs going today as well as we watch the race. We'll have some, hopefully the commercials are not as many as we had yesterday for the Xfinity race. It was overabundantly a lot of commercials, so I'm not sure why that was, but just stick with us when the commercial comes on. I'll try my best to flop the cameras as they go, but sometimes you just have to sit through the commercials. So, and the yours is going to be on NASCAR.com. They are all free, guys. You can go to NASCAR.com and go to your own laptop, your own iPad, your own phone, and watch these cameras or whatever one you want for free. They are free of charge on NASCAR.com. So make sure you check them out. That 11 car is fugly this week. Yeah, I see. Brett says, hey, guys, let's go racing. Bill says, what's up, CeeLo? Good morning. Cole Trickle says, CW commercials. Exactly. But I'm sure a wreck will flip fuel windows. We'll see. We'll see.
It's nothing like Talladega. From the crazy wrecks to the close finishes, it always seems to deliver. Well, Joey Logano is a 3-time Talladega winner. Logano is from Middletown, Connecticut. He didn't grow up in a racing family, but it did not take long for him to realize what he loved doing and collecting a lot of trophies, as well as what he did as a young man. He was discovered by Hall of Famer Mark Martin and was given the nickname Sliced Bread, as in best thing since. Today, Logano is a 2-time Cup champion,
awesome,
and right now he's with Parker Kligerman.
Talladega is known as the
see those 22s getting Logano fans in the house.
You come into this race on the cut line, +4 above. So how do you approach something like this in this round of the playoffs?
I mean, the same way we would if we were plus more or behind more. We would probably just approach it the same, where you just got to score as many stage points as possible, try to position yourself towards the front at the end of the race, and hope you see the end of it at that point, because you never know what's going to happen. It is Talladega, but I'm confident we'll have a really fast show pencil Mustang. It's kind of been our wheelhouse, these super speedways, been able to lead laps and be towards the front most of the time, so it's got to capitalize on the speed we got.
You won the most recent speedways. That bodes well.
Doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. So, like I said, hopefully that's a lot different racetrack as well, though. But Atlanta is. But I do think we'll be in the hunt here. We qualified up towards the front there in 6th. There, we have speed in our car. We can make moves and do things. But just so much more strategy to it these days than just making the big moves. So we just got to work all the race strategies, make sure we position ourselves ahead of the pack.
Sounds like Joey Logano can be aggressive here today.
Ryan Blaney won this race last year. In fact, has 3 Talladega wins to his name. Team Penske's so good at super speedways. What's on your must-have checklist to be successful at this type of racing?
I don't know. It's good to rely on the things that has benefited you in the past, but
really,
like you always have to kind of change up how you're doing it. You know, so it's good to learn from that stuff, but you always have to be open to change, and I think we do that pretty well. Of always wanting to evolve ourselves for the better, and I think the best thing we can do is like just try to control the race. I think our Penske cars are really fast. It's nice all of us qualified up there towards the front, so through the pit strategies gets wild, but you just hope to do it more efficiently than everybody else, and it's been nice to have fast cars, so I appreciate Team Penske for doing that. Appreciate Pennzoil Menards being with us, Roush Yates for what they do in Ford, and hopefully we can have a clean day and just control the things we can control, and that's really all you can ask for.
Ryan Blaney has solid footing when it comes to the standings, Marty, +28 to the cut line.
So, Jimmy, at Talladega, it appears that everything's out of your control. It's almost a roll of dice as to who's going to win. But time after time, the same drivers wind up in the mix, like Ryan Blaney. What skill do they have that allows them to do that?
You know, plate racing is different than the other tracks that we run on, and it's not a guarantee that what you do on a 1.5 miles, the success you have there will instantly, carry over to a bigger track, a plate track. But there's just a way that you have to work the mirrors, work your environment, deal with runs, can see the chaos that's going to start, know when to get out of that mess. There's just a process to it that takes place, and it's just a natural style or a fit that drivers have, and it's wild how we see it prevail and come about. Most of these plate tracks, the people you expect to be there typically are there. Time after time again.
Thank you,
Darby.
I
think there's a couple
of
things. Decision making is first and foremost. The drivers making the decisions. They're taking information from their spotters, but they're reacting to what they see and what they feel with their race car. And what Ryan Blaney just said that applies to him and Joey Logano, maybe more than any other two drivers in this field today. He wants to control the race. That's what they want to do. They're not sitting waiting for things to happen. They want to control it. And I'm not going to leave out their teammate. I'm just going to make a point that if you believe in history repeating itself, Austin Cindric sits in the very last, the 12th spot here, minus 29 points. The winner in yesterday's Xfinity race, Sammy Smith, was 23 points behind, and now he's on to the round of 8.
He went from last in the standings to the round of 8, and the first one into the round of 8. We'll see if Austin Cindric can do the same thing. DJ, time to check out the DraftKings odds for today.
Yeah, let's see if they got this right.
Cancel this.
All right. That Ryan Blaney right there. How about Kyle Busch right there? He is going to end this winless streak very soon. He keeps putting himself in a position. Could happen here today. I'm going to go down there, though. Look at Denny Hamlin. We're going to see an aggressive Denny Hamlin today. Might be a pretty good bet for kind of what you would call a long shot as far as the odds go.
Well, DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week new customers can bet $5 and pocket $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app and use the promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Well, it's always topic number one at Talladega, the big one. How can your driver avoid it? Well, we'll get the thoughts from two Hall of Famers on how to have a clean race at Talladega. Is it even possible?
All right, so let's do it. We're going to talk about our dark horses. You gave me your picks to win. Now let's see your dark horses for the win today. I'm going Michael McDowell from the pole. Michael McDowell, I'm taking for my dark horse. Who do you have as your dark horse? Samson says, wow, look at this, the emojis here. Chase, Chastain, Logano, Reddick, Dillon, Bowman, Briscoe, Blaney, Gibbs, Denny, top 10. There you go. Samson's going the 14. Billy Voles says, I got my pizza and beer ready for some racing. Awesome, Billy. Michael says, dark horse is Ryan Preece. There you go. And that Wonder Bread. That would be awesome if he could win. I predict Denny's going to be pretty aggressive after the second break. True MC driver for the pole. That's right. Let's go. It's beer 30 and brat time. What's up, Ken? Good to see you. Dark horse, Ryan Preece. Another Ryan Preece dark horse. Bush for the win. Kozlowski, dark horse. There you go, Bronny. Bowman's his dark horse. C. Brown's got, I agree with you, CeeLo, the 34. Awesome, man. Susan says Chase is her dark horse. Elliot Gregor says Denny is his dark horse. Chris says Larson. Bad Brad for him. Who wins today? Playoff and non-playoff. Let's go, Michael says. What's up, PQ? Congratulations on your win yesterday. T-Van, SVG, Kyle Busch, and Katy Perry's dark horse video. Rowdy and Elliot for Ken. What's going Priest with the Clyde says, hey, yeah. Jamie says the 11. Samson's going the 9. Eric says the 12. Is this race only on USA? It's on NBC today. Michael, yo, CeeLo, what's up? Love pizza and beer. Good choice. Dark Horse 34, Billy Bowes. Thank you, sir. Blaney for the win, Lloyd says. John's going the 38, Todd Gilliland. Samson, the Chevy. I'm going the 9. What does the P mean? That means playoffs. Playoffs? They're in the playoffs. Car Dark, 22 Car Dark, SVG Outsider. Hayden with SVG. Kyle Busch or Elliot, still Joe says. Rowdy or Riddick as my Rowdy and Riddick as my dark horses. Billy Voles with the Chase Elliott emojis. Ricky Bobby for the win. Another dark horse is Willie B. I'd honestly love to see big names not advance, Corey says. Vegas says Richard Petty for Toyota. I'm going with the 45. Steve Simmons says the 8. Hey, CeeLo in chat. What's up, Colin? Welcome in. And Vic says Larson, Blaney with Lloyd. And what's going on? Let's go, y'all. Pre-race will be here very shortly. Cams will be on after that. But hit the like, share the stream out. See if we can get a bunch of folks in here. We had over 3,000, almost 3,000 yesterday for the Xfinity race. So what can you do? Can you help us? Let's see. Is there going to be a car that flips today? Let's see. These guys going pretty fast. We'll see what happens. The Xfinity race yesterday didn't have anybody go in the air. They had some wrecks, but nobody went flying.
Well, we know about the wild wrecks here at Daytona, and these spotters, they are here to help the drivers avoid those wrecks. But they do a lot more than just that. They also are here to help the driver win the race, and that's by providing information. And that information is simply what the driver can't see from his own eyes, from behind him, from in front of him, and even beside him. The driver doesn't know if energy is coming from the back, if the outside line's going better. He needs somebody to see that for them. Some of these guys will even tell a driver, hey, go to the bottom, go to the top, do it now, and the driver will respond. Others give drivers information. The driver makes the decision, and a lot of them kind of do both of them. And remember, all of that is happening in turn 3 is about 3/4 of a mile from this spot. So it's very difficult, and one thing's for sure, the race could be won and lost from this spot right here.
Yeah, it's crazy how critical the spotters have become to these drivers. So, Jimmy, any suggestions of how to avoid the big wreck?
No, there's not. You can put a plan in place. You can try to, find your way out of a 3 or 4 wide situation.
Talladega,
but at the end of the day,
Vic.
with stage racing and the pressure to get stage points, there is nowhere safe in the field.
Yeah, if Jimmy and I had that answer, we'd be sitting on a yacht somewhere, enjoying a few drinks and enjoying and watching this race on TV somewhere. But the fact is, know your surroundings, watch the people you're racing with. The biggest thing about this, and a lot of times this comes from racing around drivers that you don't have as much experience racing around, because everybody's in the mix here, and you're going to encounter drivers that you don't really know their tendencies. The other thing is, these cameras that these drivers can use to look out back and make moves on their own have created some really bold moves. So trusting in that and trusting yourself is the best thing you can do.
Let's bring in 2 of the voices who will call the action at Talladega today, Lee Diffie and Steve Letarte. Hey, Diff, are you ramped up for your first ever Talladega race?
Oh, Marty, I sure am. I've had the pleasure of calling, many Indianapolis 500s and 24 hours of Le Mans, some of the biggest races in the world. But when we arrived yesterday morning on Sunrise, where Jeff Burton always takes the 2 of us, by the way, for laps around the track, I was awestruck at the magnitude of this place.
Drivers in Los
before
Angeles.
the green flag even drops. We know,
thank you,
as Tyler Reddick said before, that was
y'all.
chaos. That's Talladega. We know there's going to be the big one, or maybe a couple of them.
Trying to get to 300
NASCAR,
likes.
in light of what has happened earlier this year, has made some changes to the cars. Tell us more.
The size, the speed, the danger can't be overstated, and NASCAR stepped in because this summer we have seen some cars leave the racetrack. Crashing is bad enough, upside down, never good. It's a goal of NASCAR to try to keep these cars on the ground. Look at this violent flip at Coil of Joy when he got in the grass. And then at Daytona in the summer, Josh Berry upside down. Not a lot more tumbling, but watch this impact. A huge hit into the inside wall. So 3 small tweaks to the car. They may not seem like much, but NASCAR continuing to evolve. Underneath the right side rocker, you won't be able to see it on the racetrack, but a little vertical fin to slow the air down when the car gets sideways. The same on the back of the car. A window rail was there in Daytona. The 3 on the roof, they'll be new here at Talladega. And then the drivers hope you don't see the third one. When the roof flap opens, there's that fabric, that yellow fabric on the left, almost making a parachute. What does that mean? We'll put the car in the smoke, we'll put the wind on, and we'll show you what happens. Straight ahead, this car is perfect. When it turns sideways, it literally turns into an airplane wing. You can't have that. So the idea of manipulating the air above and below the car, that's the goal of the 3 changes. Let's keep the car on all 4 wheels.
And again, further evidence of NASCAR continually trying to improve the safety of these cars for the drivers' health and well-being. So we're getting closer and closer to the race start of the Yellawood 500, a race that this guy Kyle Larson would love to win. He has been racing since he was 7 years old. The Elk Grove, California native was meant to be behind the wheel of a car. He is, of course, a Cup Series champ. His numbers aren't real great here, though, Dave Burns. He'd like to improve the stats here at Talladega.
So, Lee, Kyle Larson, I think to myself,
I thought they're going to commercial.
There were
Here's
days
Kyle
when he was out there learning the kind of moves that takes him to tracks and sometimes thumps the competition, but there weren't any drafting tracks when you were growing up that way. So is that one of the reasons why a win here has eluded you?
Let me see those 5.
I don't know. There's lots of people that wanted drafting tracks that didn't grow up drafting, so I'm not sure. I think I wasn't really good at it there for a long time in my career. I actually do think I'm pretty decent at it now. It just, for whatever reason, one thing or another, we just haven't gotten the finish to show it. We're up front, at the ends of the races just to get caught up. So still, yeah, ultimately need to be a little bit better, but I like our chances every time we show up to Daytona or Talladega, even Atlanta. But yeah, just hopefully today's the day we can finish in the top 10, and if we could get a win, that'd be great. But yeah, just would love to get a clean day in.
He starts 12th today, Parker.
Off the back of a great run at Kansas last week, Christopher Bell, you are plus 28 as we go into Talladega.
Here's Christopher Bell. How about some Bell fans, big
in this
wave?
position with that many points of a buffer?
I think I feel safer than most, but we all know that anything can happen here. So, yeah, we still got to perform really good these next 2 races. I would feel a lot more safer if I had plus 28 going into Roval. If it was the second race of the round, just Talladega, you never know how it can play out. So we got a lot of the guys that typically score the points on the speedways are lower in the standings. So today has all the ingredients to really shake it up, and hopefully one thing stays consistent with that 20 up top.
He'll be starting for the 21st position.
Well, Parker, William Byron comes
Willie
into this
B,
race
about
first
Willie
in the playoff
B.
standings, plus 34. We know this race is going to fill with unpredictability, though. So for you, does that point standing place offer you any breathing room?
No, I don't. Honestly, with the stage racing, I don't really feel like it changes a lot. So for us, we just got to go out there, be aggressive in the stages, try to get a bunch of stage points, and then you have a little bit easier time with how you finish. But
when I get a chance.
Yeah, the times I've been here and not scored stage points, then you start to count points and get nervous. So yeah, just try to go out there, control our day with our strategy and execution. The biggest thing is getting on pit road and being in those front couple rows at the end of a stage. So I'm looking forward to it. You know, I haven't really been on track much at all this weekend, so just kind of excited to get going.
William Byron starts from the 16th position, Marty.
Side note there, that's 3 of the championship 4 from last year at Phoenix that raced it out for a title. But DJ, every time a title favorite kind of steps up, they kind of fall down the next week.
So win today,
at the halfway point here of the playoffs, if I told you, hey, you have to tell me who your favorite is right now, who would you say?
Oh, I thought you said favorites.
No, you
exactly.
only get one.
You're stupid Rupert.
I don't say any of those 3, but certain. I'm looking at our reigning champion, Ryan Blaney. I think he's performing at a high level at every type of racetrack that we go to, and looking ahead at the schedule, there's not one that I feel like he has a weakness at. I think that Ryan Blaney's going to put himself in that position
again. And if the Toyotas don't wreck each other today.
Favorites. You picked one, which is Blaney, but I'll just go with Larson. I just feel like the variety of tracks ahead, his skills, he should be in that Final Four and have a great shot at Phoenix.
Yeah, I would think after the Bristol race, a lot of people thought Kyle Larson would have been the guy, but then at Kansas, they had the tire issue. So how do you rebound, Jimmy? Because you've been through so many championship runs when you have a disappointing run like that. When all of a sudden, hey, I feel like we're the championship guys, and then all of a sudden it doesn't happen the next week.
If you have pace and you're in control of your own destiny, you can shrug it off a lot easier than having a slow car being caught up in a race. So those guys had plenty of pace last weekend, had an unfortunate issue with the tire. They're going to be fast. They're going to be just fine.
I can't add anything to what the 7-time champion just said right there. That was perfect. That's exactly what you have to do.
So in essence, what you're telling me is you kind of picked Ryan Blaney and Kyle Larson, DJ. So you did pick favorites, plural.
Favorites. Yes, I had a whole list.
Can I add a few more to mine?
Yeah, sure. You can go ahead. You can add a few more if DJ's playing the same game, but championship hopes can very easily come to an end for someone this afternoon. That said, how nervous are the playoff drivers? The 2 champions weigh in on that next as we get closer to the green flag here at Talladega, race number 2 in round number 2 of the Cup Series Playoffs.
All right, now let's pick. We did our pick the winners. We picked our dark horses. Now let's pick how many cautions. How many cautions today, y'all? I'm gonna go. I'm sticking with 6. It worked yesterday. 6 for me. 6 cautions today. How many cautions are we putting right here? Cautions. Gas Daddy's going 7. Richard's going 6. 9 for Michael, 8 for Denzel, 6 for T-Van, 5 or 6 for DJ, 9 for Jamie, 5 for James, 6 for John, 5 for Peter, 7 for C. Brown, Steve says 4, Ronnie says 5, 8 says Vic, Shelly, $1.99 super chat, thank you so much. Tell everybody, Shelly, tell Shelly, everybody, thank you. Wade 12, Eric 7, Mike 7, Ken 6, King says 7, Butterfly 11, Falcon 7, William 6, Garcia, when's the race going to start? Here pretty soon. Gregor says 7, you'll stick with 11, 1 goal. Still Joe says 8, Michael says 10, Storm says 8, Virginia Cracker says 12, it's a wreck fest. Chris says 8, Imogene says 7, I love racing. We all love racing, right? Billy Vole says 5, Aussie says 16, Lloyd says 6, Darby says 8, 1984, 1,984 cautions. Last week I said 10 and it worked. I'm going 10 again. Darwin. Skate says 34, Link says 14, Chris says 22, Frank says 8, Butterfly 11 for Hamlin. Thanks for Shelly, says everybody saying thank you to Shelly for the super chat. 9 for Shelly. At least 4 for Kyler, 13 for Willis, 3 for just per stage, Austin. Jeanette says 7, 1 big one, and 9 little ones, Bama. There you go, 2 at the end. Amy says 8 Garth in Florida. Watching TV, listen to my man CeeLo. Levi, thank you, sir. Emmett says, hey, CeeLo, 9 cautions. $1 for Gray Fox. I'm going 8 for cautions for Skates and 12 for the win. Levi with Ryan Blaney. Patrick, 2, the stage cautions. 13, Jennifer. Whole bunch at the end, Cole says. Garcia says 4 overtimes. Oh my gosh. McDowell out early, first or second caution. Kevin says 10 and 239 likes. Thank you guys so much. We're ready to go pre-race ceremonies right now.
The toughest part of the playoff schedule.
Guys,
next week, it's a challenging Roval in Charlotte. But today, it's NASCAR's biggest wild card, the playoff race at Talladega, where so much is out of a driver's control. So that said, Jimmy, what are the nerves like right now for the playoff drivers?
For me, waiting's the worst part. You know, I can't wait for the national anthem to finish, put my helmet on, get in the car, fired off, and then I was always more chill rolling down
Levi.
Pit lane, getting ready to start the race. So I would assume that's the same thing for most guys out there, because drivers are not very good at thinking.
That's a good point.
We just want to react.
Good point. Hey, yeah, and I think because it is a playoff race, you know, it's something that you said earlier, you know, when you woke up here for the second race of the year, there was more pressure and things were different,
today,
more nerves.
Sure
I would say that every time
right,
I woke up at Talladega, it was different than really anywhere else that you raced.
He's involved.
And so you add
I'm glad T-Van's feeling all right today.
To that, I would have to say
he
that
scared
they're
me yesterday.
ready to get inside the car, get the helmet on, and everything else is just about what they do.
Even as good as you were at Superspeedway racing, you had 6 Superspeedway wins. Would you have looked forward to this race as a playoff driver?
Yeah, I think it would have been a challenge, but I would have embraced that moment, yes.
In 6 of the last 9 Talladega races, the driver leading at the white flag did not win the race. We'll have to find out what happens today. Time for today's pre-race ceremonies.
As you are able, remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the Robertsdale High School Navy Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome from Citizens Baptist Medical Center, Chaplain Barbara Embry.
Talladega, pray with me. Most gracious and loving Father, we thank you for this awesome day. We thank you for this experience at Talladega as we have gathered with friends far and from near. Give us protection today and guide us through this day. Bless these excited waiting fans as they cheer on their drivers. Bless the drivers and their teams, we pray. Keep us in your safe ark. In Jesus' name we ask, amen.
Here to
all right, guys, you know what to do.
National anthem. Please welcome the 313th United States Army Band, accompanied by fellow soldier and country music artist, Warrant Officer 1, Craig Morton Greer.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets in there, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Let's hear it.
Just a picture-perfect day here in Central Alabama. We'll get the engines fired for the playoff race at Talladega next here on NBC Sports.
Thank you guys so much for the prayers and the flags. You know what to do. Thank you guys so much, y'all, for hanging out today already. 1,100 folks here. We appreciate all the love that you've given us over the past year, and we're looking forward to the next couple races throughout the rest of the season. So stick with us for the rest of the season. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button for us. We bring you races every single weekend, y'all, and we'll be back next week for the Roval. So stick with us, subscribe, tell everybody about us so we can get more folks in here. Let's see if we can get to 24,000. It's up to you guys to get us to 24K. Can we do it? Well, I think we can. So thank you guys so much for everything. Let's get the cameras up. This is the battle cam. The battle cam is up first, and then we'll get the aerial cam on. But thank you guys so much. Hit the like button. T-Van, 100% full flags. Mad Steve was here earlier. What's going on? Leonardo from Italy, did he say? Pastel, what's up? Love that Denny merch. CeeLo, thank you, man. I don't get to wear it much. I don't get to wear it much. Denzel says, pray for the people of North Carolina. Yes, and let's go racing. Lane, what's going on? Good to see you as well. Hello, hello, hello to everybody. And if I didn't get to see you and I didn't say hi to you, make sure you speak up in the chat. We love our friends here on our channel. And we're going to go to the 34 to lead us to the green flag here. Michael McDowell. And there's that. All right, so we got our commercials going here, and there's already hitting us a commercial. Pray for the people. That's right. All right. Gentlemen, start your engines coming up. You're the good man. You're a good man for streaming this. Love from Houston, Texas. Samantha, you're welcome. Most welcome. Thank you streaming this, CeeLo. You're welcome. All right, so the commercials didn't even have it on for like 5 seconds, and they already hit us with a commercial. Thank you, Russ. Appreciate you, Russ, for subscribing. Thank you, guys. Look at him flow. Look at him flow. Denny will never win a title. You're right, Jerry. With this whole lawsuit thing, he is never going to win a title. He's never going to win. Oh, my gosh. Just call him Mark Martin. The race will be a bigger screen. No, Daniel, this is, it'll be just like that. That's how we run things. That's what we do. We've been doing it all season like this. So this is what we do. We'll have the audio for you. You'll be able to see just fine. Don't worry. Watch them bow ties group together, and as long as the Toyotas don't wreck each other, that is all that matters this time. Remember last week they wrecked, or last year they wrecked.
Cheeseburger
or spring,
whatever
the
you
spring
want,
they wrecked.
Sonic's got it. Live free.
Paul, you take your
Sonic.
phone if you're watching on phone and make it
Talladega,
bigger yourself.
Alabama.
You can zoom in on YouTube on your phone.
Racing town, as our Tim Layden points out, it's actually both.
All right, so just another commercial here. No bigger screen here, Paul. Love from Peter, Front Victoria, Bridget, Canada. Awesome, Peter. Thank you so much for being here as well. Just getting the commercials out of the way here, guys. Mark Martin won the title in 1990. His carb was legal. Joey's cam is on if you want to see his. It cannot go look. Yeah, so you can go to NASCAR.com. NASCAR.com supplies these cameras. You can watch any camera that you want, in-car camera, and you can go to YouTube, NASCAR YouTube channel. They're going to be supplying you the in-car scanner and the in-car camera for Joey Logano. So multiple ways to watch this race, guys. You can hang out here with us, watch it on a separate iPad or phone or laptop or wherever. You can watch those cameras plus hang out with us. It's all free, guys. And the only thing that's not free is the scanners. They're extra $5 a month through NASCAR. You have to pay a subscription for that. But everything else is free. So make sure you have a good time. No reason you can't watch these scanners. You can't watch these cameras. It's free. So thank you guys for being here. Let's get going. Let's have some fun. Gentlemen, Start Your Engines is about to be here. But I promise you, the screen might be small, but you're going to have a blast being here. We have a great time in our chat. We have so much fun, and make sure you spread the word, because this is where you want to be on Sundays. Every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right here on our channel. Thank you guys, as we're going to bring back the audio here in just a second. I chill here with y'all, Brian says. Is the Dinger in here? Yes, the Dinger. He is in the race today.
Race will take their mind off Alabama's loss to Vanderbilt last night.
Probably so, yes.
And maybe it's a license to enjoy
y'all.
another adult beverage or two. You know, hey,
It
team
could.
loss.
Yeah, for some of these people in the infield, it's getting ready to get really, really loud for them.
In a lot of ways, right? Time to write another chapter in Talladega's history book. Let's get the engines cranked for NASCAR's biggest wild card race.
Talladega, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Please welcome founder, president, and CEO of Great Southern Wood Preserving, Jimmy Rain, joined by representatives of the company's network of over 5,000 dealers.
Drivers, start your engine!
When you're ready here, you can fire when you're ready.
Let's go, y'all. He says, I'm upset I can't watch the race. The race is on NBC. No reason you can't watch the race today. It's on NBC.
Widest of the super speedways in NASCAR, but there's one unique identifying feature that's probably the most important. It's the location of this start-finish line down towards turn one, which means as a driver, you have to have patience at this racetrack. When it comes down to the final, most intense moments,
we have a
the
Discord. Make sure you check that out too. Crank your motors, boys and girls.
It won't happen in the trial,
Place your
but it's
bets.
having the patience to let those moves unfold down to this start-finish line towards turn one. That's what makes it unique. We'll go racing here at Talladega when we come back.
You notice how Jeff Burton doesn't do that anymore. Jeff Burton doesn't do that anymore. He's up in the booth. He don't have time. You need bunny ears for NBC if you have just a smart TV. Yeah, you're right. You don't need those bunny ears. But thank you guys for hanging out. Keep hitting that like button. We're trying to go. We got our 300 likes. Let's see if we can get to 400 likes before the green flag. Can you get us the 400 likes before the green flag? That would be awesome. And we'll be bringing in the NBC audio. Plus, you haven't watched the cams. The best place to be here on YouTube. Make sure you're right here with us. 100 for Larson, Denzel says. And Butterfly just dropped the link in our chat for our Discord. If you would like to join our Discord, we talk NASCAR during the week, on the weekends. We talk other sports in there. Great place to hang out. Make sure you check that out. You'll never miss a stream if you're part of our Discord. So make sure you check that out as well. What's up, brother? Here we go. Awesome, Tim says. Good to see you, Tim. Appreciate it. I try to talk to every single one of you guys. I try not to miss anything y'all say. If I do miss something or you ask a question and I missed it again, ask one of the mods. They can help you as well. We have our great mods in here. They are an amazing group of people too. Starberry says, I've been quiet, please, with Lee in the booth. Me too. I have been as well. He has really grown on me. I could put you on the tablet and put the TV on bunny ears, but you are more fun. Awesome. Thank you so much. So we're almost to 23,500. Get us there. CeeLo, I got the scanner on. I'm ready. Awesome, Alex. And we'll bring in the scanners as well as they get in there. So thank you guys for being here today. And we'll go to MRN for the restarts and the start of the race. All the restarts will be on MRN. Then we'll bring in the the NBC broadcast. But all restarts will be on MRN radio. Just FYI on that, because they seem to be more in tune on timing. And it's more fun to watch the restarts when the audio is synced with it. So that is our plans today. You never know how it works. But stick with us. If it lags, refresh. Our only rules in this chat are no politics, be nice to each other, and you can talk trash about other drivers. This is NASCAR. Everybody does not like a driver. I promise you, every single person in this chat, 1,188 people in this chat, they're guaranteed somebody doesn't like a driver. That's okay. It's okay for you not to like a driver because that's what NASCAR is all about. We boo when cars come by. Some give them the middle finger. Some do all that. But be nice to each other, have some fun, and let's sit back and watch 500 miles at Talladega. And let's see what happens. When does the big one happen? Is it going to be the first stage, the second stage, the third stage? I have no clue. but we're ready to have some fun here at Talladega. There's Joey.
Have found some kind of trouble, and they haven't even raced Talladega yet, the track that everyone is completely intimidated by, the fastest, scariest, and most unpredictable race of the playoffs. And if that's not enough, next week is the Roval in Charlotte, which many think is just as big of a wild card race. So there's no taking it easy today, because there are no easy races in the Cup Series playoffs.
Jared, I know you like it.
Marty, over my shoulder is turn 4 at Talladega, one of the most common places for the big one. The multi-car crash that takes out lots of cars at one time that this track is so famous for. And there may be several today because it's the playoffs. It's the playoffs and everyone is going for it. So keep your eye on it. Can you avoid it? You may not be able to because the big one takes leaders and also takes followers alike. Kim Kuhn.
Well, to get to the championship trophy, you got to get through Dega first. You heard Parker talk about the start-finish line. Its location adds the unpredictability and chaos of this track. Let's take a look at its location compared to its sister track, Daytona. You see that pylon? Daytona start-finish
almost
line.
to 400 likes. Let's go. Get it there.
You gotta go.
I cannot make the screen bigger, Google user.
Feet to find Talladega's start-finish line. What does that do for drivers? Well, it has them questioning what to do on the white flag. Multiple drivers have told me when they take the white flag at Daytona, they know what their plan is. Here, they have no idea. That creates drama. It creates
that dog tastes better at the racetrack. You're right.
And oh, by the way,
we'll see. We get 24,000
man. Race fans here at Talladega Superspeedway.
The
under 500 now.
Doesn't come much bigger than this. It's Talladega. The speed, the size, and significance of this race during the playoffs is as colossal as the venue itself. The big one always looms on super speedways. So who can escape the chaos and maximize their championship chances? NBC Sports welcomes you to the NASCAR Cup Series Playoffs from Talladega Superspeedway. This is the Yellawood 500. And it is a beautiful day here in Alabama. Hi, folks. Lee Diffie along with Jeff Burton and Steve Letarte. There is not another track that evokes the fear factor like this one. The drivers are mindful exactly where Talladega falls twice a year on the NASCAR Cup Series schedule. Jeff, why is that so? Why are the nerves different here?
Well, I've raced this racetrack over 40 times, and I can tell you on the day of those races, I woke up nervous every single time because I know there's a high probability I was going to get in a wreck.
2 miles,
if you're going to be successful here, you have to be aggressive. Now you add the playoffs to that. That ramps those nerves up even more. To do well, you have to be aggressive, but you can't afford to be in a wreck. So striking that balance between being aggressive at the right time and not getting a wreck, that's what it's going to take today.
And Steve, the 7-time champion, Jimmy Johnson, referred to this earlier in Countdown to Green. The difference between the spring race to the fall is different because it's the playoffs.
Well, the pressure makes the chaos almost unbearable, but the trick to Talladega, in my opinion, is to just accept the chaos. You can't fight it. You can't prevent it. The grandstands are full because they know it's going to happen on this 2.66 mile.
There you go, 2.66.
So to be a competitor within it, or a crew chief, or a spotter, you have to know the chaos is here. Accept it. Have a plan. Stick to the plan. You can't predict the results, but you can feel good about your effort if you had a plan all day long.
I love NASCAR, but baseball is my second favorite.
Yesterday in qualifying as we check out today's starting grid brought to you by Yellawood, and it was that man again. Yes,
you're welcome,
Michael McDowell from Front Row Motorsports. That's his 6th pole position on the season. Nobody has more, and he will start alongside playoff hopeful
live stream on NASCAR.com for Logano's car and scanner if you want to watch along on that.
Drivers, you see Logano in row 3. Denny Hamlin, so much in the news in row 4.
We cannot show you Logano's car today.
Harrison Burton, the Daytona winner, back there in row 5.
Hey, look at row 7. Brad Keselowski, Tyler Reddick, both guys can win races here. This field all the way back is stacked with drivers and teams that have the capability of making something happen.
Remember, keep your eye out for the drivers' names highlighted in blue. They are the playoff drivers. And Steve, what's the latest story with Christopher Bell to the rear?
Christopher Bell had to make an adjustment to his car, so he'll have to go to the rear. The 99 of Daniel Suarez had an infraction post-inspection. Some
Bell to the rear.
Roof. NASCAR didn't like not only to the rear, but a pass-through on pit road under green. This is a long first stage. That'll be a big penalty for Suarez. We'll have to see if he can get lucky enough to stay on the lead lap.
All right, we're working our way closer to the drop of the green flag. Before we do, let's check in with Marty.
Lee Ryan Blaney has finished second or better in 3 of the last 4 Talladega races. So I asked him earlier this week, how are you able to do that so consistently? He told me to be good here. The skill that is needed, in my mind, is decision-making. You have to be quick and precise with your decisions and your moves on the track to find yourself in a position to win this race. And we'll talk a lot about fuel saving today. Blaney told me I'm not great with that. I love to be up front as much as possible. Parker, expect the reigning Cup Series champ to be on the offensive today.
Right, Marty. And for his teammate, Joe Logano, he comes into this race directly on the cut line, just plus 4 points above. So in speaking to his crew chief, Paul Wolf, I asked him, how do you play? What approach do you have here? And he said, it's very simple. We don't have a big buffer. We need to be aggressive. We need to get track position, score stage points. That is the key. If we are able to go out and win these stages, that might change our strategy in stage 3. Otherwise, we just know we have to go aggressive as we can be because we need the points, Kim.
Parker, Chase Elliott in this 9 team also plus 4 to the cut line. When I checked in with them this morning, crew chief Alan Gustafson said the pressure of the playoffs, it's not been super intense yet, he said, but that could completely change this weekend or next weekend.
It's all right, though, Carlos. It's early.
More confidence at Dega today than next weekend at the Roval. Their hope today, Dave, is to have a 40 to 45-point day, give themselves a cushion headed to the Roval.
Kim, when we spoke with Denny Hamlin earlier, he assured us with all the news swirling around him, he was as ready to win today.
All right, y'all, we're going to flip over to MRN Radio for the start.
All the outside distractions go away. Is that the real scoop? And can Denny do it?
Strutting. I think Kyle Busch is feeling good, and he starts 4th today.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day. Thank you, Dylan. By the way, that's your broadcast team now. Dave Moody, Mike Bagley, Dan Hubbard. They're in the turns. Steve Post, Jason Toy, Dylan Welch on pit road. My name is Jeff Striegel. Alongside again is Alex Hayden and Todd Gordon. 188
Acme
laps.
says
Alex,
he's terrible.
500 miles, 36 teams. Stage 1 done at lap 60. Stage 2, lap 120. And then 68 more laps will take us to the schedule.
Hackney, thanks for popping in.
2 cars are going to the tail end of the field for today's start, as reported by Mike Bagley on NASCAR Live Race Day. Daniel Suarez's team had some problems in pre-race inspection with the roof flap area of their race car. Not only are they going to the back of the field for the start, but when the green flag comes out and they make a lap, they have to make a pass-through penalty on the pit lane. The other car going to the back, another playoff driver, Christopher Bell. The team self-reported a problem with the back of the car. They were missing a bolt in the rear window, and then they had to add the bolt to the car. And by rule, that is an unapproved adjustment. They got to go to the back of the field. Todd Gordon, there are some rule changes for today's race.
Yeah, in the effort to keep these cars from getting airborne when they get sideways, NASCAR's made another step in adding some more pieces to the car. The right side roof flap, the one that's kind of at 45 degrees on the rear of the car, they've added an inner web to that, much like the left side. So there's a fabric piece. When that roof flap comes up, it adds some more catching of air to it. The right side roof rail,
what's up?
There was an aluminum strip that runs the length of the car down the right side of basically from the edge of the windshield to the edge of the rear window. That now has a 2-inch Lexan piece extension on it to make it taller, to disturb air more. And they put a rocker skirt from the jack post on the right side back to the wheel opening underneath the car.
I guess MRN's not timed up either. Oh, well.
All things to make this car better and sideways.
To call the start of the Yellawood 500 from Grand Rapids, Michigan, here's Jeff Striegel.
Strap in, hold on, 500 wild miles here to Talladega Superspeedway. The field already in turn number 1.
Into the 33-degree banking they come. Nobody able to get much of an advantage, although Michael McDowell now, with a trunk full of drafting help, is going to surge to the lead. As
go James Moore.
Inside lane on the move already. Michael McDowell out into the clean air as they race halfway down the Alabama Gang Super Stretch. But here comes the outside lane. Austin Cindric getting drafting help from Kyle Busch. Going to be Austin Cindric leading for a moment in 3.
Just for going to lead lap 1.
Away as Michael McDowell takes back the top spot from
lap 3. We're honoring Dale Sr. Remember that. Lap 3.
Low line. Here comes Austin Cindric with Kyle Busch trying to gain momentum on the outside.
Off turn 4, headed to the tri-oval for lap number 1. Tightly bunched together, racing side by side. They dance in sync in 4-4 time.
Lap 3. Remember Dale Sr.
By Mike Michael McDowell.
He'll lead them into the banking of turn number 1. His Front Row Motorsports teammate, Todd Gilliland, trying to pull up onto the back bumper. Still a little bit of daylight there. That allows the outside lane to creep forward. Here comes
that bad bread.
And here comes a third lane. It is already up to position
number
number
16, don't do that.
And it's got a lot of steam.
Oh, what are you doing, Hemrick?
Double wide in front of them on the bottom of the racetrack. 3 wide now from 10th on back.
2 by 2 by 2, however, among the first 8 rows. And now Michael McDowell
Suarez making his pass-through penalty.
Austin Cindric, Todd Gilliland will duel it out for that second spot.
Here we go.
Lane,
3s in the chat. We honor you, Dale Sr.
Just a moment ago,
the bots are jealous.
Suarez served his pass-through penalty, so now
lap 3, we honor you, Dale Sr. right here on the Go with CeeLo. Let me see those 3s. Every lap 3.
Hamlin's going backward, and he's going in a hurry.
There is a 4 wide lane, and only 2 drivers are in it, and Denny Hamlin is leading it. Up front, it's Austin Cindric out by a fender. Michael McDowell with a shove from Todd Gilliland powers his way back to the lead.
That is all McDowell needed. He's got about a half-car length advantage over Todd Gilliland, although that disappears in a hurry. Right here in the middle of turns 3 and 4, 2 by 2 by 2, but that third lane on the outside still getting some strength. This time, Brad Keselowski there. He is at the front of that locomotive.
Thank you guys so much.
Lane, and he has pulled
we honor you, Dale Sr., for the place you made famous.
McDowell leads it.
Raise you know what, praise you know what.
All the way back.
They have wasted no time whatsoever getting busy here this afternoon at Talladega Superspeedway. 3
Michael
wide.
McDowell, look at it, 3 wide.
Todd Gilliland at the bottom of the racetrack. In the middle lane is Cindric. Here they come off turn 2.
Michael McDowell starts at the bottom. He'll jump to the middle, jump to the top side, trying to throw the block on Brad Keselowski in the third lane. McDowell stays top side with Keselowski. 3 wide from third on back.
Pretty dicey stuff here in the early going. Now McDowell goes from the high side down to the bottom side to keep Todd Gilliland behaved. So it is still McDowell in that top spot. 3 wide for the second. It's Keselowski, Cindric, and Todd Gilliland.
Red bread, baby. $40 Lone Wolf. Thank you, sir. You're awesome, Lone Wolf. Everybody tell Lone Wolf thank you.
Brad Keselowski. Inside Austin Cindric, and then they form a line even lower with Todd Gilliland.
We certainly did not expect 3 and even 4 wide racing.
What a great start. All right, we're going to go back over to NBC.
We're good with it. Joey Logano, top side, leads the charge, but at the front of the package, Michael McDowell.
And Michael McDowell, Brad Keselowski and company have taken it all the way to the outside wall, and that's where they race halfway down the back stretch.
You hear the air puffing around inside the car. Now imagine 3 times the speed, 3 times the air pressure. That pressure can get under the hood. You see those flaps start to open. Always catches my attention. You're in there on the left side of the 8. Kyle Busch, the hood flap flying open.
Just hang right here in these commercials out of the way.
Yesterday, Andy's RCR teammate Austin
Dillon. Hit that like button. Thank you so much, Lone Wolf. $40 super chat. You're the best, bro.
Gilliland's on that low inside line. He's got Logano.
Yeah,
right
commercials already. 5 of 60 laps here in this first stage.
And Michael McDowell leads that pack. The Toyota on board, Tyler Reddick. Last week in Kansas did not work out the way that the 2311 driver, the regular season champ, wanted.
Yeah, won this race in the spring. Looking for a repeat performance to make up for that race. You mentioned that Kansas performance. Subpar for Reddick.
That inside lane
they're
is
not together. No, they're not.
Right now, seeing a lot of drivers in it.
Give them time. Freight train will be here in a little bit.
A place to get to the middle. If there's nowhere to go, Steve,
then it'll keep
some energy on that inside lane. But if they start getting out of it, it'll absolutely destroy it.
Steve, something that I know that, you know, annoys you in a way is when people say it could be anybody. Anybody could win this race. And you say, well, what about the guys who are really skillful at it, who really work their craft at it? I asked Michael McDowell, the race leader this morning, as a kid who grew up racing open wheel cars on road courses, how have you become so good at super speedways? He said, because when I first started doing it, I hated it. Going 3 and 4 wide just didn't feel natural to me. So I went back and I studied those guys who were good at it. He said, because I don't believe that anybody can win either. So I made myself get good at it.
Everyone has the opportunity to win, and the results are nearly impossible to predict. But don't confuse that with the lack of talent it requires. These are the most talented stock car drivers in the world. And at this discipline, specifically here, there are a few that absolutely stand out.
Zach Burns, what you got?
Lee, we saw that early shuffle that took Denny Hamlin from an 8th place starting spot to the very back of the pack. There he is now riding around in the back, and it makes you wonder if the driver thought this was okay, if this was something that he did or didn't intend to do, if he was just dropping back on his own. Here's what he had to say.
Well, that sucked.
Succinctly, that sucked. He didn't necessarily want that to happen, but now Jeff, he's just got to deal with it and race from there.
This ain't Atlanta. We ain't doing Atlanta again, Denny.
With it's very difficult because it's 3 wide. Where are you going?
Where are you going to
Right. So how are you going to gain this track position back? There's plenty of time in this race between pit strategies, between cautions, and all these types of things. Denny can get his track position back, but it's not like he's just going to drive up there and just get to the front. Where are you going to go? And that's where you get frustrated as a driver. You start pushing the issue, trying to make
2 RFK cars,
because the only
second
way
and
you
third.
can get going is to get your line moving forward. You got to do your job to move your line, and that's just by good pushes.
You want to make a job for the driver even more challenging than 3 wide at 190 plus miles an hour? The first stage, 60 laps. These cars can run 40 to 45 laps on fuel. They'll all require a trip down pit road. Well, the crew chiefs ask themselves, how can we help my driver? Well, they come up with this problem of if we need less gas, we'll be on pit road less. So now I want you to be out here racing 190 plus. And oh, by the way, try to save some fuel along the way. Some are better than that than others. So many games being played throughout the pack.
Just going back to the Denny Hamlin point, Jeff, to underscore that.
Come on, Denny, just stand in trouble. That's right.
He's going to make up the positions. Well, he's down 29 places from where he started.
Put that like button for us. Subscribe to,
some
y'all.
work to do for the 11. It's the Front Row Motorsport Fords out in front along with the RFK Racing Fords. It's the Blue Oval boys at the moment.
All right, it's time to go crank it up. Let's do it. Crank it up. Crank it up. Here they come, y'all. Here they come. Crank it up. Happy Sunday. Woohoo, it's Dega. Look at these guys, man. This is awesome. Woo. Get your thumbs ready, y'all. Get your thumbs ready. It's almost time. Get them ready as they come on by. Show your appreciation for your driver. Thumbs up. Gillen going back there. Cindric's going to block him. All right, get ready. Man, oh man, look at them 3 cars out there. Look at Austin Dillon. And that 99 car is a lap down. The 99 car is a lap down. Coming down the back stretch again. Oh, he's not a lap down. Now he is. Here we go again. Caution. Caution on the track. Angel, thanks for becoming an MVP, CJ. Angel CJ. And as always, a caution on the track during a commercial break. So we'll see what happened here. I didn't see anything happen. Let's see if the aerial cam. Oh, Suarez. Not good. Suarez, he was just in the middle of that pack. Wonder what happened.
Off to a fast flying start in the Yellawood 500. However, we have come to a slower pace. The first caution of the day, and it involves Trackhouse Racing's Daniel Suarez.
Didn't get out of the way.
Had to serve a penalty, do a
that's
pass
right,
through, and then the pack caught him, Jeff.
He did, Pat. He did. The pack caught him, and instead of just going to the top or the bottom, he decided to try to go to the middle. He was trying to catch the pack so that he didn't lose it, so he didn't get lapped again. But watch right here. Everybody's getting by him. He tries to move up, and when he does,
the 78.
A BJ McLeod, and he
tried to blend in with
that is an overreaction. Like, if that was too much, being afraid of getting lapped twice. Had he gotten to the back of this pack, Steve, with as big of a turbulence I believe he could have stayed on to the back and just stayed one lap down.
That's totally on Daniel Suarez, 100%. BJ McLeod had no option right there. We talked about embracing the chaos. This is fighting the chaos. Daniel didn't do anything wrong.
Hit that like for trying to get to 500 likes, y'all. We're halfway to 1K.
You just have to play the hand you're dealt. We're going to see huge accidents. They're going to affect cars all day long. You just have to pick either the bottom or the top. Being
we got some
pulled into the pack, middle three, is just a place you cannot be.
William Byron won the lottery. He was the first car. He got a front row view of this. Watch, the Tootsie Chevrolet is about to go right and then aggressively left, and it happens right in front of William Byron and AJ Allmendinger.
Got lucky.
That was so close.
That's purely the pressure of the playoffs.
If I can add another car.
This is a spring race. The 99 doesn't try this move.
Yeah, and again, just to recap what he's trying to do, he wants to get in the draft so he doesn't get lapped twice. He's afraid if he goes to the back of the pack, he'll lose the draft. I don't believe he would have. When they're three wide, such a wake gets created, it pulls you back into the draft. So, you know, Steve, you're right. It's the playoffs. It's the desperation of trying to make the next round. And what you hope this car is damaged to the point where it takes them out of being able to compete.
Suarez was always on the back foot as far as in the playoff points situation.
Sorry, Google
and
user.
now that has further been magnified. As we head to the Peacock pit box, guys, what did you see? What do you think?
Jimmy, that's a tough situation, having that penalty, putting Suarez, one of the playoff drivers, but mistake there. I have to agree with what the booth said there.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and it's tough inside the car. I'm not sure if Daniel prefers the rearview mirror that's in there or actually the video screen. And when you're seeing a gap and you're trying to plug that hole, your spotter's talking to you, you see him try to pull up, but man, the closing rate is just off, and unfortunately the contact is made, and Daniel goes for a spin.
Every time I see that, I just can't help but think about William Byron, who came into this race as the points leader. And sometimes the luck is on your side, sometimes it's not. That time it was for William Byron.
Yeah, BJ McLeod is not a driver that races every week. And the last thing you want to do is be in an incident with a driver that is in the playoffs. That is not what you want to be part of, but BJ did nothing wrong.
And when I put that on Daniel Suarez, I also challenge his team. You know, when you always ask, what can a spotter and a crew chief do? You can try to reduce
in-car cam 3 wide when the tires start to go is crazy, I know.
There's 10 laps between the pit stop and the accident. Tell your driver what's going to happen. Assure him that it's going to be okay.
I appreciate you,
buddy.
Be
on his side. A driver at times can feel alone in the boat by himself out there, thinking he has to do too much. Coach him. Be part of the team.
You and Jimmy Johnson talked about it. Dale Jarrett, have a plan and stick to it.
Okay, so we're only really just getting going in stage one, but already pit road's going to get busy. Marty, they're coming your way.
Defending winner of this race, Ryan Blaney, said his car was, quote, squirmy, especially down the front stretch, a little bit outside the fuel
Twitty, Teddy, yeah, I know it, right?
Caution to pit now.
Also getting fuel for the
Took
22
those goalposts, put them in the water.
He was saving when he was running in the middle, Kim.
Going to be fuel only for Chase Elliott and Austin Cindric. Both the cars at the bottom of your screen.
It's nearly 90 degrees there, yeah. It's rough in the cars.
Let's check out the race off pit road. Let's see who's in the green.
Brad,
good one for Austin
plus
Cindric.
9
really
for
positive.
Cindric.
And also Shane Van Gisbergen as well.
So plus 9 for Cindric. As Suarez, idiot move, probably going to cost him a playoff spot going into the Roval next week. A must-win situation for Suarez. Hit that like button, 5 away from 500. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. We'll bring back the MRN radio for the restart. But thank you guys for tuning in here on the Go with CeeLo.
J.J. Yaley stayed on the racetrack as well. So a handful of drivers, Christopher Bell, a playoff driver, Josh Berry stayed on the track, as did the 2 Legacy Motor Club cars of John Hunter Nemechek, Eric Jones, Josh Berry. So 12 drivers elected to stay on the racetrack and gain a little track position. Perhaps they were hoping pit lane would be a little more clear.
Subscribe, y'all. Trying to get to 24K
without any sort of incident down there, because pit lane can be a trouble spot here at Talladega, Todd.
Yeah, definitely could be that, and we'll see what happens this time as they come by.
Pasta
also
up to
could
third.
be that this was right outside of their fuel window, and they felt like they needed to go longer to get into a situation where they could get to the end of the stage.
Kozlowski, McDowell, Cindric,
90
Austin
degrees.
Dillon, Noah Gragson were the fast 5 off of pit road. And as you pointed out, it does appear as though those cars that stayed on the racetrack will elect to pit right now. That will turn the lead back over to Brad when we go back under the green flag. Let's get an update on Daniel Suarez. He's back on pit road after bringing out the caution just a few laps ago.
And they are still just trying to diagnose exactly if there's any problems on the Daniel Suarez car. As we said, right side tires were down. They did replace those. Do just want to update Alex Bowman too quickly. Blake Harris, the crew chief, said we just got boxed in on that pit stall, so we're going to lose a ton of track position anyways. That's why they opted to just take tires and or take tires in addition to adding fuel for Alex Bowman.
What's up, Kelly? Welcome back. Thank you, Sean, for subscribing. Thank you.
The majority of the cars came in. They have all now just come to pit road. Kyle Larson is still down there on the pit lane. A longer stop than everybody else this time by. Steve Post, any idea why?
What's up with Kyle Larson?
Find out. Did not hear anything on their radio, so I'll check in with Cliff Daniels and crew and let you know what I hear.
He didn't wreck.
Steve, thank you very much. So a number of cars, pretty much everybody.
Penny and Draw starting next to each other.
The question now remains on Christopher Bell. He's still on pit road, just now leaving. Why is that?
All right, Kelly.
Well, he didn't get it when they went off the pit road to start the race. He did not get his wheel centered right. So basically, I have a piece of tape that centers up for the driver to know when the wheels are exactly straight. He did not get it right.
Denny.
They came in, they looked to make the adjustment with the steering wheel, but also they may have switched out the steering wheel too. They had both options there for him. And one of the things Adam Stevens said, we're going to take our time. We have no way of losing a lap here. We're going to come down and get the fuel anyway. So took their time.
We need those Toyotas to hook up.
So Christopher Bell will rejoin the race, but he'll fall in at the back of the field here as we work the caution flag for the first time today. Michael McDowell has led 13 of the opening 15 laps. Strong race car, Jeff. He was able to do it at the bottom of the track, the middle, and the top.
Yeah, now we'll see what he does when he goes side by side with Brad Kozlowski. It's Kozlowski at the point, McDowell second, Cindric third, Austin Dillon fourth, Noah Gragson fifth, Chris Buescher sixth, Ryan Blaney seventh,
Customs,
Truex,
thank you.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Keep
and Ryan Preece top 10. More on Kyle Larson. Posty.
Yeah, Kyle Larson pitted with the front group of cars back on lap number 14. Put right side tires on the end, and they decided to come down and top off. Todd Gordon just talked about very, very close on the fuel to the end, so Larson was toward the back of the field, just topped it off.
They hit the Geico restart zone. Green flag goes in the air, and we're racing again at Talladega. Not everybody is lined up 2 by 2. Those 12 cars that elected to pit on the second time by, Dave, did not get to choose what lane to restart in.
They did not, and as a result, they'll be single file at the tail end of the field. Here come the leaders side by side to turn number 2. Michael McDowell up high, Brad Kozlowski down low.
Everybody stays in that wheel-to-wheel formation. Further back mid-pack.
First caution. Yeah, that was the first caution.
We'll see how long it takes them to get to the front. It's all Kozlowski and McDowell. McDowell with a fender out in front, leading off the end of the back straightaway.
But that advantage goes away in a hurry as Brad Kozlowski makes up ground on that bottom side. He's getting a little bit of help from Austin Dillon. So for the moment, the top 10 are 2 by 2 by 2 off of turn 4.
Side by side, they come back through the tri-oval with Brad on the inside, Michael McDowell on the outside. Advantage this time.
Dow back to the lead.
Here comes Austin Cindric on the outside. Chris Buescher is there. And again, Austin Dillon right behind Brad.
3 wide line forming back around mid-pack.
Oh, AJ, what's up, dude?
That was Chase Briscoe leading the way. Sliding up in front of him
is all that
Ryan
beautiful
Preece.
Blue in the top
Sliding
20.
Up in front of Ryan Preece is Kyle Busch. Here they come, high, wide, and in.
And Up front, it's Michael McDowell sliding to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll slide across the nose of Brad Keselowski and seal off the inside lane. That will leave the middle lane led by Austin Cindric, and McDowell throws a block there.
There goes McDowell through that middle groove. He's blocking Austin Cindric. Behind Cindric, you have Chris Buescher, and at his left elbow, still Brad Keselowski. That outside lane led by Kyle Busch is getting...
Look at Rowdy. Where's my Rowdy friends?
They do have a lot of momentum all the way up
and that
against
Wonder
the
Bread
barrier.
shake and bake, baby.
They'll go 3 wide for the number 4 spot. They're going to go 3 wide for the number 2 spot.
Look at that 8, baby. Come on, go, Rowdy.
Goes Kyle Busch. He's got a ram
Let me
his
see those 8s.
outside lane. He's going to challenge Michael McDowell. McDowell's stuck in the middle. Here comes Keselowski on the bottom, 3 wide for the lead.
And 3 wide to the balance of the entire field. Kyle Busch in his blue Chevrolet leads the outside lane. You've got Michael McDowell in his red and yellow Ford in the middle with Brad's white and green Ford down low.
Can they keep that 3 wide formation? Well, Michael McDowell busts out of the box, so now he's got the clean lead, goes down to the bottom of the racetrack, throws the block on Brad Keselowski. Fight is on for third between Kyle Busch, Austin Cindric, and Austin Dillon.
Michael McDowell at the front of the field. Behind that, it is just chaos. You've got Brad Keselowski, Austin Dillon, Austin Cindric, and still Kyle Busch pounding away.
What's up, Andrew? Good to see you, buddy.
Relentless in his pursuit of the lead in that outside line. He's gotten shuffled back now to about the 7th position. He's got Ryan Preece. He's got Gilliland in his back bumper as well, trying to regroup.
Rush hour traffic in Talladega, Alabama on a Sunday afternoon. They are stacked up 3 wide behind the race leaders in Michael McDowell and Brad Keselowski. Austin Dillon downstairs, Cindric in the middle, Kyle Busch up top.
Best racing is from third on back, and that is where you will find Kyle Busch on that way outside lane, right to the rim. Now he gives the wheel a tug to the left, goes down to that middle groove and blocks Austin Cindric. Kyle Busch now challenging for the lead.
That blue and white Chevrolet Camaro of Kyle Busch now goes to the middle lane. He's side by side with Keselowski for the number 2 spot.
I'll just let the commercial play out real here.
McDowell, but once again, Ryan Preece is
big
leading
one is
the
about
outside.
to happen early.
McDowell content to watch that all happen in his
I would say.
mirror, and there's a lot going on back there right now. Here comes
Where's
Ryan
the 5
Preece.
at?
Outside lane, 3 wide. He'll drop down to the middle and challenge for the lead.
Ryan Preece will slide across the nose of Kyle Busch. In turn,
in
Michael
30th.
McDowell will jump to the middle and throw the block on Ryan Preece. Everybody dancing around on the Alabama Gang Super Stretch, and everybody in hot pursuit of Michael McDowell.
These are
It's
dicey
the
chess moves being played
Lucas
out.
Chevrolet of Kyle Busch. There he is right in that middle lane behind Ryan Preece. Is this the day? Is this the day?
Come on, Rowdy.
That Kyle Busch is
What's
going
up,
to see
Holly?
that
Good to
checkered
see
flag
you.
first. He's come close so many times in the second half of this season. Last week, had that moment with the guy he's following, teammate, Chase Briscoe. That's Brian Preece there, but it was Briscoe where that gap got really tight.
5 get eliminated. No, this is not a cutoff race. Next weekend.
By himself, but he's looked strong all weekend.
Yeah, one thing
Come on,
to notice
Rowdy.
also after this first caution, you can tell
Look
the
at that
intensity's
Wonder
picked up.
Bread in
Look
the
at
out in the
gap
lead.
between the cars. Everybody's tightened it up a little bit. They know to go faster, you got to tighten those gaps up to be a better pusher.
Let's talk more about the 41, Parker.
Right, Lee, and you might notice that paint scheme there, the Wonder Bread paint scheme, an ode to Talladega Nights. I was talking to Ryan earlier today about his plans. He said, I want to be aggressive. I want to get to the front of this
Elmer? Good
field.
to see you.
He said, but I did my preparation
you,
last
Paul.
night by watching Talladega Nights. He vies for the lead here at Talladega. I guess it kind of worked. He's got a fast Wonder Bread Ford up at the front right now.
I love it. He also said that he gets to
Shake and
pretend to be
bake.
Ricky Bobby for a weekend. That's pretty cool. And he's running well. Michael McDowell is about to notch up his 20th lap lead in that Loves Ford for Front Row Motorsports.
Don't give it to him yet. Oh, you got it. Teammate Todd Gilliland with a big push. Those guys work really well together, Steve. Todd really enjoys working with Michael. Michael is a very experienced racer, very open, honest with Todd, gives him a lot of advice. Good, really good relationship.
Enter the scene, the number 7 Gainbridge Chevy of Justin Haley. This track is very special to Justin. This is where he made his Cup debut back in 2019.
Back in 30th
that
on the
yellow,
restart.
black, and blue car just flashing by. He's up on the high line there. Fourth car in the
subscribe.
Highline.
If you do the Daniel Suarez fans 2 laps down, but at the back of this
Wonder
pack,
car will definitely win this race.
Repaired enough
Goes
to keep up on
Talladega
pace. 2 down to the field, but a lot of racing still.
Look at Mr. Busher.
If you weren't able to watch on the CW yesterday, the NASCAR Xfinity Series race, there was an added bit of motivation for car number 2, Austin Cindric. Austin entered today's Yellawood 500 last of the 12 playoff drivers. Well, that was exactly the scenario yesterday for Sammy Smith. And guess what Sammy did? He went out and won. He went from last to first in the Xfinity Series playoff points. So if Austin Cindric isn't motivated enough, that gave him an extra little nudge to say that it is real, it is possible, and at a track like Talladega.
And at a track where he has tons of confidence, right? If you look at what he's done on this type of racetracks, it is really good, the number of points he's earned. He's won the Daytona 500, consistently finds himself at the end of these races with a chance to win, Kim.
Yeah, and great at scoring stage points, and that was a big thing on the checklist for the team today. Talked to crew chief Brian Wilson. He said if we don't score 15 or more stage points today, it's going to be a huge disappointment. They are looking for a 45-plus points day before they head to the Roval next week.
It's early in the day. I don't care where anyone's running right now.
But there's still that golden ticket, a win and you advance. I know it didn't help the one of Ross Chastain, a non-playoff winner last week.
Fun today.
But every playoff driver, while this scares them, they also know the other side of that coin. If they're standing in victory lane,
25 laps of 60 completed stage 1.
Advance to the round of 8.
Marcus, that's not what we do, buddy.
We are doing what we've done for you on every Superspeedway this year, showing you every green flag lap live.
All right, let's crank it up. Let's ride along with Bad Brad. Helmet, our headset users, beware. With that, Lightning. How about 3 hours, T-Van, or more? Because you got to go off track to get to it. Love seeing that Wonder Bread in the camera. It's NASCAR.com, Cam. It's just different tabs. Thank you, Wade. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. For Larson, 24th.
You're watching the Yellawood 500 here on NBC Sports. We're in the NASCAR Cup Series Playoffs. And here at the one and only Talladega Superspeedway, I want to remind you that DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week new customers can bet $5 and pocket $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app, use the promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. The numbers, the key numbers, bottom left. Who's got your attention, Steve?
Well, they're live odds, and I don't know if anything I've seen so far today has changed my opinion of the race. It's a long shot sort of race. You have Keselowski so good here, Logano so good here, 12-1 on your money, plus 1,200. Or you can go even further back, Cindric, McDowell. McDowell's leading at 14-1. So hard to predict, but you can live bet. Do you have an inkling of one of these? Look at all the onboards. So much going on.
We're going to Ryan Blaney's car right here. Hello from France, just discovered your channel. Thank you so much, John.
Michael McDowell has been out in front for 27, coming up 28 laps. How's that going to hurt him fuel-wise, fuel economy-wise?
The problem is when you're pushing the air, when you're leading the pack, you're burning the most. This is really like a train, like a locomotive, right? A multiple engine locomotive. The guy out front doing most of the work. People further back in the pack. This is a 2-feet situation. So take a look right here. That is Ricky Stenhouse's feet. Left foot on the brake, right foot on the gas. Watch
Denise, what's
very
up?
Closely. Right here, the top, that carbon fiber spot.
Thank you,
that
Curtis.
That is the top of the gas pedal. Watch it. He's going to move it
subscribe.
back.
Keep hitting that
there
like
you go.
button.
That's wide open.
Trying to get to 600 likes. 600 likes.
They're not
Come on, Justin Haley, let's go.
I mean, this takes
Justin Haley, let's go.
Yeah, the team, the 34 team is telling him to manage your throttle to try to save fuel, and that's exactly what Stenhouse is doing. And it's one thing to save fuel, it's another thing to do it and try to gain positions, try to not lose positions. It's really turned into an art. And I'll tell you, it's interesting, like when you talk to teams about what they think is the best way to do it, you get a lot of different answers.
Right.
You know,
Reddick and Hamlin are working together. Good deal.
The best way to do it. And I think the situation changes all the time.
Look at that. Just up to the front. There's Denny again.
The top, the bottom, the middle. We talked about all that.
Chastain right behind Denny.
I don't think has been saving a ton of fuel was Denny Hamlin. You know, we saw him have that issue. Kind of got hung out a little bit. Worried about how he's going to get back to the front, and there he is, the fourth car in that top lane. Did it on lap 14.
And he, Jeff, he is the lead Toyota. And in this style of track, this style of racing, we always talk about needing friends,
crazy
needing
racing,
drafting
partners.
Well, he is the
Come on,
sole
Justin
Toyota.
Haley.
Doesn't have any. The nearest Toyota friend.
Take it to the front,
for Tyler Reddick, and he's back several positions.
Well,
dang commercials.
Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Hit that
explained the race yesterday. We had a conversation about his driver going to victory lane, and he said the key I told my drivers would be patient when this couldn't happen.
We'll just let the commercials
but when
play
it
out.
Can, you have to force the guy behind to push you. So you talk about teammates, but when it's 3 wide like this,
all come.
you have the ability to force the guy behind you to follow. Now, Danny already got hung out once because they went
let them all
to
play
4
out.
Wide. But Jimmy,
how long they parade around before the race begins? Exactly, Rob. He's logging some laps now.
You are
got 28 laps to go here in the stage.
A scenario like that, and what I take away from watching Ricky's feet is I'm happy that he's dragging the brake because I always get yelled at for doing that too. It just burns more fuel. So the idea is to run the brake and make that car behind you push you in a way to keep you moving forward and keep that gap closed up with the car in front of you. So, Ricky, thank you for
NASCAR.com,
and the broadcast is on NBC.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. I mean, just see, it looks like maybe they're just riding around, and this couldn't be further from the truth with that. And I think an advantage that they have now over years ago, you know, we had to only know and think what we were saying. Now they can look at their dash and see exactly how much throttle they are giving, and that just helps them to modulate and save more fuel when it's needed and when the opportunity presents itself.
600 likes.
Yeah, it's so true. It's really changed the complexion of restricted light races. We now are saving fuel to get stage breaks.
Likes. Let's go.
Less time on pit lane. It's really, you know, complicated things in some ways and put more in the engineer's hands.
What was quite a rhythmic 3-wide situation has now been broken up. Zane Smith, Kyle Larson, they were at it. Tyler Reddick is in the middle of it. Ty Gibbs, I should say, is in the middle of it, right behind Larson in the 54.
Yeah, now it's put Zane Smith 4 wide. He gave a little bit of room to the 5-car Larson.
Get that 1,000 likes. Let's get it. That's right, Brian.
You just cannot give anybody a look to your inside or your outside. And then when it is 4 wide, how does it merge? What's
Bowman
going
needs to get up on Haley. Start pushing.
See the inner turn 3? They worked that out pretty well.
Briscoe got out of it. Briscoe was right in the middle of all of that. The 14 dropped back. They had some brake issues yesterday in qualifying, and they were pretty slow. They were slower than what they expected. So let's talk more about the man who's out in front with Kim Kuhn. Kimmy?
Yeah, that's Michael McDowell. We talk about fuel saving. Here's what the team told him before this green flag run.
I probably need you to be, you know, that kind of like 70, 80 stuff we've done in the lead, managing the lanes with Brad here. We'll see what happens. If we're going to be too slow doing that where people pit, then we may have to adapt. So I just need you to save the start, and then we'll figure it out after we get some data.
Thank you, Jacob, for subscribing. Jacob, thank you.
They're telling him he still needs to go 70%. They said we need to save 15
Brian,
more laps
a rookie
to go hard at the end.
Kim Lee just mentioned Chase Briscoe qualifying in the back, a full second slower than the fastest car yesterday. I asked crew chief Richard Boswell. He said the brakes were dragging, never seen it before. Should not be a problem today, and Chase's car appears to be fine.
Look at Haley.
Yeah, you can see the drivers are starting to get aggressive. The effort to get the outside lane working.
25 to go here in this stage. 600 likes. Let's go to 700 likes.
About how, if you're back there, are you going to get to the front? That's by forcing it 4 wide, trying to make something happen. When you do it, Diff, though, you got to have somebody go with you. You saw Larson put a block on Eric Jones right there. It came really close to making contact.
Look at Jones right on the wall. Comes storming down that outside. 4 wide. Reddick,
oh, Ross, why'd you do that?
Gregson down on the low side. Eric
Making
Jones
it 4 wide? Oh, that's not going to work.
The challenge for 4 wide is not only space, but definition of lines. You see the white dotted lines. 3 wide, I think the drivers have a very clear feeling where the bottom, middle, top is. But when 3 turns to 4,
oh
now
my
all of a sudden the white lines aren't a very good reference.
Oh.
Where is the 3rd lane versus the 4th lane? As we see in another aggressive move, 4 wide moving forward. Larson the pusher.
Yeah, it's game on right now. You can see the energy starting to build. 23 to go for this stage.
Oh my God.
And if you're a Kyle Larson fan, you are loving this because he has made up 20
positions
since the restart. That 5 has been flying.
Are you loving it? If your 5 is 3 high and a 4 wide paddle dip,
he's made some decisive moves that have worked.
Now you're right. The move forward is great, but it's almost like holding your breath. Just how long can they pull this off?
Yeah, it's game on now. Everybody's pushing hard. I don't think there's anybody trying to save fuel at this moment. Whoa, really tight off of 4.
Look at Justin Haley up on that high line. Number 7, the Gainbridge Chevy. McDowell and his teammate Todd Gilliland. Austin Cindric sitting in the middle, pretty much where he's been for the majority of this race.
Look at that, y'all.
We're getting ready to see the pushes get bigger and bigger. Haley to the lead. No surprise there.
It's Cindric. New leader. Larson up there. It's going to take one mistake, y'all. Bowman Nation, what's up, Patrick? Camera work's been amazing today. Stage 1 here, 20 to go, 19 now.
You see on the right to get charged up during the NASCAR playoffs with a chance to win all-electric 2024 Ford F-150 Lightning Flash, or visit NASCAR.com/Ford Playoffs promo.
Hit that like button. What's up, Debbie? Good to see you. Hit that like button. 1,000 likes is our goal.
Alex Bowman, his teammate Kyle Larson, and Ross Chastain.
This is not good, y'all.
Across that front row with 18 to go. And now make it 4. Daniel Hemrick joins the party, and so too does Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, big push from Denny Hamlin. I mean, this is crazy. They've been 4 wide lap after lap.
Trying to get to 700 likes.
I mean, if you're a playoff driver, you have to be terrified, right? If something happens at the front of this pack and you're in it, how in the world are you going to miss it?
This is some separation, Stevie. Some others have
Denny,
decided
be
to get
careful,
out of
buddy.
As I said,
be careful, Denny.
Yeah, I'm not sure that view back there is any different. You look ahead and you say, 4 wide, 7 deep. Is this really a mess I want to get into? I mean, it looks like a formation lap. It doesn't appear that this could possibly be a group of cars
190 mile an hour right here.
I used to wake up nervous here, Diff.
Yeah,
looks ridiculous. I know.
One person makes a mistake. One person just misjudges it by a foot. He's going to take a lot of people with him.
You mentioned earlier, Jeff, and every single driver talks about it.
This is a rear from Blaney.
What does that feel like from the driver's seat?
Oh, the car is buffing around. It's moving all over the place. You're trying to figure out, is there any energy coming from behind me? What is going on in the front?
Oh, the commercial.
You're pretty much locked in. Unless somebody leaves you a hole.
5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Andrew.
You have to just try to push
You're the man,
lane.
Andrew.
By the way, all this is going on.
Everybody tell Andrew, thank you.
What a view from Ricky Stenhouse, the Palmolive camera. And he also gave us that foot cam earlier. We'd like to thank JTG and Palmolive for bringing that shot to the fans.
4 wide, 7 deep. It's nuts.
That's a great shot also from in that car because it shows you what he can't see.
Yeah.
He can't see what's going
on
in
Debbie,
front of him on the road that
violent
he's in.
freight train coming at you.
Joey Logano feathering the throttle a little bit there. The Coke on board. Tucked in behind Todd Gilliland. There's Stenhouse. Blaney in the 12.
Or ahead.
Ross Chastain, the Kansas winner of a week ago, leads here in Talladega.
In that one camera shot, you have 10 of the 12 playoff cars, right? There. Good luck picking them all out, but they're in there. Trust me.
Best drivers in the world on display. 100% agree with you, Mike.
Larson and Bell, and they were down in the high 20s. And now they've just slowly worked their way forward.
Chris says they sound like they're wide open, but they're probably at like 50 to 70%.
In 15 laps, so those playoff drivers know that's why you need to find your way to the front. The yellow spoilers, that's a great way to identify the cars that are in the playoffs.
Thank you, Horse Rider. You're welcome.
We spoke about this briefly.
This is why I love NASCAR. That's right, Viva. Hit that like, hit the subscribe. Let's go.
Somewhere in the lead up to this race, use the words smart and aggressive. How's that working at the moment?
Thanks for all the subscribes, y'all.
So I'd say
24K.
It's working out pretty well, but
I can see it. It's close.
Michael Jordan, you know, it's great to have him at the racetrack. Big supporter, loves his race team, and imagine what that guy, you know, the competitor that he is sitting there thinking.
Right now, I just takes one mess up here, y'all.
Riding right here in the passenger seat with Tyler Reddick.
That's for sure.
And Michael has been in the headlines this week for both himself and co-owner Denny Hamlin of 2311 and Front Row Motorsports.
Blaney got out of it.
Filing that antitrust lawsuit against NASCAR
Keselowski got out of it.
France.
He's way in the back.
An ongoing story. For how long, we don't know. But NASCAR has a 60-day buffer to respond to that.
Oh, that would be pretty
following
cool.
that keenly. But that's a side story. This is the story. What's happening on track is simply incredible.
It's interesting to me that outside lane can't quite get the energy to get up to the front row.
You're welcome, Randy.
You see Denny Hamlin, that 11 car,
I think he's not really wanting to be exceptionally aggressive and give those big pushes needed. There it goes. That's what's going to be required. And I think Denny, now with 13 to go, Steve, is starting to say, all right, what am I going to have to do? How am I going to get stage points? And that's how you're going to have to do it. You're going to have to be willing to put that front bumper to the rear bumper of the car in front of you and just push. Shove them all the way down the straightaway. You try not to do it in the corner or even do this trial. Because if you do and you do it wrong, you can spin that guy out and cause a wreck.
Somebody get a heart rate monitor on Jimmy Johnson, part of the ownership group of the Legacy Motor Club. His driver, Eric Jones, is up there in the mix.
All right, let's do... Yeah, Bad Brad, look at him. He's way back. He knows. He knows. Let's let in to Ryan Blaney. If it doesn't lag here. Oh, well. Cranking it up. See what it sounds like coming by 4 wide. Let's see what it sounds like coming by 4 wide. That's crazy. 190 mile an hour, 4 wide on this track. I don't know either, Viva. There, and it's gone in a second. We got 11 to go in the stage. 11 to go in the stage. Get your thumbs ready again. Get them ready. Here they come. Get them ready to show you. Oh, they broke up a little bit. That's weird. That's right, kid. Woo! And Lawson is out there. These boys running like the next rest stop is 40 miles and they gotta go bad. That's right. Love that coming around. No shot they keep this up, Garcia says. Nobody breathe. Nobody make a move. Ugh.
Was the first one up there, Eric Jones in that 43 car. What's that like as an owner sitting watching this take place?
Better he than me.
200 miles an hour is just too slow at Talladega. That's awesome, kid.
What a show those guys put on.
So what
Thank
was
you,
that
Bob.
stable 4
Appreciate
wide across
you.
the front? There was a little breakaway.
Get yourself some.
With Ty Gibbs and Kyle Larson, and Ross Chastain is now at the front again. Whatever play,
400
whatever
to go to 24K. Come on, y'all.
8 to go in the stage. Find your
guarantee
friends,
none
find
of
your
them are
enemies,
blinking.
find anybody that will push. As Cindric
8 to go.
Car sideways.
Yeah, that's where the wrecks always happen.
Look at Ty Gibbs, the legend in training.
Exactly right.
Where's Eric Church
Doesn't line
at?
it up right. Spins the guy in front of the pack.
What an awesome race Justin Haley's having. Watch that Spire Motorsports Gainbridge Chevrolet at the front. He's up there, second back on the low line behind Alex Bowman, pushing the Ally Chevy.
And just like that, Bad Brad's back.
Opening stage for Austin Cindric as well, the 2. Ford Mustang, the discount tire machine for Team Penske, started on the front row. Here goes Gibbs. Gibbs gets out of line. The monster machine to the front.
The 1 car of Chastain, a big side draft, trying to slow him down.
Now here comes
7 to go.
To Chastain. That's going to be the same move for Denny.
I'm going to go to MRN radio for the finish.
Until you're clear. See if you can switch lanes. He's looking for the 5, does it? He switches lanes.
Larson trying to get in front of Bowman.
The teammates he has formed a 4th lane all the way up against the outside safer barrier. That will not work. He's going backwards. Chastain at the front of the field.
Hamlin screaming for help, but getting none.
Thank you, Josh.
Back now. He'll find some room down in that 3rd wide line, back around 12th to 14th place. Head of the pack, it continues to be the Melon Man, Ross Chastain.
It's Chevrolet at the controls. The Chevrolet of Ross Chastain. You've got the
commentator's voice
Chevys of
sounds
Alex
familiar.
Bowman and Kyle Larson side by side for second behind him. 3 wide further back as everybody
Piglet.
now begins
That's
to
funny.
elbow their way for real estate off the end of the backstretch. Chastain going
one of our guys that on our mods, Eric Church, he says legend in training all the time.
He's threatening to block Alex
I was
Bowman.
seeing if he was here.
Turn 4, Bowman in second. Kyle Larson and Justin Haley side by side for 3rd.
For the moment, that inside lane is beginning to get the momentum. They've gotten 3 cars now to break away single file. It's Ross Chastain, Alex Bowman, and Justin Haley.
Ross Chastain with more blocks than Legoland right now, trying to hang on to the lead. For the moment, he can
more blocks than Legoland. Des, D, thank you so much,
line.
D.
He's got no challengers to the right elbow.
3-car breakaway, now a 4-car breakaway in the middle lane as the the bottom lane as the middle lane and the outside lines fade for just a moment. It's Chastain, it's Bowman, and Haley, the first 3 on the bottom of the racetrack. It is a little bumpy there.
It's right. Spinhouse didn't wreck anybody.
Ross Chastain managing those bumps.
Look at Lawson.
Well. Still holding on to the top spot. Bowman by himself. For
come on.
Still Haley, Larson, Michael McDowell, and now Austin Cindric round out the top 5.
And we have valuable stage points up for grabs here in just 4 more laps. 3 wide for the lead. Kyle Larson, Ross Chastain, and Alex Bowman.
Young Money trying to make his run for the front. He is in the 3 wide outside lane. He's lost momentum. Drafting help nowhere to be found for the moment. Here comes Denny Hamlin to the rescue, but Larson is back outside the top 10.
We were 4 wide. We were 3 wide. Now it's starting to settle down to 2 wide with that Larson lane all the way on the outside fading and in mid-pack. Chastain leads up the middle, but here comes Bowman downstairs with a full head of steam. Austin Cindric and his Ford trying to bust up the Chevy trio up at the front. It is Chastain, it is Bowman, then Cindric side by side with Justin Haley. That's the fight for the 3rd spot. They're 2 by 2 by 2.
Larson's pushing there. Where the heck did Eric Jones? Was that Spinhouse? Where did he come from?
On tour from Kansas. He's at the front of the field.
Spinhouse was in 10th a lap ago.
And he's got drafting help from behind from Austin Cindric.
He knows the move is coming. He's just not sure
which
lane it'll be.
Spinhouse.
Low line. He drifted up, trying to
everybody say some prayers.
Cindric. He was successful there, but Alex Bowman
hit that like.
And here comes the 3rd
trying to get to 800 likes.
Again. This time it's led by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. His green and white Chevrolet powering to lead around the outside of everybody. He'll do it with drafting help from Larson. Busher and Ty Gibbs. Stenhouse had the lead momentarily. Now Ross Chastain and that
Chastain, he's gonna wreck somebody doing that.
His left elbow. Austin Cindric right behind the leader. It is a fast jacket of cars up at the
Thank
front.
you, McCullough.
Stage points only pay the top 10 playoff drivers outside of the top 10 right now, including Byron, Logano, Bell, Elliott, Hamlin, and Briscoe, but they're right there in the middle of it all as they
Recchi gonna call the wreck.
Bell's about to ring as they all make another run at Ross Chastain. This time the outside lane has got some momentum. Chastain trying to fight back in the middle line as they come off turn number 2.
Now you've got points that's dangling there at the end of the stick for these drivers. We were 4 wide about half that stage. Now you got points hanging in the balance. Who's going to get them? They're all trying to in double and 3 wide formation. Ross Chastain getting a heck of a push from the Ford of Austin Cindric. That means Chastain gets a little bit of a benefit. Here comes Cindric now. He'll go to the bottom, trying to get to the inside of Chastain. Nothing doing as they exit off turn 4.
Ross Chastain drifted high, blocked that lane, comes back to the bottom. There's no more blocking for Chastain. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the outside lane. He's got drafting help from Kyle Larson and Chris Busher. They'll go to the front of the field as we begin the final lap of stage 1.
Ricky Stenhouse winds it up tight in the outside lane. Larson will follow him around the outside.
Here comes Busher.
He goes to second. Ross Chastain now side side-by-side for third for Chris Buescher.
Two-car breakaway in Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Kyle Larson. They're going to ease their way to the bottom of the back straightaway. They'll throw the block on Larson. That'll lead Chris Buescher
come on.
in the lead in the middle.
Field pours into turn 3. It is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. showing the way. Kyle Larson right behind him.
He's going to get it. Buescher's going to win the stage.
On to second with Austin Cindric to his right elbow. Make that Chris Buescher. Chris Buescher now chasing down the leader.
Wow, Buescher wins the stage.
Out front by too much. Here comes a pack, and they're going to run him down. Chris Buescher to the lead. Here comes William Byron to the outside. The green and white checkered flag is in the air, and Chris Buescher across the line.
Chris Buescher,
number 1.
Mr.
Ricky
Buescher.
Stenhouse Jr. just got out front by too much off 4, and he will finish runner-up to Buescher in stage 1. William Byron 3rd, Kyle Larson 4th, Christopher Bell 5th, Tyler Reddick 6th, Ross Chastain was 7th, 8th went to Chase Briscoe, 9th to Austin Cindric, and Ryan Blaney was 10th.
And that look at
Can
the
we
top
all
10
breathe
and
a
who
sigh of
scored
relief
points
now?
in this stage.
Can we exhale, Jeff?
So intense.
All right, they're going to mute that. All right, there we go. So end of stage 1. Thanks so much, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that stage. That was fun. 3,200 folks hanging out in stage 1. Thank you guys for being here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. 24,000 is getting pretty close. 24,000 is getting pretty close. We're under 400 subscribers away. Under 400. Can we get to 24K today? That would be amazing. And no Denny Hamlin hat or shirt next week if we get to 24K. But thank you guys for hanging out with us today on The Go at CeeLo. And let me change my cams here. We got Bad Brad. Let's see Lawson. He was doing pretty well. Let's see here. What's going on here? Denny. He's way in the back. Denny dropped way in the back. 24. Thank you for the gifted sub, whoever you are. Yeah. Thank you, Andrew. Thank Andrew for the gifted sub for Andrew. But thank you guys for hanging out. We're under caution. Let me refresh this one because it is messing up. See, let's go Willie B. How did he get up there? Let's go to Willie B's cam. He's up front. There's that one. And Blaney's car has been lagging ever since we went there. We'll go to 17 for the leader. Buescher. 17. $5. Okay, what happened to Kyle? Why is he 30th? I'm having anxiety already. We do not need another bad day. I think he just got out of it. Like it was not looking good. Like, I mean, Kozlowski, he dropped back. So I bet Brad just got out. I mean, Kyle just got out. He was like, we ain't doing this. But what's up, Suzanne, what's going on? This has potential to be a Ford-wide finish as they don't wreck out half the field before the end. Oh boy. So we got that one, Mr. Buescher here, and we'll have our cameras set up for the next race, next stage here. But if you want to see a camera, let me know. I just can't show Logano. And if you need to know where somebody is, let me know. I'll scroll up as well on that too. Here's the field before the pit stops here. Well, I like Buescher's camera. That's pretty cool. It's kind of fuzzy though. Looks like it's broke. Like the piece fell off of it or something.
Cycle insurance, visit progressive.com. National Debt Relief, helping you become debt-free. And by Yellawood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
Awesome race. This is going to be exciting from start to finish. It is, Debbie.
And how intense the playoffs make it. Here's what Larson told his team.
That was way more intense than stage 1 should be. Holy smokes.
Yeah, we were all on pins and needles there with you. Good job.
Yeah, so a great job by Kyle Larson scoring stage points, but a little bit more intense than they wanted to see in that first stage.
Well, some incredible racing, and what happens when everybody's pushing, trying to get position. We talked about it. Cindric with a big push to Larson. You know, that save is so big, not just for Larson, but the entire field, right? What if one of these guys in this front row wrecks? They're going to take everybody with them, and it's just so intense to be behind the wheel in the middle of that, trying to get stage points. We talked about the drivers that didn't. Again, Alex Bowman, who ran in the front that whole time. It just didn't work out at the end. He didn't get any. Logano, Chase Elliott, Hamlin.
All right, let's watch the 17 car, the leader, go to work.
Qualified poorly, as Dave mentioned earlier, and at the end of stage 1, comes in 8th. Valuable points.
Cars are stable. They are so siege.
A valuable caution.
Lawson, as Eva
we
says,
documented that he was in an accident early.
The big one's coming in stage 2.
Joey's 2 laps down, but he's going to award the free pass, so he'll be back to 1 lap down for this next stage. Still basically the last car in the field, but still running is the goal. And after what I just saw in stage 1, still running is going to be an important thing at the end of this day.
And with this many cars on pit road, it's very easy to have.
Yeah, he got out of that. That was nuts.
What an aggressive drive for William Byron from 32nd in the middle of stage 1 up to 3rd at variance. And the car buffets around a little bit more than he would like. At the end of the run, they're going to wait on fuel, Parker.
Similar story for Chris Bell. Restarted outside the top 35 there, but was able to get 5th at the end of the stage. They will do 4 tires and wait on fuel as well. Dave.
Tyler Reddick, 5 stage points, 4 tires from Goodyear, wait on fuel like everyone. The car drives well, according to the driver, Kim.
Kyle Larson, bottom right, 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel. He was waiting on Cliff's call to leave the box. You saw that kind of stutter there. Kyle Larson didn't ask for anything. He just wanted to know which drivers in the playoffs scored points and which didn't, as he had to back up out to get out of his box.
So Byron plus 2, Buscher
who's
minus 1.
Who's in the green, who's in the red as they come off
Bell Reddick
pit road. Check this out.
So we are under caution. Stage 2 about to start. Scroll leaderboard. Awesome. Yeah, just anytime you need to see the scroll leaderboard, let me know. I'll scroll it for you. There you go, Ron. So it'll probably update after the pits, though. But Alfredo 1 lap down. Suarez 1 lap down. SVG the leader. Did he stay out? I don't think he stayed out. Let's see. Hey, look at SVG. When it says Willie B's in the front, so we'll see here what it looks like when it all scrumbles through. Where's my man Kyle? I just scrolled there. He was way in the back. And here comes some more. Chase 9 having radio issues on and off. What's up, Holly? See you, Holly. Corey, they had a end of the stage, Corey. End of the stage. A lot of good drivers hanging out in the back. That's right, Brian. Thanks for becoming a member as well, by the way, Brian. Thank you so much again. And $5 super chat from NASCAR Fun Junkie. Appreciate you. Andrew, thanks for the gifted memberships. Thank you for everyone that's super chatted today. If you would like to, we have a membership. You can super chat. You can send a Cash App, a Venmo, whatever you want. I see you. I see you too, Holly. All right. So this is Willie B's car and Chris Busch. I don't like Buscher's camera, so we're going to change it. Let's go to Bell, Christopher Bell. He's sitting there in 5th place. We'll ride along with Christopher Bell, too, as well. That was scary in stage 1. Let's see what happens next. Yeah, in the words of Larson, that was too much more than we really wanted, Larson said. But thanks, guys, so much for the love. Hit that like, hit that subscribe for us as we are in stage 2. Make sure all the commercials are done on these cameras so we're all free here for at least Cup 10 laps at least. All right, there's Christopher Bell's car. We got Willie B, and we have aerial cam and driver cam. All right, so let's go to MRN radio again. And for the restart.
Audio from your favorite drivers, spotters, and crews.
Commercials still, so make sure you're hitting that like button. Trying to get to 800, almost to 800. We'll go to 900. Thank you, John, for subscribing as well. Crap. Chase going in the back into a top-off fuel. Oh, didn't get enough fuel in there. So we'll listen in here.
For the second stage. Yellawood brand pressure treated pine introduced.
Mute that because I'm talking about the hurricane damage. Has got music that's copyrighted on it. But thank you guys so much. All right. See you, Butterfly. Let's get 800 likes before the green. Let's do it. Boom. Just like that. 800 likes. Here comes Willie B again. John, thank you for becoming a rookie member. John, what's up with Willie B? That's second pit stop. Live. What's going on here?
A lot about it. You heard the words of Kyle Larson, just how stressful and intense that first stage was.
Yeah, we appreciate you just giving us a little bit of break to catch our breath, just watching this. Jimmy, I know you've driven this next-gen car at Daytona back in the 500 earlier this year. Being in situations like that, how does this car react and handle if you happen to be in the middle of that 3 and 4 wide?
It's a good driving car. I mean, it really does drive well, but it's still 4 wide at 200 miles an hour. And as you know, there's so much air being pushed off these cars and the buffeting that takes place from side to side. I don't know how these guys stayed in line, the merging that took place. We didn't have an incident. That was really impressive driving by everybody out there.
Yeah, it was fun to watch, and we saw William Byron through the tri-oval make an aggressive move to get up to third there. Get a lot of stage points, plus maybe learning something from Blake.
Some are going to the back and get out of what's about to happen as well.
And Kyle Larson came down to top off after losing so many spots on pit road. They also fixed the hood flat springs after that stop. Larson asked, can you guys look at the video and tell me what I can do better getting into my box, because that matters so much here on a busy pit road. He asked if I come in at a less of an angle but can be further out from the pit wall. He thinks that still gives the 17 of Chris Buescher enough room behind him, and then the ability to get out of the box behind Noah Gragson. Marty.
Kim, in fact, all the Hendrick Motorsports cars came down pit road for a little extra fuel. Steve, tires are never normally an issue at Talladega, but I want to show you the of Todd Gillen. This right front came off his car, and look at that, Steve.
So you think the big one's going to come sooner or later? I think
how concerning would that be? There are a number of teams that have this same issue.
Stage 3.
So I'm not super concerned. We just saw 60 laps on this set of tires. The only, I guess, little bit of a concern diff is 68 laps in that final stage. If you get behind and you have to get a creative strategy. But then again, I'm not riding in the car, right? As a crew chief, I'm kind of used to seeing a little bit of fabric. That's just what's underneath the rubber on the tire. I actually think even if the track is big, rubber will get put
down. Once again, for this Geico restart, half of the field will be completely single file because they did not get the opportunity to choose what lane they want to restart in because they came to pit lane. So it looks like, what, about 9 rows or so of cars double wide. After that, they're single file all the way through.
Stage 1 was insane. What does stage 2 have in store? Let's find out. Green flag goes back in the air on lap number 66. Up front, they're side by side as they head to 1.
Here they come into the banking of turn number 1. That's Chris Buescher on the bottom of the racetrack. He leads by about a nose, maybe a fender now, as he's got some drafting help behind him.
Sean, you can zoom in on your phone.
Tyler Reddick now with drafting help from Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They are in the middle of the back straightaway in the middle lane, while Buescher leads the lane down low. Jockeying back and forth for the lead. Now it's Buescher that'll get a fender out in front.
The field pours into turns 3 and 4. It is Chris Buescher showing the way, but just narrowly so over Tyler Reddick. Behind Chris Buescher, you've got the car of Christopher Bell. Ricky Stenhouse.
Thank you, the Donna.
2 by 2 by 2 for the entire field.
Working stage number 2 with the caution laps. It's going to be a touch shorter in length. We're down to 53 to go in the stage. Up front, the Ford Mustang Dark Horse of Chris Buescher, the Toyota Camry XSE of Tyler Reddick.
Literally
third lane already forming.
Third lane is beginning to materialize. That's back around 16th or 18th place, led by Josh Berry. For the moment, they continue.
Here comes the Penske cars.
Josh Berry continues to pick up more assistance now. Ryan Preece is going to jump up in front of him. Now this 3-wide line is about to crack the top 10. Here they come up the back straightaway. Up front, it's Buescher and Reddick. Now the 3-wide lane has arrived on the scene.
Austin Cindric went upstairs, got in front of Joey Logano. That's that third lane. They're challenging for that third spot. Meanwhile, it is still Chris Buescher down on the bottom lane, leading with Christopher Bell and Ryan Blaney.
Here we go again. It's Talladega, and it's 3 wide from the front of the pack.
2
all
helicopters
the way
at
back
Talladega.
to the back side of the pack, led by Buescher.
That's good.
Then you get back to Ryan Blaney. To his outside, Tyler Reddick.
Chris Buescher and Christopher Bell running single file.
Oh, Blaney with that move. All 3 Penske cars hooked up.
On the bottom of the racetrack. The battle for 4th. Ty Gibbs slides up to the middle to try and fend off Austin Cindric.
And right now, here comes an aggressive move from the bottom. Joey Logano goes from the bottom all the way to the outside line. Christopher Bell does the same. Buescher does the same. Make that Ryan Blaney the first to make the aggressive moves.
Because Buescher went to the top side and blocked Bell, he's
Keeping
able
that
to hang on to the lead. But here comes Michael McDowell in a very, very
900
place,
likes.
that lower line. He challenges Ty Gibbs for the 4th position.
McDowell's trying to get back to a familiar spot as well, and that is leading laps. He's led the most here so far today, a total of 36. He's now to a 3-wide battle for the number 5 spot as they all funnel off to 1.
Michael McDowell gassing it up, trying to make his way back to the front of the pack. He's got a little more work to do. Slides through on the bottom. He'll take possession of 4th place. Now he goes after Blaney for 3rd. Now he's going to go after Christopher Bell for 2nd.
Michael McDowell starts at the bottom. He'll slide across the nose of Ty Gibbs in the middle. So now it's Michael McDowell leading the middle lane, and that leaves the inside line to be led by Corey LaJoie with John Hunter Nemechek downstairs.
LaJoie's up in there.
Impressive charge by Michael McDowell. He's doing this all by himself, side by side with Ryan Blaney. That's for the 3rd spot. He goes to the middle ground, does Michael McDowell. Now that bottom lane.
Thank you, Wesley, for being a pro member.
Corey LaJoie leading that inside line back to the trial. Well, McDowell leading the middle lane.
Yeah, that 17's got a broken camera lane.
McDowell closing in. He's got 3rd. He's looking for 2nd.
Right.
He's looking for more.
Super Speedway, how do you like it? He said, I like it.
As he challenges
Until
now
it goes
Ryan
wrong.
Yeah, welcome to the club. That's how it is.
Some good representation, Marty, in that
commercials.
first stage by the Hendrick Motorsports Chevys. What you got?
Yeah, terrific end to the stage
Thank you,
for Hendrick Motorsports. But interestingly, Steve, we saw all the Hendrick Motorsports and a lot of Chevrolets, in fact, come down pit road, top off with fuel, going 1 extra lap, just a little bit more fuel in the cars. And then you saw Alex Bowman, who was near the top 10 at the end of stage 1, fall immediately all the way to the back on the top line. And he was told max save from this point. So what's the strategy here for the Hendrick cars in the max save mode here in stage 2?
Thank you guys for the coach. I finally get to watch a race.
Stop. So if you save more gas,
I still have you on, brother.
You just spend
Thank you
less
so much,
time
man.
sitting in your pit box. This is no different than a road trip down the highway.
Thank you all for the love today.
Jeff and I stop at the local gas station together, and
Buescher,
he needs 8
Bell,
gallons,
Blaney,
and I need
McDowell,
4, and we're
Cindric.
both in a hurry. I'm going to pull away from the pump quicker because I only need 4 gallons. Same thing here. While the pit stops are going to look the same, tenths of a second at 200 miles an hour can cycle you from 30th to 5th or from 5th to 30th. The trick is, and everyone has a different strategy.
Please look at John Logano have engine trouble.
5th saving gas, 20th saving gas, 15th. I will tell you, I just want to be where they don't wreck. So, Diff, if you can tell me where that's going to be, that's where I'd like to ride out and hang out.
Well, I tell you who we might look to as far as navigating his way around this track successfully today is the car in 2nd. The yellow number 20 of Christopher Bell, the DeWalt Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing. Bell got a penalty and was put to the back of the field, and throughout that stage 1 worked his way into 5th. Unbelievable result.
Bell, Big Wade, where you at,
we get
man?
the next along on board of Chris Buescher. Looking back at Bell, who says, I'm getting better at racing super speedways, Jeff. I'm not one of the best, but I know I'm getting better.
Yeah, he's getting better because he's working at it. He
22nd.
knows that you can get in a wreck, and there's nothing you can do about that unless you cause it. But you can't look at it and say,
22nd for Lawson.
Right? You've got to do your part as a driver. And he has been studying a lot, been working a lot to be better at this skill set.
Complaining somewhere.
We're talking about Christopher Bell and his Toyota. Let's give you the Toyota driver
I need a bigger
update.
grandstand. Chevy
Obviously,
hanging
Christopher
back. Good
leads that
strategy,
group.
I think so.
And the playoff drivers highlighted in yellow.
All those
Ty
blue
Gibbs
ovals
next,
out there, though.
He's inside there. Michael McDowell in the Loves Ford for Front Row Motorsports, the pole sitter today. Flanked by Chris Buescher on his outside. goes back to the front. It's one of the questions we were talking about before the green flag dropped. Are we going to get a playoff driver win today, or will it be another spoiler?
We've come. All right, let's ride along with Christopher Bell. Christopher Bell riding in P4. Headset users beware. Crank it up.
Joe Gibbs. How about Rick Ware Racing?
You guys enjoyed the crank it up plus the scanner on Christopher Bell. Could you hear the scanner okay?
Ahead of Cody Ware. The 51 and the 15.
Did you hear the scanner good?
Second race for Corey with Rick Ware
Welcome,
Racing.
Aaron.
And he came out of the box strong last weekend with a top 15 result, Steve.
Did a really nice job in his first race behind the wheel of the 51. Remember, a driver swap between Spire and Rick Ware Racing. That 15, Arby's car behind the 51. That's Cody Ware, son of owner, same as Rick Ware. So it's Rick Ware's son, Cody.
Scanner was really quiet. Okay, I'll work on that.
At Daytona in August. So, you know, this organization has found a way to circle these super speedways and make the most of them. Bravo to the 51 and the 15 as they run up here near the front.
Pro member, Shelly. Thank you so much, Shelly.
In front of these type racetracks, he's had multiple opportunities to win races.
Yep, 34's back.
Hadn't quite found a way to pull it off, but
19 to 60 laps in this stage.
You saw how aggressive he got on the block. McDowell had a big run on the outside the last lap. Cordijoy pulled right up in front of him, took that energy away. Here comes McDowell. All by himself. Another Ford comes with him.
Chris Buescher with a really decisive move to
and there's Cody Ware.
Now let's see if the teammates tuck in. Yeah, they do. They work together.
And that shook the field up behind it. I mean, it's crazy how one move can change the lanes. Who's leading what lane? That completely changed it. Now Bell's leading the line. Harrison Burton's leading the line.
Trying to get to 1,000 likes.
Let's go for a ride with Van Gisbergen. Have a listen. Harrison Burton right on the 17 of Chris Buescher.
Okay, but good, Billy.
Here comes McDowell. Third lane. Cody Ware leads that. Joey Logano says, I've had enough. I'm going to tuck out of here. Here I come.
Here comes the Penske cars.
Well,
McDowell's going to block.
It's a Pennzoil car, 2 back for Joey Logano to make you feel any better. Can you imagine trying to be a spotter? We heard their jobs. I mean, it's that easy. They're so like
Crazies, that's right,
the
Wanda.
sponsors are so similar. You see the 12 and the 22, a little bit of white on Ryan Blaney. It looks great on our camera, but from a mile away down in turn 3, that's going to be a tough job.
And that's a disadvantage if you're Cody Ware. You don't run in this series every week, every single race, so they don't trust you quite as much. Not that Cody's not a good race car driver, but they're not going to cut you any slack. Big push from the 2 into the 12.
Let's talk more about the man who was looking rearward there just to get a feel of who was coming from behind Kim, Michael McDowell.
Yeah, Michael McDowell jockeying for position as he moves in front of Chris Buescher, but the outside line pushing strong with Ryan Blaney. Michael McDowell comes into this race wanting redemption. Earlier this year at Dega, he was mere seconds from winning, but an aggressive block ended with him spinning on the outside wall. He admitted to me that he studied that spring race a lot. He said, what are you trying to learn? What are you trying to figure out? What went right? What went wrong? And he told me he would not change his approach, Dave, in the final lap. He would just execute it better, Marty.
Kim in the middle of stage 2 here, 22 laps in, working lap 22, I should say. And the Fords are starting to talk, Steve, that they may come early. Now, normally the Fords are the ones who go
This
later
is Briscoe
into
we're watching right here.
That they need, going to be fuel only when they do pit, but now they're talking about maybe doing something a little bit different. You might see some Fords on the early side of this.
Well, the pace is picking up. Something definitely feels different. They were running 51.50s, now 50-second flat. 1.5 seconds is multiple, nearly 10 miles an hour for these guys. They've picked up the pace.
It takes a lot of guts to block. They're like SVG.
That Ryan Blaney said yesterday.
Look
in the
at
media
SVG.
center. He said, as a team, the 3 of us at Team Penske and
where's my Aussies and where's my SVG friends?
He said we work together. I feel better than anybody else. We look for each other. We find each other. And have a look at that. You've got Team Penske, 1, 2, 3, the 12, the 2, the 22, and Harrison Burton not too far away either.
This is a great comparison of Michael McDowell and Tyler Reddick, 2 different driving styles. You see the throttle usage top and bottom, and here they come. Marty talked about it, a wave to pit road. A little broken up. Not everybody got here. A couple of guys made a mistake.
All the Fords.
All the Stuart Haas Fords are coming in.
Single file guys.
One of the Rick Ware Fords. McDowell is there. And Kim standing by for Michael McDowell.
McDowell just getting command by his
the cameras are always going to be.
It's going to be about 4 seconds of fuel.
It's always going to be like that.
Engaging right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and go. They're telling him.
Well, as you see the group lead, leaders on the top, a few guys at the back of the pack.
Come on, Rowdy, you surprised me.
38 of Gilliland missed it. 6 of Brad Keselowski missed it. That's a major mistake. They're now kind of off here by themselves. Will anybody counter this time by? No. Clean pack. Just behind this pack, though, look at the 3 cars trailing yet to pit road. 3 guys. This just kills you, Jeff. If you have a plan, you have to find a way to come with it. This is how far back these 3 cars are, as now we see the next 2 pit that missed it last time.
Yeah, that is.
What's that, What's up, man?
Had a slow lap, missed it, and now you have to pit. So you're going to have a caution.
Camera tech can't be faster. The camera's faster than the stream.
Here's the view of Brad Keselowski.
There you go.
Keselowski almost got in the back of Gregson. He wanted to pit with them, and he couldn't.
Just simply trying to carry too much speed.
He almost nailed Gregson. That's why.
So now we have a group who has already pitted. They're going to go out single file, try to be very organized. This is the lead pack right here. I'm wondering how long the lead pack is going to wait. I think they're very comfortable at this point. Until those Fords can prove that they can outrun this pack, that it's not advantage, and they're not going to outrun it looking like that. 4 together, then a gap to 2 more cars. Those cars missing, Jeff, really has disrupted this entire strategy. It's easy on paper to figure out this is when we should pit, but the execution is sometimes what gets overlooked.
And the reason why it's disrupted is because more cars running together can go faster. So that group back there, they're trying to get single file, but it's not as many cars in that pack. So
Toyota's getting together so they can pit together here.
Even though they're 2 and 3 wide.
10th, 12th, 14th, 17th and 18th.
Ryan Blaney leads.
They're all
the way,
together, so
and
they
he's
can
on
pit.
that low line. Heading the second lane is the WeatherTech Chevy for Corlig Racing, Shane Van Gisbergen. As the
yeah, he does. He has, Corey.
Pushing him.
He has learned the draft.
SVG.
This isn't just a...
All right, let's crank it up. Let's go. Help us crank it up. Oh, helicopter, you're going to get some gas. Yep, that's a bummer. All right, helicopter's going to get some gas. Aerial cam's going to get gas. Go to Kyle's cam. All right. SVG car is prepared by Trackhouse for Cup, not Colleague. Okay, there you go. Makes sense, but he was running good yesterday as well. Where's Dennis? Back in 27th for Denny. Let's go, Rowdy Bush. Where's Bubba? He's in 21st.
Second place man of Ryan Blaney. So Shane Van Gisbergen getting it done here.
And nobody pitting this time by, so Van Gisbergen will lead him back to the trial. Well, right behind is Ryan Blaney. Then you get Ryan's teammate Austin Cindric. To his outside is Ross Chastain.
SVG leads the parade into turn number 1, slides down the banking to block the advance.
Trey, we're watching the race on NASCAR.com.
It's 2 abreast for about 7 rows as they chase Shane Van Gisbergen.
SVG of 2, bottom of the racetrack. He's got lots of drafting help behind him. When he made the move to the bottom, that turned the middle lane over, or the outside lane over, to Ross Chastain. Ross is in a side-by-side battle for 3rd.
That's where Austin on the side. Now Ross Chastain has to deal with Joey Logano. Logano trying to steal the win.
A quick reminder that you can join NASCAR's free rewards program and start earning points that turn into member-only rewards. You can earn every time you check in for a race, trade points in for free tickets, exclusive gear, autographed merchandise, and one-of-a-kind race day experiences by visiting NASCAR.com/fan rewards.
Every week, Natasha.
Welcome back to Talladega.
Every week.
We've
been doing it
Steve
since
Letarte with you,
the
and
Daytona 500.
Gisbergen, the 35-year-old New Zealander, leads the way in just his 4th race on this track. He's done 2 Xfinity races. He did the Cup race in the spring, and now he leads. I spoke to him this morning, and he said, I'm not in the playoffs. I'm not going to play this fuel-saving game. I'm going to go for it if I have a chance to go to the front. Well, that's what he told you.
I don't hate Hamlin. I really favor Kyle to win
doing
today.
what he told. I bet you're going to see a lot of green. And
he was at a commercial break,
bright
Regine.
Green, wide open throttle. He's leading the pack.
He's in the top 8.
They're running about 52 1s and 2s. 49 6s over.
They haven't shown an update yet.
Every lap, and that's because
SVG
is
leading
doing
this
just
thing.
What he told you, Diff. He is wide open. All the sails in the wind. They're trying to make as much time as possible.
No wrecks.
Look at this top speed, 193 miles an hour.
Yeah, wait till you see it down the back straightaway. They're side by side right now. Watch Blaney in that 12 car down the back. Takes a lot of trust. They haven't raced with SVG that much, right? They know what kind of racer he is because they show what he can do. He shows what he can do.
Keep on hitting that subscribe. We're almost under 300 subscribers away.
Do you have that you can give him the kind of pushes that you need to make the pace? I think they trust him. I think they'll treat him just like any other driver.
such an interesting strategy.
Legacy Motor Club Racing, good luck.
The pace of the pack has really picked up as a counter move, and now they're drafting up on the 3 cars that missed that pit road, Jeff, right? Brad Keselowski, Cody Ware, and Todd Gilliland.
I got you.
They have no defense. This pack should go right by him.
Well, you would think they'd go right by him. Remember when they caught Suarez?
Got you, smell gooder.
Suarez didn't want him to go right by him, so let's see what they do.
They works at Stewart-Haas. Awesome, Donna.
34th, 5th, 6th, 7th position.
What's he do for Stewart-Haas?
This is 2 wide mostly right now. When we saw that incident earlier, they were 3 wide
it's a
when they caught
counter,
Suarez, and that problem happened.
Well, and these cars being lapped is going to make Suarez's life tougher. Remember,
how many lead changes have been? Tons. Look at
Blaney
going around.
You know, get lapped. That makes it.
Cody Ware is not going to push you. That was a bad move.
Lead lap.
Van Gisbergen heads the pack. How's this going to play out? Where's he going to go? Who's he going to go with him? What are the 3 at the front going to do?
I think the big thing with Van Gisbergen is how does he do coming on pit road?
Oh, there's Blaney on the inside.
This is Rowdy in 12th.
Oh, look at that. Look at this.
Oh, Todd tried to stop him. He's being aggressive like Suarez. Will this work out better?
He's stuck in the middle.
Here comes the leaders.
Gone the high line. Blaney went
the Toyotas.
aggressively to the low line.
Here comes the Oh, who spun? Truex. Truex spun.
Van Gisbergen is clear of them. Blaney is stuck
I think he spun.
Keselowski.
And they're still trying to sort it out. And what this is going to do
That's going to screw up all the Toyotas.
This is now going to get slower. 3 wide does not have the energy. Some are pitting. That's going to get it back to 2 wide.
No caution, though.
So
and Truex is going to be left out. $2.
Spun around on pit entry. He's going to back up.
Oh, Chillin' Okie, thank you for the $2 super chat. Everybody thank Chillin' Okie for the $2 super chat.
Fuel only, Parker.
Right, Christopher Bell led the Toyotas down here. He will do fuel only. As you saw the 19 spinning, they'll break up their cars.
Oh.
Denny Hamlin.
19's going to get left out in the dust here.
You see how difficult it is.
The aerial cam is down right now.
We see this
fuel.
over and
Thank
over,
you, LSX.
Steve, trying to get to pit road on these big racetracks. Incidents happen.
So now let's see how this works out. Remember, we have a group of Fords single file in front of the
Fill it up. Check the oil, please.
To the end of the stage. Now we have this group of Toyotas, mostly Toyotas. They're going to leave right now.
All right, Toyotas.
Turn
Don't do what you did last spring. Try to not to wreck everybody.
So as you shoot down the backstretch, there are the Toyotas. And way up in the distance, you're going to see the Ford. So these Toyotas, there you go. That's the gap. Now, the advantage is if these guys get together, they have more cars. They're going to find more pace. I would imagine we're going to see this lead pack continue to see pit cycles.
How fast can these 6 cars catch that group? There they go by Truex.
Yeah, that spin's going to be costly. Next wave of cars, I expect we're going to see some pitters. Let's see.
And again, we talked about it. SVG is a great road racer. Braking is such an art in road racing, but this racetrack, you don't
needs
have
to get to the bottom. It looks like the low line. We have better runs. Yeah, they were telling Christopher Bell, you need to get down to the low line.
How does he handle this situation on these green flag stops?
Brad Keselowski put up a resilient fight to try and stop them.
Jaguars finally won a game.
Let's have another look. Look to the right-hand side of your screen. The bright orange and black machine of Martin Truex Jr. spinning on entry.
That's what I'm talking about. That's one of the most experienced race car drivers we have in the field. And you can see it just locks the rear brakes up. And now around it goes.
No practice this weekend. Just 1 lap of qualifying, so you don't really get the practice you would have years past of coming on pit road.
Van Gisbergen continues to lead.
All right, let's get the MRN radio on here again.
The credit card debt for more.
They're in a commercial as well. But thank you guys for hanging out. Hit that like for us. Hit the subscribe. Almost to 1K. Almost to 1K. Hit the pace car. Thanks so much, guys. Hit that subscribe as well. We do racing here every week. Every week. Be something if Van Gisbergen won. He's been making headlines. He has. SVG out front. Right along with Rowdy. And the Chevys are pitting. I think they didn't tell, I don't think Kyle knew. Good stop there, Rowdy, coming off.
That's outside, clear past 12, all the way behind 12, all red.
Fuel only for Rowdy. Fuel only for Rowdy. Good stop. Hamlin is nowhere to be seen. He pitted with the Toyotas.
Flag cycle continues. Here's the rest of the Fords coming down pit road, including all of Team Penske, Parker.
Right, and also Joey Logano in the 22 with their fuel only as he joined this pack as they pitted.
Oh, Austin Dillon had trouble getting into his box.
Austin Dillon on pit roads
during
angled.
The break, the Hendrick cars of William Byron and Kyle Larson.
Justin Haley showing as the leader.
Now the results, all the talk, all the strategy, all the planning. Cars kind of coming off pit road in a group, but a spread out group. Cars on the bottom screen are continuing on the racetrack. We're going to see who gets control of this race as this comes around. On the top of the pylon, it says Haley. The 7 of Justin Haley has a mechanical issue that sounds like he's having a hard time getting to the brake pedal, something to do with the leg brace. So just ignore him for a minute. Cindric is really the leader of the race of cars that can make it to the finish. So Cindric, Elliott, SVG, and Blaney, there they are. But the game of leapfrog is going to happen here, Jeff, as the pack kind of forms back up.
Yeah, that's right. You're going to try to get single file. Everybody's trying to dice right now, get themselves in the right position.
Got a group here of just one lap of separation of when they pitted. So Cindric on lap 100. Chastain lap 99. There's a good mix in this group here that you see on your screen.
And I think the 1 of Chastain right here being pushed by the 48 and the 5 and the 24, I think this is the group that has the most forward momentum. Will they be able to get to the right rear of Blaney and keep pulling them back, or will they have to fall in line?
Anyone beside
Look how messy it is down the backstretch. I mean, it's just nothing like what you would normally see a pack here at Talladega.
9:54 on the likes. It's almost a 1K.
This is considerably more mixed up, and there's only 19 laps to go in stage 2.
So if you're Cindric, Elliott, SVG, Blaney, Chastain, your team should be telling you to
spun
stay
on
in
pit
line.
road, Regine.
I know you want to try to leapfrog, but if we stay single file, we can just kind of efficiently pull away, maybe settle this stage amongst ourselves.
Tyler Reddick and the Toyota on board. Reddick's in 23rd.
By 1 to the 11, you're going to
Justin Haley sitting $1. Why did Kyle have a stall so
Once
far
again,
back
Haley
on pit road?
This is where his
pit road selection was.
Pit road at lap 65. So have to make a pit stop. They're hoping for a yellow so they can
$2 NASCAR fan. Thank you, $2 super chat. Everybody thank NASCAR fan for the $2 super chat. He spun, Regine. He didn't get slowed up in time, and then he hit the brakes.
They're going to stay single file as long as they can. They know if they can stay single file, it'll get them away further.
Freight train.
Keep them safe from getting in wrecks. They're going to make
That's right, NASCAR fan junkie. Thank you for the $2
now, who
super
is
chat.
going to start at double file? Because when this second group
Trains in the
catches
chat.
Kyle Busch, what is William Byron going to do? I don't think William Byron's going to just stay in line. I think he's
so
going to
much
try
for
to force the issue
freight train
to get double file going.
Nope. They just went around Kyle.
We saw the 19 spin out coming to pit road, but it was adventurous for other drivers as well. The 31 of Daniel Hemrick, here he is, kind of in the middle.
And then here's the Toyotas. Christopher Bell leading that one.
Oh, man.
He's Christopher Bell leading that
Kyle
one.
Busch is thankful that the 31 somehow figured it out, and then Cindric and Austin Dillon almost contact.
And that's the man who leads the race in that discount tire Ford, Austin Cindric.
So here you go. Here's the start of double foul. You at the back of this, at the back of the pack is where it starts.
Logano's been
It's
left
all good,
alone in the
Fish
middle.
King.
Someone may help.
Aerial cam's still down. They're getting fuel.
Guys, third car in line is the 16 Paulie
Look at
Racing
Rowdy.
Shane Van Gisbergen. We can all not be surprised when we see him win or run at the front on a road course. But for a NASCAR newbie, this is a mightily impressive run at NASCAR's most daunting track.
Well, this is the kind of racetrack that you would expect
Rowdy
to have
pushing.
success, right? It's a racetrack where you can get in the pack, you can
19
be
had rain
aggressive
slicks
and,
on. Is
and
that what
filling
happened?
holes and blocking, and you can get up there and run with these guys, and you can build some trust with them in doing it.
For this extended aerial coverage of the Yellawood 500, I want to say thanks to Traveler Whiskey.
So right now, Logano, Reddick, Briscoe, Suarez are out.
His teammate Austin Cindric pulls up in front of him.
A lot of trust right there.
Logano, Reddick, Briscoe, Suarez
behind it, Steve, was
are the last 4 out right now.
I didn't mean to step on you, but I was waiting for the wreck because the 1 hit the 48, the 5, the 22. I thought we were getting ready to have that big wreck.
Come on, Stevie, optimism. Optimism.
25 likes to go to 1,000 likes.
I can assure you.
He's a realist.
Look at the 8 of Kyle
Busch. It's all
Busch.
good. Yeah,
what
you're
a
right,
good
buddy.
run it has been that has started
all
right
good,
from
Fish
qualifying
King.
yesterday. That Lucas Chevy for Richard Childress Racing.
You have the right.
We talk a lot about strategy, racing, the danger.
You're great with SPG and Chastain up front.
Because they come down here year in and year out,
Bubba
regardless
podium.
of the rules, and this is what we see. They don't like it at times. They get frustrated at times. They don't love that it's out of their control by themselves.
I would not
And
want
yet,
Chastain
you
pushing
would not
me,
know
Rich
by
says.
what they do on the racetrack. They say all those things because they're honest,
Thank
but
you
when
so
they put
much,
that
Noah,
helmet
for
on,
subscribing.
it's go time, and they put such a great show on, and that's why this place is packed every year.
And here you go. The pushing is starting to get more and more aggressive.
14 laps to go again. Here we go. Stage 2.
The pace is picked way up right here.
Who's that up the top there? Is that JJ Yaley in the 44, I think, as they sweep by. JJ stays high and lets the pack by.
Nice job by the 44. We've seen issues with this. JJ doing a great job.
Austin Cindric, Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott, Shane Van Gisbergen. That's the top 4 here at Talladega.
Another commercial. Let's see what Moran's got going on.
A battle as Austin Cindric in the middle groove in the Ford, downstairs in the Chevrolet is Chase Elliott.
Elliott trying to reel him in and make a challenge for that lead. Elliott for the moment is in a side-by-side battle.
See you, Nye.
Blaney for position
I
number
see you,
2.
Chase.
They're 2x2 back to the top 20.
Chase Elliott in P3.
Austin Cindric staying loyal to his Team Penske teammate. Going to stay on the outside line right on the front bumper of Ryan Blaney. They are 1 and 2. Here comes Chase Elliott to the inside of Kyle Busch for 3rd. Blaney gave
Thank you,
Cindric
Leaner.
a heck
Thank
of a
you,
push
Liam.
into turn
Thank you,
3. That
Looney.
means Austin Cindric is now by himself in that top spot. Blaney is in that 2nd position. And he's
Rowdy in 4th.
Is Chase Elliott and Shane Van
Well
Gisbergen.
then.
Both lines have plenty of drafting help lined up. The numbers are near equal on the inside.
Less than
and
300 to go to
outside
24K.
Team Penske Fords go
You
1,
just learned
2,
something
nose
new.
to tail.
What?
They're stacked up 2 wide from there on
What did
back.
you
Chase
learn,
Elliott
Bronny?
still trying to work the bottom of the racetrack. He's fallen back to 4th place now as Kyle Busch rumbles to his outside. He will battle back down low, pulls up next to
Today
Blaney
is the
for
day.
second.
We'll
Chase
see.
Elliott inching his way forward at the bottom of the racetrack. He went from 4th to 3rd. Now he's trying to put the squeeze on for second. Chase Elliott drafting help behind him from Shane Van Gisbergen, William Byron, Bubba Wallace, and Daniel Hemrick.
Chase Elliott fades back a little
Who's
bit
going to be
to
in the 88?
for the third spot between himself and Kyle Busch. Now he's got the momentum.
Almost there.
Now he's working the low line of turns 3 and 4. He
Under 300 subs to go now. Keep hitting it, y'all.
2 by 2 by 2 by 2. They come racing back through the tri-oval side by side at the line with 10 to go. Chase Elliott
Shane's going to be in the 88?
Shane Van Gisbergen and William Byron right there. Top side, led by Austin Cindric.
Chase Elliott running that baby blue Kelly Blue Book livery this afternoon here at Talladega. He is creeping his way forward. He's up to second. He wants a piece of the lead on the back straightaway.
He opens the inside line coming out of 2 into the backstretch. Austin Cindric right down the middle of the back straightaway. Chase Elliott, though, will fade just a moment. Needs a little more help.
He goes back and forth on the line. Mark.
For the moment,
I think the outside, I think the outside line is stronger as well, but sometimes that inside line will gain and the outside line falls off. It all depends on who's pushing, right?
Off the exit of turn 4.
Yeah, Chase Elliott, whether he wanted to pull alongside for the lead or not, had no choice. He was being shoved by Shane Van Gisbergen, William Byron, Bubba Wallace.
Maybe Denny's lost his touch on the super speedways.
Yeah, that would not have been a good time to check up and try and come to pit road. He'd have taken himself and about a dozen others out. Elliott now backslides into a side-by-side battle for third with Kyle Busch, but again, he begins to move forward to challenge for second.
We'll leave it right here, 9 to go. Let MRN call it to the finish.
Just trying to get a quarter panel up alongside there. Needs a little more drafting help. He's
9
there,
to go.
Shane Van Gisbergen shoving him forward down the inside lane.
So the pushing and shoving is subtle, and it remains the same as they come through turns 3 and 4. Nobody stepping out of line. Nobody changing position for the moment. It is Austin Cindric
back. Thank you.
Shane Van Gisbergen had a very, very good day, although the results won't show for it as he crashed out. But he did run at the front of the field yesterday. He's running in the top 5 right now, working right behind Chase Elliott.
He has been a very quick study, and this is his first full year of NASCAR racing. At the moment, he is buried downstairs trying to push Chase Elliott forward into a battle for the lead.
SVG just doing all he can to power NASCAR's most popular driver to the point here at Talladega, but they need more juice downstairs. Austin Cindric,
third line foreman trying. Hit that like button as you're coming in, guys. Subscribe.
Almost a 2-car breakaway. That's how hard the push was from Blaney to Austin Cindric. Austin Cindric continues to
figure it out, CeeLo. SVG's a racer.
Second, Ryan Blaney and Chase Elliott.
7 laps to go in the stage. Playoff drivers needing some points.
All right, sounds good. I'll look at it, Bronny.
Try to grab them here in these closing laps of stage number 2. Cindric leads it in his black, red, and white discount tire Ford.
Austin Cindric shows the way into the banking of turn 1, as he has of late. He'll run in that second groove.
Oh my gosh, did you see that move McDowell just made? Oh my gosh, he almost took out Eric Jones.
Turn 2, 3,
or no, who was that? John Hunter? No, that was Recchi.
Of the pack, but not making much progress.
Here comes the 34.
To get up there and power their way forward. Right now, Elliott's there. Here comes Elliott to the inside for the lead.
A nice run on that low lane into turns 3 and 4. Could he get a little bit of help from Shane Van Gisbergen? It looks like it. Chase Elliott gets a nose out in front, but has not cleared Austin Cindric.
Chevrolet Ford battle off turn number 4 back to the tri-oval. Chase Elliott in the Camaro downstairs. Austin Cindric in the Mustang topside. Lap's going to be led by Cindric, but here comes Elliott again.
Chase Elliott trying to get a nose out into the clean air and lead this race, but Austin Cindric has got other ideas.
McDowell tried to form it, but there's nobody to help him.
Cindric in the middle lane. Downstairs, Elliott
Briscoe trying to form a third lane.
Take that lead by a fender, but here comes Cindric. Ryan Blaney giving Austin
You don't like the 22s behind the 5?
Here comes SVG, giving Elliott the assistance. Elliott to the lead at Talladega.
Shane Van Gisbergen holding his own against other drivers who have far more experience here at Talladega, and he's doing
SVG, don't screw up here.
Chase Elliott to the top spot. It is Chase Elliott, Austin Cindric, and Shane Van Gisbergen.
It is a pack of 29 right now running towards the green and white checkered flag. We're going to see it happen here in 5 laps, side by side. It continues.
Keep hitting that subscribe.
Outside, Elliott
and we're at 1K. Thank you, guys.
Is far from over as they continue to race side by side. Elliott had the lead momentarily a lap ago. This time he's fallen back by about a car length, but he's still got plenty of help from.
Not yet, Bronny. I'll look during the caution.
First, Elliott will get a fender out in front, then Cindric will get the advantage the next time through. This time up the back straightaway, it's Austin Cindric by a fender. But here comes Elliott back to the bottom of the
4 to go right here at the line.
Side by side for position number 1 through turns 3 and 4. It is Austin Cindric. It is Chase Elliott. Nobody stepping out of line. Nobody having an idea.
4 laps, Chris.
Nope, not just yet, Dan. As
lap
the
car. See, that's what you're supposed to do, guys.
Going to have to deal
if you're a lap car, that's what you're supposed to do. Pay attention, Suarez.
Stage number 2. Allmendinger keeps his car to the bottom. Here comes the freight train.
Allmendinger has been
Allmendinger knows what he's doing.
B, not a part of the lead draft or any other draft, so he's going to be easy pickings for the leader as they sweep around him to the outside. Chase Elliott.
Hi, Lucas and Sam.
Leaders will make short
Dylan,
work
thank you
of
for being
AJ
here as well.
That's
Lucas and Sam, hello.
Just a tad because everybody is snaking around AJ to his outside. Cindric back to the lead. Compliments of a shove for Brian Blaney.
Brian Blaney is timing his pushes absolutely perfectly for Austin Cindric.
Chase, let me see those 9s in the chat. 3 laps to go.
Once they get into the corners of turn 3 and 4, Chase Elliott shines with help from SVG.
We have 3 laps to go in the stage, and Michael McDowell, by design, is going to come off the racetrack and pit here on lap number 117. Meanwhile, Chase Elliott at the front of the field. Can
jumping
he stay there for
jumping
3
the
laps?
stage
he's got
here.
The biggest lead he's had today. It's less than a car length, though, as Cindric trying to rally
pushes.
back in that outside lane. Austin Cindric coming back up high.
All the while, though, the inside line would lead this lap. It'll get the advantage. But today's point, here comes the outside line back. Ford and Chevy side by side, Cindric and Elliott.
Chase Elliott had
gosh.
maybe about blocking
Penske,
because his lead was so
2
good
laps
at
to
turn
go.
2, but now Austin Cindric is there. And through the middle of the corner, you have to give the lead to Austin Cindric, but off the corner, it goes back to Chase Elliott.
Michael McDowell
See
already
those
left
8s?
the pit lane. Sunoco fuel only there. He's back trying to get up to speed as fast as he can as the lead draft comes off the trioval.
There you go, get you 8s right there.
Line. 2 laps to go in the stage.
McDowell should be safe from the lead pack. He's halfway down the back straightaway.
Here, look at this. Briscoe's starting the 3rd line. Let's see how fast it goes.
On the comeback trail. He's got a piece of the lead in the outside lane.
All this racing action is side by side. There's no
44. Potter's the best.
It's just the inside line and the outside line. That outside lane right down the middle of the Alabama gang.
Oh, white flag right here for the stage.
Now, despite the great push
White
from
flag
Ryan
for the
Blaney, it
stage.
did not give Austin Cindric the lead. This time, Chase Elliott was there, still receiving all kinds of help from SVG, but Elliott simply cannot get in front of Austin Cindric.
We're down to just 1 lap to go in stage number 2. Pay window will open. Next time by, stage points handed out. They all want them. Austin Cindric now back to the lead.
Anybody's ball game as they hit turn number 1. Chase Elliott try to rally the troops for one more run on the downstairs line. He'll get
Hamlin,
a kick
I know,
in the
it's
pants from
ridiculous.
Shane Van Gisbergen. Is it enough to push him back to the lead?
And he'll need more than that because Cindric got a great run at it too that time.
Rowdy is 5th. Well, that's 5th.
Separated. They
begin who's going to get it?
Back together. But here
who's going to get it?
Shoving Elliott back
Cindric.
This is where Chase Elliott shines
blocks.
right through turns 3 and 4. Is it going to be enough? So far, it is not. Austin Cindric leads the
Blaney
field
at
into
the
turn 3,
wall.
and he'll lead the field off of turn 4.
Oh, no.
One,
At
2, 3,
Chastain.
stacked up double wide back to the trioval. They're going to fan out 3 wide, coming to the green and white checkered flag. The bottom lane will advance, and Austin, trouble! They're wrecking. Ryan Blaney gets nose first into the outside wall. Heavy damage on the Ryan Blaney car. Other cars involved. Ross Chastain gets a big piece of the crash as the green and white checkered flag came out at the start-finish line. Everybody was jockeying for position, but the stage is going to be won by Austin Cindric. Top 10 do get points. Chase Elliott was second. Kyle Busch third. Shane Van Gisbergen fourth. William Byron fifth. Alex Bowman was sixth, and Bubba Wallace seventh. Eighth was Ryan Blaney across the line sideways. Ninth was Kyle Larson, and 10th was Ross Chastain.
Look at what we did last weekend in Kansas to show you what we're capable of. Think about how many times we've been taken out. Daytona, Watkins Glen, Darlington. The AMR safety team are right there to assist Ross Chastain. Unfortunately for Ryan Blaney, the champ, it's happened again.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, well, glad you're here, Castro. My goodness, Blaney, we saw it hit the wall. He hit that wall hard, y'all. Yeah, we go back and forth,
and
John.
As always, we thank the AMR
we start the
safety
restarts and the ends of MRN, and then we let y'all listen to NBC for the middle of the race.
And Ross Chastain out of his car.
Looks like Blaney got tipped.
Team Penske. Menards, Pennzoil forward of Ryan Blaney. Watch the 12 in the middle. What happens? Did he get pushed by Bowman?
Oh, Bowman the showman.
Right at the end of stage 2.
Bowman the showman. Oh my God. What's going on, Brian? They just had a wreck in stage 2, end of stage 2. Now we're in stage 3. Austin Cindric wins the stage. What a crazy ride that was. Wow. Oof. Boy, oh boy. That hit sounded like a wrecking ball dropped. I know. Kyle avoided the wreck. Saw Blaney get squirmy. Yeah. Looks like Bowman, the one that pushed him out. Bowman got to make a show, man. Exactly. Oh, thank you guys for getting us to 1,000 likes. We are moving right along on our subs. Oh, there we go. Another $2 super chat. 2 other guys out. Gives Kyle a better chance. Thank you. $2 again. Super chat. NASCAR fan guy. Appreciate it. Everybody thank NASCAR man for the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Oh boy, oh boy. All right, so it's just getting good. Hello, Mary. I see you, Mary. Thanks for being here, Mary. Scroll, Ron says. There you go. That's all you gotta do is say CeeLo, scroll. And I'll do it. That's what Tom does. Scroll, he says. He don't even say CeeLo. 1,000 likes. Thank you guys. Appreciate everybody being here today on the Go at CeeLo. And here it is, all the way up. Chastain, Martin Truex. Last car now in the lead lap. Chastain. Look at Blaney. Poor Blaney. Checking in, CeeLo. Alan, thank you for being here. But let's see what happens after these pit stops. Will somebody make a move here to take 2 tires? I really hate that for Ross. Well, he won last week, but look at Blaney. Jeez, oh, whiz. I'm sure he's going to be mad when they interview him. Blaney is going to be mad, mad, mad. Let me do this because it was a little behind. And what's live?
Dogs of the week.
That's over there. All right. All right. Looks like Logano got a little piece too. Listening to Blaney's radio, he does not sound happy at all. I'm sure he's dropping the bombs left and right. Let's see here. Let's go to Blaney here. See if he says anything. We'll let the commercials load here so we don't have to worry about that.
Triable. There's not as much banking there. The cars aren't planted in the racetrack, and a little bit of push, it just gets Blaney out of control.
And a huge impact for both the 12 of Blaney, the 1 of Chastain.
Looks like the 48 put him into the wall.
Listen.
Oh, such a hard hit.
Just an enormous impact to that outside safer barrier.
And watch behind this, the 22 and the 11, both playoff drivers, 22 impact, 11 also.
Blaney turned left and then went right.
And the 22 did get some damage in that. You saw him at the back, so you see the team here on pit road. They've been working on the front splitter, especially the right side, and also getting that hood down by riveting it down.
Baseball to racing, that's right, Scott.
Of nose damage and
splitter
damage for the 22 there for Joey Logano.
Bowman the showman is awesome. Yeah, Blaney will definitely have some choice words.
It's hard to tell exactly how much damage the 11 has. We're going to have to see when it comes to the attention of their crew. For everyone else, it's going to be fill up those gas tanks and probably new tires, Marty.
As of now, Steve, Alex Bowman has earned points in every stage of the playoffs except one. He gets points here, so he's a little bit freer than he would like. His teammate William Byron twice has driven from mid-pack, mid-stage, up to the front. He has earned the most points today. The water's a little bit warm in the 24. That's the only complaint.
Chase Elliott on your bottom left missed that green flag stop with his teammates because he didn't hear the call. Worked out for him. Grabbed some stage points for fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel. Austin Cindric, your bottom right in the 2 car, waiting on fuel. Crew Chief Brian Wilson saying this is probably the last time we'll take tires. No changes. Austin did say it was a little snug. As the race
Busch 2, no tires though. Rowdy plus 2, no tires. Everybody else 4, except SVG, who took no tires. SVG took 0 tires and he came out 8th. Doesn't make any sense. But thank you guys. Help us hit that subscribe count. We're trying to get to 24,000. And we are almost under 250 subs to get to 24K. You got another stage to go. We got how many laps here in stage 3? We have 68 laps to go. You have 68 laps to get us to 24K. Can we get there? That's the question. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today. No, Rowdy took 4 tires. I saw his stop. Okay, it shows 2. Showed 2 on NBC, so that's good if he took 4 tires. Rowdy took 4 tires of fuel. I watched his in-car camera. All right, sounds good. All right, then NBC is wrong. SVG playing the caution game. No tires, and he came out 8th. Why not take tires? Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Why not take tires? All right. Seems really stupid having the finish straight line after a corner. Why Bowman turned Blaney. Cole Trickle, can we get there? Is CeeLo hungry for some pie? Yep. Let's try to get us there, man. I would have got tires. I think they were talking about seeing the cords earlier. Josh says, we got a free pass. There you go. And maybe SVG had trouble getting into the pit box. Possibly, Paul. Long way to go, Dega. 24K. Highs to the face at 24K, y'all. Denny got some damage, too. Thank you for subscribing, NWG or NW Glosser. Thanks for the subscribe. We appreciate you. All the private subscribers today. Thanks for all the members today. All the comments. Love it. It's been a great day. Only place to trash talk NASCAR. That's right. That's right. Right here. You guys are allowed to talk, man. I try to talk back with you guys. This is the best fan driver friendly interactive chat on YouTube. We try to talk to everybody. If I miss some of your comments, I do apologize. But like if you do ask a question and I don't see it like multiple times, ask a mod. They can help as well. But thank you for the 1,100 likes. As this is going to be fun, y'all. We're going to go to MRN again. There's the beast. There's the nasty beast. Tyler Reddick. Is Blaney still running? No, he's going to be done. He's I don't know. They might get him back out there.
Because of the importance of stage points. So even though Ryan Blaney is in this crash, he comes across the start-finish line right there in 8th place. So he will get points for 8th place. Now, we think a couple of 3 points might not make any difference, but I am telling you, we have seen over and over to make the next round of the playoffs, 1 point, a tie can make a difference. That right there, we'll have to wait.
I like the 88, but the weather tech.
After the race of the Roval, how that works out.
We've seen a lot of issues on pit road. Watch this, the 48
Shane's
fuel
new car next year, $8 super chat. Mark, thank you. Go Kyle.
Dump can gets pulled out of the pit box. That should be
everybody
a penalty on the
Mark
48
for the $8 super chat. Thank you.
Blaney trying to run as many pace laps as possible is finally come to an end.
Yep. He's trying to run as many laps because other people could be in the wreck, right? And now he could finish 1 or 2 positions ahead.
And this adds to the list that we were talking about before for Ryan Blaney, unfortunately. Daytona, the Glen, etc. When we're gearing up for the Roval next weekend, you can catch the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. It's the season finale.
Next weekend, we'll be bringing that to you live. Next weekend, the Roval. Friday will be the paint scheme and race weekend preview. And then Saturday, I have to look at the schedule, but Friday, Saturday, Sunday We'll be bringing something racing to you guys on the channel. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure the notification bells are on. The trucks are off, so I think it's just Saturday and Sunday. Trucks are off next week. Royalty says Bubba's winning, so we'll see. But we're going to go to MRN for the restart again. That is all part of a super speedway racing. Stop hating Alex Bowman, Christopher says. Blaney is awesome. Race car driver. He should understand that. But we'll see when they interview him. I'm sure he'll say something. Maurice says that 9 is flying. Let's go Chase Elliott. His daddy was pretty good here. I'm sure Awesome Bill from Dawsonville trained Chase well when it comes to Talladega. Justice, I bet every dime I got Bubba Wallace won't win. Carson says Hamlin in 11th. Let's go, Denny. Got to get there, baby. Denny and Hamlin in 11th. Thanks for everybody's support. Thank you, guys. As we are moving right along. Bubba's winning. What? Mets nothing. Phillies nothing. Let's go. Kyle is leading the race. Let's see. Earnhardt 8. Car luck. Rowdy friends. Are my rowdy friends still here? Are the rowdy friends still in the house? Let me see where you're at. 3,900 folks here. And was that the 4th caution? Or is that the 3rd caution? Yeah, 3rd caution. My 6 cautions is still looking good. 6 cautions is still looking good for me. Present, Michael says. Jason's here. C. Brown. Rowdy. Oh, look at Blaney. Let's see here. We got Rowdy. Let's put Rowdy on this one here. Rowdy on this one. You know I'm the great for the 8. I know you are. I know you guys are. Gotta love that. Congrats on the 1K. Thank you, Chris. Thank you guys. You guys are the ones that do it. Donnie Osborne. Hey, thanks so much for the subscribe. Awesome Bowman. I want an interview. Yeah. Is lights off on the pace car? Yes, they are. All right, let's go to MRN Radio.
We talked about him. We're going to talk about him again in a moment. He's got a fast car. He's done a great job. He's looking to win for the first time this season. More on him in a moment as we get ready for a Geico restart presented by Geico. Is your insurance playbook lacking? Switch to Geico to get all your insurance coverage from one place. Go to geico.com today to get started. He's got 19 years of winning races. He needs one this year, Kyle Busch does, if he's going to extend that streak.
Yeah, he's on a 51
Kyle Busch,
race
Austin
winless
Cindric,
drought
Bubba Wallace,
right now.
Chase Elliott,
And
will he
he's,
be?
He's had a great race
Mark,
car
thanks for
here,
becoming a member. I'd be a
post the
Penske
Olympic
fan.
break.
Would like to
Good
see a
shot last
Kyle
week
get a
at Kansas,
W.
came up short.
Thank
really
you,
good race
Mark,
car
for being a
going
member
on
for
here
3 months.
in the Yellawood 500 here at Talladega Superspeedway. Hope is not lost. There's been a lot of winless droughts broken this season alone. Brad Keselowski broke a 110 race winless drought when he won in Darlington back in May. Chase Briscoe broke a 93 winless drought. Austin Cindric, 85 races. Alex Bowman, 80 races. Austin Dillon,
we'll be happy till we get 1,600 likes.
57. So the list goes on and on. A lot of winless
All right, y'all, here we go.
This year.
Last win for Kyle Busch. Worldwide Technology Raceway in 2023, 51 races ago, but he's going to lead the field back to the green flag here on lap 127. 61 remain. Kyle on the outside, Austin Cindric right behind. On the inside and coming up to speed is Bubba Wallace.
Thank you for MVP, Nuts.
Bubba Wallace trying to get there and give a little shove for the lead, but it's not happening so far. Kyle Busch has got the advantage up high. No drafting help really for him either. Cindric a half a car length off his back.
Steve, what's up?
Kyle Busch to the lead off turn 2.
And now Cindric will arrive on the scene at Kyle Busch's back bumper. They are in the middle lane of the racetrack. Bubba wasn't needed. Now he looks very good through the middle of the corner through turns 3 and 4 and actually pulls away from Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch, however, has got the momentum on that outside lane.
And Kyle Busch gets a nose back out in front from that middle lane to go back to the lead. However, Bubba Wallace is strong downstairs, representing the United States Air Force this weekend. Bubba Wallace trying to grab the top spot.
No quit in Bubba as he comes back to the bottom of the racetrack, and he will challenge Kyle Busch for that #1 spot. He puts a fender out. He puts a door out. Bubba Wallace to the lead with drafting help from William Byron.
Here comes Kyle Busch back to his outside. It's Kyle Busch that'll get some drafting help. He'll get the shove into the clean air, at least a nose worth anyway, as Bubba now rallies back side by side for the lead.
The field pours into turns 3 and 4, 2 by 2 by 2. Behind Bubba Wallace and Kyle Busch, you've got Austin Cindric, William Byron, Chase Elliott, and Shane Van Gisbergen.
Thank you so much, Regine.
Bubba Wallace won here 3 years ago, and since that point, he's been no better than
60 laps to go. Help us get to that 24K.
For the lead, a couple of blue race cars.
Congrats,
at the front
Bubba.
of the field.
Yeah, you got a new baby.
Wallace, a brand new daddy in the last week or so. He'd love to bring a trophy home, but he's not out of the woods yet. Still 2 by 2 for the lead. Kyle Busch right there at his right elbow off turn number 2.
Blue Toyota for Bubba Wallace on the bottom of the racetrack.
Here comes that third line
of Kyle Busch right up the middle of the racetrack, and here comes a third line brewing. Chris Buescher's leading them. Chase Briscoe right behind as they are making hay topside.
It is. It's good enough to fight for that 8th position. Chris Buescher
only won because it was called rain.
On that outside lane. Buescher looking strong on lane number 3. Rim riding around turns 3 and 4.
Trying to get some more strength in numbers topside, but Buescher pulling
oh my gosh, Dolphins actually won?
Get
out of
now
here.
Pulls up even for the number 7 position. He wants a little more than that. He's going to go by Kyle Larson, pull even now with Chase Elliott.
Chris Buescher cracking the whip in that outside lane, and he's about
Here
to
they
bust
come.
into the top 7 if he can keep the drafting help on his back bumper. He's got it for the moment in the person of John Hunter Nemechek.
And he is gathering more drafting help with each passing lap. Speaking of Chris Buescher, he was trying to crack his way into the top 10. He's done that. Here they come now, trying to make their way into the top 7. Chris Buescher again leading the outside.
Working his way around the outside.
Thank you, Russell.
Elliott. Now he fades back just a little bit.
Thanks for subscribing, Russell. Becoming a member.
Of Chris Buescher so he can push him even harder and chase the top 2, Bubba Wallace and Kyle Busch.
57 laps to go. There are only 2 drivers out of the event at this particular point. One Ryan Blaney, the other Ross Chastain.
In Darlington.
We have 3 drivers a lap or more.
Got taken out in a crash in Atlanta and then just fought his way back to make it through to the round of 12. Is it possible for Briscoe to go one step further and get into the 8? Big crash at the end of stage 2, multiple cars, and the bit maybe the heaviest impacted was Ross Chastain. He's with Marty.
Yeah, Lee, anytime you see fire in a race car, it's good to see the driver get out and be okay out of the care center. Ross Chastain, what was your take on the contact that happened at the end of stage 2?
I'm not sure what happened with those guys down the middle line. Coming into the trial, I followed the 8, Team Chevy.
Don't worry, you'll get taken down
in the
again,
3rd lane, fanned out to push a Chevy. And, yeah, somebody got chucked up. And seeing Ryan in there, I'm guessing it was the yellow blur I saw was the 12. But for our Busch Light Chevy to kick off hunting season with a camo can, I wish we were more invisible. Like we'll be in the woods with that can than we were there coming to the end. But, yeah, big hit. This Gen 7 car super safe, though. Kept me safe. They got the fire put out, and we'll go on next week.
The winner at Kansas last week is the first out at Talladega here today. William Byron up in the top 5 right now. And we mentioned a moment ago that Rudy Fugle and Byron have earned the most points today. Fugle reminded his driver that just moments ago. Listen in.
Just remember, if we finish 21st today, we get 30 points on the day from where we got. So if you ever feel uncomfortable getting out of there, racing at the end is perfectly fine. Copy. Okay. Yep.
It's all about managing the race for William Byron from here. Ryan Blaney, glad to see him out of the care center as well. So, Ryan, what was your take on the contact after the push from the 48?
I don't think it was much of a push, more of just him driving through me. At like the worst spot you can drive through somebody. So, yeah, I mean, just got wrecked once again by somebody else and just ended our day, which stinks. And, yeah, have to fight back next week.
In your take, has the racing been a little more chaotic than even normal?
Blaney's still plus 14.
For almost 20 laps.
Yeah, we survived 4 wide because guys were pretty smart and gave each other a little bit of room and didn't just shove people. They kind of lifted and were smart. And that was the opposite of what happened to us.
There you go. Glad to see Ryan Blaney okay, Lee.
Marty, that's his 7th DNF of the season. He has never had that many before, and there's been like 4 in the last 7 races. To Ryan's point, saying, let me show you what I can do if I don't get taken out, and the same story happens again, Steve.
So it's crazy to understand, especially if you haven't watched a lot of races at Talladega, but here in the
Michael
corner,
with a $1 super chat. Thank you, Michael. Tell everybody tell Michael thank you.
Degrees of banking. So
$1 super chat. Thank you.
Force on the car. The straightaways, the car get light, but Jeff, you've said it time and time again. It's right here, the tri-oval. This awkward cornering without a lot of vertical load.
Yeah, it's where the car is the most unstable. The car has not near as much downforce on it. It doesn't have the grip in that part of the racetrack. And, you know, Blaney said he just got driven through, and part of that is that push would have been fine on the straight. No problem whatsoever. But in the tri-oval, sometimes
my gosh, here we go.
Push there.
Well, the other thing is add in, and in
24K,
54 laps,
let's
the
go.
will be where
Hit
this
that
race
subscribe.
is decided. So the pushes are going to come, whether you think you can hold on to
close.
it or not.
Get ready.
54 to go.
Sits in the middle of AJ Allmendinger and Chris
Allmendinger.
Buescher. 54 to go.
The new leader, Allmendinger. Oh my god.
Dude, what are you doing? I'm protecting my car. That's too much work. WeatherTech?
All right, back to MRN.
Ware to the outside of the racetrack. Cody Ware to the lead at Talladega. Great move by Cody Ware, getting help there from.
It's always going to be behind on the NBC compared to the cams. It's never going to sync.
Drawing up alongside Cody Ware, they're wheel to wheel. So too is Chase Briscoe and Todd Gilliland.
28-year-old driver from Greensboro, North Carolina.
It's never going to
Ware
sync.
Leading at Talladega, but back down to the inside comes AJ Allmendinger, Chase Briscoe, and others right there as they chase him back to the corner.
Forward, Denny, not
side
backwards.
by side in the bottom lane with Ware, who runs the middle. That's the side-by-side battle for position number 1. Allmendinger trying to get back out to the top.
Meanwhile, there's a new maestro in charge of the 3rd lane. Well, it was Austin Cindric until Todd Gilliland jumps up there. Cody Ware does as well. That leaves Joey Logano to lead the middle. Logano's trying for the lead. Oh, nice nifty move by Joey Logano. It was a split-second decision as now he occupies that middle groove. Draws up alongside Cody Ware for the top spot. Now Logano goes all the way downstairs. They're still wheel to wheel. Joey Logano versus Cody Ware.
Joey Logano wrinkled
he's
up
still
his
good.
yellow and red
And Blaney with his wreck, he's still good as well.
His teammate Ryan Blaney and Ross Chastain, but they repaired it and they've got
Hello
it
from
going
Germany.
smooth again.
Thank you for being
right
here.
Now at the front of the field with 51 laps to go, Joey Logano is the race leader.
NASCAR fans thinking about.
They're under commercial as well. Let's crank it up. All right, let's get the thumbs ready one last time here for the night. Thumbs ready. Get your thumbs ready. Thumbs emojis ready. Get them ready as we're going to sing them by here in the tri-oval. Get your thumbs ready. One more time for the race here. One more time. Y'all find your thumbs emojis. That's awesome, y'all. It's so cool to watch. Let's get it going. Thumbs up your driver as he comes on by at 190 mile an hour. Get ready. Look at those thumbs fly. That's awesome. Let's go. Here we go. Thumbs ready here. One more time. And we'll bring it back to NBC. Here we go. Thumbs ready. That is awesome, y'all. So cool.
After being involved
y'all are
in that
amazing.
Stage 2 wreck.
absolutely incredible. Remember, they pitted multiple times to fix the damage on the front of that race car, including the splitter and on top of the hood. The hood was buckled at one point. They riveted it down and put reflective tape up there. He got to the bumper of Todd Gillen, who's pushing him right now, and he told the team, I'm with him to the front, and they both did that, getting to the front here. What a remarkable comeback.
Final stage, 49 to go.
Scored no stage points today. Now find themselves at the front of the field in the final stage.
That's right.
Pretty cool stuff from AJ Allmendinger as well. He got the free pass, and now the Dinger's at the front in that 13 Strive Chevrolet. Here we go, the Strive on board, looking back at Chase Briscoe.
Stupid Rupert! Look at all those blue ovals, baby.
Has been up there, but he just recently dropped back. Here he is.
Kiwi's giving the thumbs down. Why?
SVG has dropped back probably about 8
thumbs
positions
down
in the last few laps. Just getting shuffled back while his teammate runs closer to the front.
It was interesting. Allmendinger and Logano both started toward the back, and here they are in
less
the front
than 200.
So whoa, 4 wide right here.
Less than 200.
That was a quick move. That's
keeping that like
hang
button.
Kyle Busch out. No, he finds a way back in.
Stenhouse drops down to that middle lane. He tucks in behind Gilliland. AJ Allmendinger on the inside of Logano.
Big one,
and forced him
not
up
really.
the lane.
It was one wreck, but it wasn't
back
that
to the
big.
middle with Gilliland behind. Teammate Austin Cindric's on the outside, and Austin Dillon. There's the 3.
It's about a half a lap behind. So they're going, they're in the start-finish line. On TV, they're into turn 3 and 4.
RCR Chevys are at the front. Good stuff.
High the face at 24K, yes. The LeJoy Haley swap isn't going too well. Hey, Haley was up there for a little bit today.
Steve, this has got shades of stage 1 all over it.
It really does. You have 3 cars very patient, taking care of one another at the front of the field. Everyone just trying to be very efficient with their cars, positioning themselves for the last 47 laps, also positioning themselves for upcoming pit stops. They can run much further, but they must stop in this stage. When will they decide to do it? We saw green flag pit stops really break up the pack in stage 2.
Speaking of stage 2, how about round 2 of the playoffs? 1.5 miles Kansas, 2.6 mile monster that is Talladega, and next weekend we're in Charlotte, North Carolina at the Roval. Let's go on board, the Palmolive on board with Ricky Stenhouse.
This is the 3rd car in line in the middle. Now the 2nd car in line, bright green car, middle row. You see on the left, the steering on the
I don't know why
right,
y'all go watch him over there anyways. He keeps on getting taken down.
The brake, right foot out of the gas completely. Or maybe half throttle. Continue to try to work that throttle. 192 miles an hour yet off the gas a little bit. 2 reasons. One, to not hit the car in front of them, but also save a little gas.
They'll often catch you on Sundays, but for some reason, MRN won't play right for me this week. I don't know. Sometimes it messes up.
Come off the throttle. Get a little bit of a push, a little bit of brake. Now he's got gap in the throttle, as he starts to gain on the car in front. Now he has to ease off just a little bit to keep that gap right.
Dodge, what's up?
I love the footwork. It's just so impressive how dialed in they are.
Let's sit here and watch the cameras here.
It's a window into the mind, isn't it? From one end of the body to the other.
Well, people ask, you know, what makes a good race car driver, and it's the connection of all this. It's what they feel in their hands. It's what they feel kind of in their butt and their back, in the actual like resistance of the car through the seat.
My gosh,
how
look at
precise
this.
can they be with their feet? You know, is it a fine-tuned ear or is it a coarse
Rowdy
situation?
representing
You can
right
see
along
the
with
small
Rowdy too.
Movements with his feet.
The trust required of all the people around you, guy in front of you, behind you. It takes so much trust. You put your own health
He's
in
getting
their
low.
hands.
Just not an opportunity to get low right now.
Talladega winner Joey Logano leads the way.
So right now, Reddick, Cindric, Briscoe, Suarez. Hamlin's in +2, Blaney +11.
Second line on the bottom in that paint scheme, very familiar, black, red, and yellow Rush Truck Centers. They have been with Stewart House Racing for 15 years, but in a rotating sponsor world, they've never been on the car when the car is going to victory lane. Not with Tony Stewart, not with Clint Boyer. Today is the last day that Rusty Rush will be sponsoring at Stewart
Blaney
House
out of the
Racing.
race. Yes,
he has to win today if he's going to get that famous victory
Look
lane
at
photo he so much
AJ
wants.
Allmendinger.
Rusty is here, and he's rooting for the 14 more than ever.
Dinger
and it's
go.
going to start with his colors.
Briscoe.
43 to go. Logano, Allmendinger, Gilliland, and Cindric.
Who can't keep track? Too many. Appreciate you being here. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe. We're trying to get to 24,000 subscribers.
Alone with 42 laps
We're at
remaining.
23,814.
Talladega Superspeedway, the NASCAR Cup Series putting on
This is
a
Talladega,
baby.
baby.
This afternoon.
What's up? Best, what's
From
up?
fueling NASCAR champions on the track for over 20 years to innovating 90.
Well, another commercial break for MRN is ready, so we'll listen in. Thank you, Slamfire. Philip Glenlin's the best pusher out there. I can't believe the Dinger's out front. And there's the other front row motorsports, Todd Gilliland in third. Subscribing, Homestead. Thank you, F1. Thank you, Francis. Love that growl. Doesn't that growl sound good? Thank you so much, Vest, for subscribing. Appreciate you. Can we get 5,000 folks in here? Hit that subscribe. Hit that like. Oh no, Spinhouse is there. It's a hurricane or tornado, whatever you want to call it.
Bring you the Xfinity
It's getting good.
Back on lap 102 when we say well done,
You're welcome,
John
Brian.
Hunter Nemechek, the Legacy Motor Club. Gear
Imagine
Range
Harrison
Toyota
Burton wins again.
for the quickest circuit of the day. And we've
Harrison
got
Burton
just
back in
under
18.
40 to go. Here comes the pack. Out of 4 into the tri-oval.
200-mile-an-hour chess game between drivers and crew chiefs as Briscoe gets to a very uncomfortable
set
position
the big
on
one
that
up.
left rear bumper of the
Almost.
13.
Almost.
That's just smart racing by Briscoe right there.
Thank you, Mac. Thank you, A Season Trucker. Thank you, Cappy.
Recognize the situation. Don't get him spun around. We talk about all these playoff guys. Denny Hamlin coming into this race. A lot of talk
next
about
year,
him
I think,
and his ability
Russell.
to potentially win this championship. No stage points today.
Hamlin below the cut. Yes, he is. -0. Him and Cindric now.
He is.
Denny
How are you
nowhere to
going
be
to find your way
found.
to the front here? And at some point, with 39 to go and a pit stop
If it's not
left,
the big one, it's going to
at some
happen.
point, somebody's
When
got
it's
to
going to
start
happen, it's going to
forcing this
happen, no matter
four-wide
what.
issue.
What about
Put
me,
yourself in
Bess? I
positions
said thank
don't
you.
want to be in.
Let's take you inside the world of the...
Mid on top the same. You'll get distance. Still inside. Still inside. Still there. Mid 3. You'll get the distance. Mid 3. You are clear. The 38 is not. 38's 2 ahead of his helper. You're cleared only the top.
Oh my
top the
gosh.
same.
Let's
38 is cleared to the top.
Actually, I'm
38
going
is
to
cleared
mute
to the top.
this. I'm going to mute that right here. And I'm going to do MRN.
Who's
We're talking
last
about
to me
Joey Logano.
is the piece that's going to be important here. I want to stay
Thank
out and be
you,
long,
Joey.
and I
Thank
wanna
you, the
save as
fatal
much fuel as I
half
can.
inch.
I want to shorten up that pit stop time. cycle myself through and execute.
Shout out from Oklahoma. Thank you for sharing. You're welcome, Waylon.
Person to do it.
And guess what, Todd? They are 4 wide once again. We knew it was going to happen. We just didn't know when. The time is now.
It's a nice
Alex
job.
Hayden off 4,
They're so
4
specialized that they work at least 2.
times.
Some of them work all 3 series. Is now that 4 wide that he mentioned is starting to creep to the front.
And you knew it had to happen. Some of those guys
You
in
need
the
an
back,
auto
the only
scroll.
way to
Yeah,
get
I'm gonna look at
toward
that.
the front and start forcing the issue, and that is by making it 4 wide.
Let's give
Yeah,
a
anytime
shout out
just
to a
ask
couple
me to
of drivers
scroll,
a little
y'all,
further
'cause
back.
the-
Noah Gregson in that light
Pretty much
green and
everybody's
white
interested
car,
in the top
Beefaroo
20.
Ford. Corey LaJoy for Rick Ware Racing. He's up on the fence.
Denny Hamlin back at 28.
He's tucked in behind Daniel Hemrick.
What is wrong with Denny?
Doing a good job.
But look, the Toyotas are getting together, y'all.
What's that next car back there? Zane Smith in the 71. He's in the mix mid-pack.
Toyotas are getting together.
Chase Elliott, the
I
first
said,
car.
thank you.
You know, one of the first cars to
If
make
you
it
don't
4
have a
wide,
private,
there he
if
is.
you're on a private
That is
subscriber,
not
the little
situation he wants to be in.
Nash is not going to pop up for
Pretty
you.
good shape in these playoff points right now. You would love to be 2 wide or single file, not 4 wide. Still 36 to go.
Build Submarines on board for Brad Keselowski.
I don't think I've ever seen it like this, Garcia. Look at this, guys. Look at this.
And this camera, it is on the roof. It's not eye level for Brad, and you still can see what he is not able to. And that's what's in front of the 10 car. He has no idea what the car in front of the 10 is doing. That information is coming directly from the spotter. He can see to the left or the right of him, but if somebody's directly in front, you just cannot see it.
James Moore, here he comes, the 6.
This has got
That's
to be
right.
mentally exhausting to do this for so many laps at this speed with this intensity level.
Yeah, it's hot today, so it's physical as well. But
4 wide right there.
I mean, it's a game of inches, and if you want to
Awesome,
maximize
Bess.
everything,
Have
you
fun.
want Brad Keselowski to get right to that bumper.
24K, let's go.
If you
Get us
misjudge
there.
a little bit, you make contact, you can wreck the whole field and, of course, yourself. And it is exhausting. This is
less than 150 for 24K.
You are looking for some rest.
This is the most 4 wide I think I've ever seen. Jeff, you and I watched a lot of
even if I
races
got
in
out and
Talladega.
pushed
There's
Denny,
been moments, but it
he's
is
done,
lap
CeeLo.
after
Maybe
lap
he can
after
push
lap
the
in
Toyotas
stage
home.
one, and
We'll
then
see.
again here in stage 3.
Toyotas are all together. NASCAR $5. Kyle's being dumb. Literally go low, he says.
You know, he's gotten this crazy.
He's had so many chances.
To it today. I mean, this is
Thank you, $5 NASCAR fan. Everybody thank NASCAR fan for another
Noah
super
Gregson
chat.
in the 10. He's got to run in that 3rd lane. He's got Keselowski
Look
behind
at
him
those
pushing
guys. Oh, of course.
Yeah, and you can see that at the back of that, we talked about Denny Hamlin a little bit ago. He decided to go with that 4 wide lane, trying to get himself to the front. Oh, contact.
Whoa.
Great save.
And Ryan Priest got a good view of that right behind Keselowski.
Oh, that got everybody's
The pie ready, Mr.
As soon as that happened, everybody lifts. Didn't stop Brad from pushing him, though, did it?
Tell you what, it hasn't stopped. Yeah, it hasn't stopped Noah
Sit
from
here
going
with the
for
commercials.
it. Wow, he's enjoying this run.
Hit that
Now
like
he
for
tucks
us,
in
y'all.
behind Austin Dillon. Let's have another look at it.
There it is, Brad.
Thank you, Michael, for another $2 super chat. Michael, thank you so much.
Noah got out of the throttle a little bit there.
Everybody tell Michael thank you.
Noah had some kind of handling issue.
He got a haircut before this weekend. He's got the high
When's
sides.
it all gonna fall
He said
apart?
that'll
It's
help him
coming, CC.
aerodynamically. Of course, jokingly. But maybe, just maybe, it's working.
I never expected this. Another
You're
commercial.
so much more.
Let's see what MRN's got going on.
Here comes Dinger, 3 wide, 2 wide for the lead.
You can't be in all 3 lanes at the same time, although A.J. Allmendinger tried it. Now he goes to the bottom side. That opens the door for Joey Logano. That opens the door for Austin Cindric on the high side. Here comes Joey Logano with help from Todd Gilliland.
31 laps to go here at the Talladega Superspeedway. It's been spectacular. The best is yet to come. Joey Logano will lead him across the line. A.J. Allmendinger right there with him.
To show you how easy it is to file a claim with Geico, we hired a scary movie victim.
Let's ride it with Rowdy. Crank it up. Headset users beware. Yeah, Blaney was in a wreck, bro. What a race we're having. That's right, baby.
Joey Logano, who locked his way in to this round of 12 by winning at Atlanta at the beginning of the playoffs. Can he do it again and lock himself into the round of 8 with a victory here today? Still a lot of
Todd Gilliland, Front Row Motorsports, baby.
Moves to come.
So you want to be a race car driver at 200 mile an hour?
Austin Dillon, real aggressive.
You're welcome, John.
2 of Cindric.
We saw the 19F Truex spin and some other issues coming to pit road. With even more on the line, getting to pit road is going to be even more difficult. You're going to want to get every 10th of a second.
Hey, Stevie, I know you're used to calling the shots. Thanks for making my first Talladega so enjoyable.
Oh, yeah, it's Lee Dippy's first real. Talladega.
It's crazy.
These drivers continue to put on...
It's his first time.
Their talents on display, and it doesn't look
real.
Keep
hitting that like button. Keep on hitting that subscribe, y'all.
Within a few feet, if not a few inches of another car, above 180 miles an hour for the
We are less
day.
than 150 subs from 24,000.
We haven't had more cautions. Look at that push by Todd
Gilliland. Disaster looming. I feel it.
AJ Allmendinger had his Xfinity Series championship hopes, playoff hopes, take a pretty big dent yesterday, crashing out towards the end.
Can we call you crew chief, Andy Reid?
Maybe he can drive his
disaster
way to a
looming. You should make a wreck count next year for super speedways. Wreck count.
That was such a great shot. When the 38 hits the 22, they're hitting him so hard, it's deflecting the rear bumper.
It's about to get ugly. Thank you, Tom.
What about Todd Gilliland in the red and
so
yellow
much.
Georgia Peanuts Ford for Front Row Motorsports?
It would not shock me if he goes to victory lane today. This 38 and Todd Gilliland seems to always be at the front at these speedway races. Sometimes just didn't have quite the right moves coming to the checkered flag. You mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, Jeff, but returning to front row, McDowell moving on. Marty.
Steve, we talked about the pushes that Todd Gilliland is giving Joey Logano. In fact, a moment ago, they told Todd on the radio, Logano is very happy with what you're doing. Keep those pushes coming.
Thank you, MM. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Wayne.
So we can come back and get ready for what should be the final round of stops. The Dinger leads the way.
All right, commercial break on NBC.
They're doing all of the work. Somebody inside, somebody outside, in front, behind. But what about the spotters? As we know, Alex, the spotters are right above us. It is almost a mile that they look across this racetrack as they climb the banking up in turn number 3. How do you even
What's
work
Logano's
with your
points
driver
above the
in
cut
this
line?
kind of
When they
chaos?
show it, I'll let you know. Right now, they showed Denny was out of the cut line.
And if you're the driver, you have to continue to stay laser focused.
And that's easier said than done, Mike Bagley, because that
Denny moving up to 18
becomes 2.5 hours. It becomes 3. But lap after lap, they run inches apart.
Nobody has gotten a break in the spotter stand or
last
behind
show
the
on your
wheel of
screen
these race
plus
cars.
9.
For the most part, this race has been 3 wide, 4 wide, and that's exactly what it is right now. 3 wide for the lead.
Through turns 3 and 4, you've got Austin Cindric up high, AJ Allmendinger down low, and again, Joey Logano leading that middle troop, and they have been as the crowd to their feet, cheering for Dinger, Logano, and Austin Cindric.
Joey Logano, let's talk about him for a moment, Dylan Welch. He was involved and got some of that crash with his teammate Ryan Blaney and Ross Chastain. That team has done yeoman's work getting that car put back together.
They absolutely have. It was a split.
Hi, Elena.
Buckled hood.
What's up, Elena? Good to see you.
Team. They've repaired that as best they can. It's been interesting to watch.
Look at
Before
that,
we went
CeeLo.
green,
Yeah,
Joey said, the 38 of Todd Gilliland is my guy. They got linked up. They went straight to the front, and Gilliland has not left Logano's back bumper since we went back green. They're pitted one stall away from each other.
Another road pit stops, I think so.
Like to stick together for the rest of this race, so we'll keep an eye on Logano and Gilliland and see how efficient they are together.
Marching band formation. Nobody stepping out of line. Lap after lap after lap. We're down to 23 to go. It's AJ Allmendinger
23 to
and
go.
Joe Logano at the moment at the front of the field.
All right.
If I would have kept
that. Let's see here.
Of the racetrack. We are closing in on green flag pit stops. Who comes?
How are they going to get green flag pit stops running 3 wide?
Near the racetrack. How soon do the crew chiefs inform the drivers? Hands out the window on the backstretch would be the signal from driver to
Dillon
driver.
there in P6.
And we've seen multiple incidents on pit lane entry, Jeff, today. Martin Truex Jr., Brad Keselowski missing it. Other drivers missing it. Who's got the finesse and the discipline
let's see,
to
Matt
execute
Steve.
this final stop the best way?
And now late in the race, the consequences are even higher, so drivers are going to try to get even more speed on corner entry.
And let's not forget about those pit crews. Just because we're doing gas only does not make this any easier. The gas man is going to try to come off pit wall with over 100-pound gas can on his shoulder, plug in instantaneously before
pretty much everybody's out of gas.
Put a calculated time in. Hand out the
coming
window,
very
13,
soon.
AJ Allmendinger. I believe you're going to see pit stops this time. First car in line, that bright green aqua-colored 13. There was a hand out the window.
Comes AJ.
So watch, if he pits this time, watch, there it is, hand out the window.
AJ's
That's
pitting.
the indication. So watch what happens behind him. Watch who gets
SVG as well.
Who doesn't get slowed up. Now the words going back to the spotters. Hey, 13's pitting, 13's pitting. But what lane does this hurt? He will
Welcome
come
back,
off
Steve.
and get on the straightaway. Stay to the left. There's plenty of room to go around and to the right.
Who else is coming? Daniel Hemrick.
Looks like the Fords are setting up to come in.
Reese, is it? Dinger's the first one in. Here comes
Keselowski's going to be left out to dry. He needs to get low if he's going to pit with Buscher.
Road a little early on this side of the window, and AJ Allmendinger actually got some damage earlier on in a green flag cycle, so they wanted to make sure it was clean here. 21 to go at Talladega.
And with this car, when these cars pitted, that gave room for the 22 of Joey Logano to get to the bottom. So now he's in a position.
Where the pit crews can win or lose the race.
Time yet that I see. I think we're going to see another completed lap.
Once again, the Penske teammates, they work together so well. They take pride in it. It wasn't always the case, Steve. A few races they wrecked together. They had to work it out, learn how to do it.
All right,
Roger Penske,
run the commercials here.
At the top.
This is where the pit crews win. That's right. Dillon for the lead.
Effort equals results. The captain always says there's no lack of effort from these guys at the front. Cindric, Logano on that low side. How about Austin Dillon? What a run he's having. His RCR teammates only 3-4 cars back.
Hit that subscribe. We're almost 106 subs from 24K.
20 consecutive seasons with at least one victory. Stenhouse has been at the front
comes
all
those
day long.
Yeah, big push right here. Austin Dillon to the bottom. I wonder if that means
Austin
he's
Dillon. Dillon will crash you for the win.
He's at the racetrack. He's not pitting. He just had such a push.
Any takers this time? You bet. Here comes Bubba Wallace.
Bubba Wallace.
But only 3, a surprising number. You want to go with 4.
Only 3, 2 Toyotas.
It'll be very interesting to see if he was speeding on pit road.
Buscher.
This is a small number to pit with. It will hurt your get up to
2
speed.
Toyotas and
the
Buscher.
Drafting matters, even leaving pit road, Dave.
Chris Buscher's been exciting all day long, running up at front in the 17 car. Scott Graves told him we've got nothing to lose.
Weird he's not pitting with Brad.
He'll get just fuel here.
That doesn't make a bit of sense.
Watkins Glen winner is serviced and sent and gets out ahead of Bubba
choose
Wallace.
Hendrick as your dark horse.
What happened with Eric Jones, if he's going to get penalized or not. Meanwhile, at the front, the pressure is on. Todd Gilliland leads. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Inside is Austin Dillon in the 3.
And much like us, every crew chief watches the pack come off turn 4 to decide, are there any more takers? No, the pack stays together, and the pack has picked up a 1.5 seconds since the first group pitted. No more riding, no more park throttle. It's go time.
18 laps left.
I think we're about to see the Penske's on pit road. They got to the bottom a little bit ago. I saw several other, their teammate Harrison Burton, Alliance car, he got to the bottom.
Here is the Chevys.
Look at this mess.
Chevys are in.
Oh, they're fighting for the bottom, aren't they?
Yep. Larson trying to get to the bottom.
This is a big line. They can't be fighting down there for nothing. Who's going to peel left here?
Cindric went to the top.
Like I said, the cameras are a little faster than the NBC audio.
Who's coming? Here
Never
we go.
going to be the
Stenhouse
same.
is coming. Dillon is coming. Chase Elliott is coming. So too Kyle Busch. Here they come, Marty.
Everyone
about
cleanly
30 seconds
on pit road.
behind.
When I talked to Rudy Fiegel, the crew chief for William Byron
to
earlier this week, he said,
TV.
this is what we execute so well. Green flag stop. Byron on pit road with 17 to go, Kim.
And his teammate Chase Elliott got the
some more
cue
pit
this time after
stops.
missing it the last
Logano.
stop. Fuel only for Chase Elliott. His teammate Larson looking for that first super speedway.
5 more to
Fuel only for both of those teammates down the pit
23,900.
road.
Look at this. Look at this race off pit road. Phenomenal.
We all know the position's going to matter when they get single file. This time the Fords are coming. The hands were out the window in the backstretch. The Chevys got the pit road cleanly and organized. Can the Fords match? Widen out. Get air to the front. Get air to the brakes. Hard on the brakes for all of the Fords. Looking really good, Parker.
And they all come down here, including some of the Toyotas as well. It looked like joining these Fords because the Toyotas did not do well on that stage 2 cycle when they got beat by many of the cars. Joe Logano there getting through only from the front of the field. Dave.
Chase Briscoe and another Ford brings the 14 in. He'll be
Look at all those
only as well
Fords.
a tear off so we can see better. Try to manage
Chevy, Michael says.
Yep, we had Austin Cindric. They said go, 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 go. Got the seconds of fuel they needed. Also in pit road, Brad Keselowski, a whole brigade of Fords this stop.
Now, how much fuel did you save? How much fuel did you put in? Will you blend these cars off pit road? Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the light green and white car at speed. First lane into turn 1. They're going to continue every position. They start to go by, but on the backstretch, how much will the momentum carry? The Chevys are organized, single file, Jeff, they look good.
McDowell, new leader.
Those Fords are way out front.
He's going to pit, though. McDowell, the first 5 cars are going to pit here.
Of stopping on lap 171.
McDowell, Hocevar, Zane Smith, Justin Haley, and BJ McLeod. Austin Cindric will be the new leader.
Those top 4 Fords are.
This is crazy.
Done a nice job of getting organized quickly.
Wide
open. You're clear everywhere.
Oh, wide open, you're clear everywhere. Stenhouse takes it to the right side of Gilliland.
He takes it, but this slows this line down a little bit. Double foul. Watch this to the 14. Look at those 4
cam.
Fords.
We'll have 4
and
cams
pulls
now.
out of line, which hurts the 9 and the 24. The Chevys are thinking we needed to stay single file.
So now they got to get lined
You're
up.
welcome.
When they do,
Be back here in a second, y'all.
When
1 second.
Whoa! Kyle Busch almost got
Oh,
into the
Kyle
side of
Busch, come
Larson.
on.
So now the chase is on.
They're going to have
Kyle
big
lost the
forward
draft.
momentum coming to these Fords now.
McDowell's coming in. That's the yellow car on the low line there. Slowing.
He got back in there.
It's Austin Cindric at the front of this field with 15 to go.
Chase Elliott pulled out the
15
line,
to
pulls
go.
to the rear bumper, the 47, the 5th
Here
car
we go.
back. He'll
Stenhouse
jump
setting it up.
to the outside of one of the Fords. Stenhouse, tons of forward momentum, as you pointed out, Jeff. The Chevy's still attacking.
15 to go to get
Even
us
though he is not
103
in that top
subscribers.
3,
Can you do it?
Chase Briscoe said,
We're
"I
missing it
believe
by
the Ford drivers
103.
work together better than the other
Subscribe,
manufacturers."
subscribe.
Look at this. Up goes Keselowski, trying to make it difficult.
Do it well, you get the result of what happened
100
with
to go.
Keselowski, all of those guys, they did everything
Hamlin
right.
16th.
This is manufacturer pride on the line. This is playoff points. Who just ducked to the inside there?
Gilliland on pit road. I'm not sure. Oh, he has a penalty. A penalty on the 38. Too
Speeding
fast
for
entering. That's gonna
Todd
kill
Gilliland.
the
He's done.
Fords.
He was one of the key contenders
Oh.
for Front Row Motorsports.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank
Todd's
you, Jahar.
chances of a big win here on the big
95
track
to go.
are gone today.
At 10 laps to go, I'm going to
Stenhouse,
MRN.
Elliott, William Byron on that high line. Kyle Larson is in the mix as well. Chevy versus Ford in those lines. The Coca-Cola on board with Joey Logano.
It's getting aggressive, obviously, with 13 to go. Things are flying 190 miles an hour. Reaching speeds of right at 200 down the straights, into the straights.
We talk a lot about the chaos, Jeff, and at 3 and 4 wide, I'm just not sure what a driver can do. But when it turns too wide like this is like quintessential drafting right here. How much do you back up? How much do you move forward? When do you pull out a line? I just feel like there's more in the driver's hand than when it's just clogged up 4 wide.
12 to go.
And then how do you push, right? Because now the temptation is to push harder than you have all day long.
And could Cindric win this? Stenhouse,
miles an hour.
Chase.
My goodness.
Cindric, Keselowski, Logano.
You've been standing
right
for the last 30 minutes. I'd like to stand.
Harrison Burton's having a good run in that Dex Ford as well.
41. The fear is that you jump to the outside.
MRN, here we go.
You're going to go straight to the back.
Teetering back and forth. 10 laps to go in the Yellawood 500. At the line, we've had 61 official lead changes.
Here they come into turn number 1 again. It is 2x2. Noah's Ark formation. Here they come through turns 1 and 2. Down on the inside, the lead belongs to Cindric, but only by a nose.
All the racing
Keep
is in
subscribe.
double wide formation. There's no 3 wide, no 4 wide.
Thank
Everybody
you, C.
content
Nicholas.
to run side by side at the point. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. up outside. Austin
Thank you,
Cindric
AD.
leading the lane downstairs. This time, Brad Keselowski got to the bumper.
Less
of
than
Austin
80 to
Cindric.
go.
That helps him keep the lead as they negotiate turns 3 and 4. It is still Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in that third spot. Chase Elliott and Joey Logano side by side as well.
Dave, a
And
moment
to
ago
go.
you said when we get down to the end of these tracks like this, we talk about Stenhouse. There's another driver we cannot overlook. He's won here 6 times. He's running
When is
third.
the big
He's on
one
the
gonna
inside
happen?
lane, Brad Keselowski.
Brad K is in the hunt right now, and to say the least, after the year he's had, this would be a huge one for him to win. He's still got some work to do as he shows Austin Cindric to the backstretch.
Bad Brad
Thank
now
you,
second
Robin.
in line
Thank
on
you,
the bottom
Minnie.
of the
Thank you,
racetrack.
Steven.
Although the inside line loses a
Keep
little
hitting
bit
it,
of
y'all.
momentum, but they quickly regain
We're
it.
so close.
That's because
Less
Brad
than
just
60
shoves
away
Austin
from
back to the corner.
24K.
Once they get to the corner.
Outside lane's got some momentum, led by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Stenhouse puts a nose out in front. Cindric moves up a bit.
Reddick, Hamlin, Briscoe, Suarez.
Side to the super stretch.
Cindric will jump out in front. He'll
We're just
get
gonna
the
sit here with
advantage.
it.
Then Stenhouse will scissor out front. He'll get the advantage. Right now, they are wheel to wheel for the lead with Stenhouse leading for a moment, but Cindric takes over back to the corner. Field pours into turns 3 and 4, and in the top 10, make that the top 15.
Hit
Nobody has any
29K.
ideas
We'll
of
see if we can do
creating a
it.
third lane. So for
Get
the
us there,
moment,
y'all.
Austin
We're
Cindric
less than
enjoys
almost 50 to go.
the
You have Fords
50
working
subs
down to the inside.
and
you have
8 to
Chevrolets
go with
flanked
no
to
big
their
one
right.
yet.
The highest running Toyota is John Hunter Nemechek. Nobody else even close to him.
48.
Cindric, Stenhouse, front of the field.
High to the
We're down
face
to
at
8 to go.
24K.
Stenhouse Jr.
Thank you,
now by
Tim. Thank you,
3/4
Norman.
of a car length has got it in that outside lane. Well back in the lead pack. There's a third groove materializing, led by Austin Dillon.
That is all the way at the back of the pack, and you've got to wonder if that outside line, that third lane, starts to get some momentum. Who in front of them that's in the middle lane will jump up and pull that third lane forward. For the moment, however, it's 2 by 2 by 2, at least for the top 10 or 12. It is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. trying to gain some momentum around that outside lane. Nothing doing this time. Chase Elliott, William Byron, and Kyle Larson in tow.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
time to execute it, but boxing heavyweight champion said it best, and it applies here. Everyone's got a plan until you get punched right in the mouth. Here they go, back to turn number 1.
Gloves are off as they hit turn
Thank you,
number
Robert.
1.
Thank you,
Laps
Chris.
winding down here
Less
at
than 40
Talladega.
now.
For the moment, it's 2 by 2. That extreme outside line has petered out with Austin Dillon, Daniel Hemrick, and A.J. Allmendinger.
Meanwhile, the leaders hit the back straightaway. Todd Gilliland will be gobbled up by them here in short order. Gilliland running all by himself right there. Here's the pack right here, trying to catch him and put him another lap down. Austin Cindric showing the way on the bottom groove. Very comfortable on that bottom line. Right behind him is Brad Keselowski. And to Keselowski's
Hey, there's an
right
outside
end,
line
Ricky
forming.
Stenhouse
It's
Jr.
way back
Chase
there.
Elliott on his bumper.
Shane Van Gisbergen at the tail end of the field has pulled out a line and brought one driver with him to form up 3 wide.
24. Thank you, D-Mont. Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Dustin. Thank you, GTO. Thank you, Richard.
They tried that 4 wide line a couple of laps ago with Dylan leading the pack. It did not work. He fell
through versus who didn't, because the whole pack comes apart on the back straightaway.
Oh my gosh.
As the leaders come off turn 4, there are only 6 cars that make their way back to the tri-oval. A heap of beat-up race cars sit at the feet of Mike Bagley.
Tried to get through it, and he got hit.
Cindric got turned to the right. That probably had to be a draft bump or a bump draft gone bad. It turned Cindric right across the face of the field, and everybody came piling in. It is a massive smokescreen. The entire backstretch, racing surface, and apron are coated with skid marks of everybody sliding and crashing down to the bottom of the racetrack. About half the field is sitting at the entrance of turn 3.
$5, yes. Kyle survived.
Have arrived on the scene to tend to all of these wrecked race cars.
Well, you want a shocking stat? How about
It is an interesting way to return to pit lane.
7 cars.
The disappointment of Kansas. Bowman, a great run in the playoffs. He gets back to pit road to the service of his crew.
It's a parking lot.
The rest of this mess has to be untangled. So, 2 of the key
players
who got through that,
Little
Kyle
field.
Larson and William Byron.
What was Brad doing?
Now who can get rolling?
That's right, Jeff. A lot of conversations been talked about, are you out of the race, are you not? Well, all these cars have had significant contact, so if you can't get your car back under your own power, I'd be shocked if NASCAR's not going to allow you, or going to allow you to continue. Austin Cindric winding that down. That's basically day over.
You can see drivers, if they feel like they can roll, they're going to keep their winding that down. They're going to ask just to get pushed off, get pulled back.
They also have a system that you
can air
up and it actually extends the rear shocks. It's a newer flat tire system, so you can drive back on flat tires.
14
we'll see
to
if
go.
any of these cars are able to drive away from the wreck on their own power.
And you can have a good finish with just a little bit of damage.
Yeah. Are there any with just a little bit of damage? I mean, what mess over there. John Hunter Nemechek trying to get the gear wrench Toyota going to drive back to pit road. Wow.
Bill Gregson's got his car moving.
Cindric's out. Cindric led 29 laps today and was at the front, there or thereabouts, in those top 3 rows for the majority of the race.
Wow, been saying it.
And Briscoe,
all day. Wrecks cost money.
Looking at the back of the pack, I knew something happened at the front to get everybody stacked
slow
up.
if you're just getting your first beer. I'm at 5.
Right there.
Look at Logano.
The 2 got so far out in front of the 6, and then with all the pushing and shoving,
Christopher Bell made it.
When he got to the 2 car, he was going so fast. Right here, boom, and around he goes.
He got there, and he was also kind of moving from right to left. He wasn't, you know.
Yeah, Cindric was moving to the right a little bit.
But this is what I saw. The pushing, and the 22 was getting pushed by the 21. Right. The 21 was getting pushed by the car behind him.
God.
It all happened, Dick, because the 2 got out so far. And that got
Rooting
mixed
for
up when
Recchi
they passed
now.
the lap car of Gilliland. That changed the energy of the pack.
That was a big hit to the left side of the 47. Unbelievable. The 47 was able to keep it straight. If we watch that again, watch this 2 car right here. Gets pushed, bang, right off the 47.
Well, he did hit Stenhouse pretty good.
Keep it straight.
Chase hit the wall.
Chase Elliott, big impact.
Wow.
You're talking about
the big winner in this here is Denny,
big
because
wreck with big ramifications for the playoffs.
Cindric is out.
And also Cindric's essentially leading this race, and if he wins it, he's advancing to the next round, and here he is crashed.
Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch.
We got 10 to go, y'all.
Through. Here's the view from the 47.
10-9.
Logano's car, you saw it hop up in the air.
Almost at 6,000 in here. Trashed and crashed.
This is Chris Busch's view. Daniel Suarez was in there. Zane Smith as well. How about Chase Elliott? This isn't going to be good.
Oh. My goodness. This is not an elimination race, no. 10 to go, y'all. 10 to go.
Look at all of these wrecked race cars, and I'm going to tell you,
Where's
One driver
Rowdy?
is not even in this.
Well, it's not going to update until they go around.
While.
Right now, they're scoring the cars that they haven't passed.
That
they don't
was
know
a
it yet.
massive, potentially a huge deal for him. Remember, he was crashed. He was out of this race. And all of these cars are going to have poor finishes. That is going to be a big help to Ryan Blaney.
Red flag.
Tyler Reddick's view.
Rowdy hit the wall, it looks like, though, a little bit. I can't tell on that replay. Rowdy looked like he hit the wall a little bit. Let's see. Larson's good. Rowdy's Christopher Bell. Austin Dillon.
Right. And he was able to continue and get back to his pit box.
Yeah, Brad had nothing to do.
You know, all the pushing and shoving, and
8 to
eventually,
go.
Steve,
Come on, y'all.
It's more than it'll work out.
Go, hit that sub.
One great bit of news in this accident. All the cars stayed on their tires. That was a point of conversation coming here. Some changes by NASCAR. You know, wrecks are still wrecks. And I'm sure a lot of these did not feel great for the driver, but all the cars staying on their tires, a big point of focus coming here. Here you go.
So watch this. So the 2 is out, right? He's going by Todd Gilliland, who's a lap down. Now, all of this energy is coming.
And they got put. I mean,
There's
nothing they could do.
The 21, the 14. All of those just continued to push.
Well, Harrison Burton almost made it through.
The 6 into the 2. We talked all day, Diff, about the drivers behind not being able to see the car in front. And that is a great example right there. If they could really see that 2 car, they all would have been checking up a little bit. But when you're 3 cars back, 2 cars back, you have no idea that car is that far out in front.
And the car that could see the 2 of Austin Cindric the best was the 6 of Brad Keselowski. Let's take you back to some radio.
Joey hit me from behind as I was pushing him.
Go! 24K.
Yeah, 10-4, man.
Thank you,
So
guys.
it goes back to what
Brenda,
you're saying.
Sebastian.
You know, when you ride on board with the 6,
Thank you.
it just looks like he's hitting the 2. But then when you get a wider perspective, right, it's, well, the 22's hitting the 6, trying to push him, right? And he's catching the 2. And it's, you know, earlier in the race, you would hear spotters say, you know, close in front, and you would see that 3rd car start to check up a little bit and leave each other space. But 4 laps to go. You know, you just have to continue to try to push, because if he could push the 2 out, then the bottom lane moves. It's just...
Let's go.
You know, it's almost a matter of time. Line up a bunch of pool balls and push from the back.
Thanks for all
until one of the pool balls pop out of line, and that's basically what happens, right? You can only push them for so hard, something's going to come out of line. And in this case, it happened to be the first car on the inside lane, and that's why you have so many cars involved.
7. Hope, Brady,
There are a lot of cars to be retrieved.
Thank you,
this
guys.
was the view of A.J. Allmendinger in the Strive Chevy.
25K by the race end dog.
So close.
Wow, oh wow.
Got within 5 laps.
My gosh. Got within 5 of the big wreck.
Because I heard Tab Boyd on the radio when that happened. He goes, wow. But Ricky got away with it.
Another car
How's the
here.
race car, and what do you guys anticipate here to get things rolling?
Yeah,
Guess we'll go Lawson.
Okay, took a shot right in the middle of the door. Best place it could be if you're going to get hit. And
Christopher Bell made it. Going to watch out for him.
It's going to be a battle. There's some really good guys up front, and some of these guys are in the middle of, you know.
Thank you, 4K Drone Craft.
We're out here to try and do
Thank
good
you,
for ourselves and
Yeehaw.
our sponsors and our team. You know, we're ran well all day, got a bunch of stage points, and we just want to cap it off with a solid finish. And if we got a shot at it, we're going to go get it.
Thank you, Menace.
You need to bring him in, you think, or you think he's good to stay?
We'll see.
You'll see.
We'll see.
He's not going to tip the cap just too much there. It's Mike Kelly, the crew chief for Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Jason, he is not going to give you that answer. That is for sure. Like you said, they're not going to play their cards right now. You know, one thing that, and Alex, you can weigh in on
Here since
why
12K,
and what has
such a
to
rapid
happen.
growth.
There's
Thank
a
you,
number
Close
of drivers
Profits.
that are still sitting on the back straightaway going into and up into the banking of turn number 3. You might think that they're
we watched it live, Joshua, if you want to go back and watch it.
Badly damaged,
we watched it live.
That's not always the case. The tires are down. They're waiting to pull away. How is that going to happen?
Well, what they have to do is because
what the heck
so
was
many
that?
race cars involved in the
where
crash,
are they filming?
and not that many safety vehicles.
Where are these cars
every
from?
single race car. So obviously the triage for the safety personnel go to the drivers who you know are going to be out of the race. Cars torn all the way up, and then make sure they're okay.
Is that a DEI car?
Get them into the ambulance to get to the infield care center. Then there are other drivers like a Joey Logano and some of these other drivers that went for a slide.
That's a Menards car.
Slight contact out there, Todd Gordon.
What, they just jump
will
them?
Not get out of the car.
What the
They're
heck?
waiting for one of the NASCAR officials to plug in to the A post on the driver's side for the actuator.
Yeah, so in
is
mid-season, NASCAR came forward and they kind of came up with, because we just
Junkyard.
have these cars that get stuck because they got flat tires. There's actually an option.
That's what happens when the other big ones happen.
Almost everybody here at Daytona has it installed. It's a
the number one DEI. Yeah,
they can put 900. They need a minimum of 900.
Never do it exactly.
Safety vehicles.
That's outside the track.
They can plug up to multiple cars and do this. It pressurizes, and it's a slave cylinder on top of the rear springs on the shock.
Okay, they're actually showing
the shock extension down.
This
so
is
the
actually a
junkyard. You can drive on the wheels.
These are live shots here now
of the tire and
on a beautiful afternoon in Alabama.
And again, like you just said, we see that a lot.
That's
at Daytona.
crazy.
We certainly see it all right here at Talladega. We're under the red flag.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's
4 laps
just
to
I
go.
heard a
The
lot
field
more
shut down on the
than
back
wished of you.
straightaway, and cleanup
I don't know what's going on over there.
into turn number 3.
Do you have an unused car, truck?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Gregson. The list goes on.
It's the Talladega graveyard, apparently. Yeah, I've never been there.
Jimmy Johnson, Dale Jarrett on the Peacock pit box, fellas. We got so close, got within 5 laps.
Made a promise, CeeLo.
Yeah, we've both been there, I think, probably.
Yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
Going along, doing everything that you can, and really, Austin Cindric not doing one thing wrong there. I think the one thing that I thought when I first saw it, Jimmy, was
no one flipped.
Why did Keselowski hit him in the rear? But the more replays that I saw as he was getting pushed, it was actually turning his car, Brad's a little bit left, and that's what created that angle. So it's no way to put blame. It's just racing that happens here, right?
Yeah, especially when you look at those cars and the association with the manufacturers, they're all trying to help each other.
Yeah.
It just didn't turn out well for them. But it just shows how draggy the lead car is. The 2 car got off to a nice lead. He kind of hit that terminal velocity wall. Car starts pulling back, and the energy of the pack is closing so hard. Brad saw it coming, and in my eyes, Brad tried to check up a bit, but the train was rolling, and they drove right onto the 2 car.
And you can see this is all happening is that Todd Gilliland, who had to serve a penalty for speeding coming into pit road earlier, he got out of the way, but Cindric had got that. And as you pointed out, the manufacturers want their guys to run together. Well, the bad thing is if there's something happens, then they're going out together too.
Yeah, it totally is that way. And then what
go to
I
the
think
41.
a lot of these
Let's
guys
see
will
if he's
fall back
still in
on, and I know Ryan Blaney's name is back in the conversation because of all the stage points he had.
41's done.
Looking back on the day and wondering how many points are going to carry you through with all these cars tore up.
10 was
the
wrecked.
Result, the finish itself isn't what it once was, unless you're in victory lane, of course. Now you have these stage points to worry about, and that's where we're going to let Stevie do all of his calculations up there in that chief world that he lives in.
Yeah, and this is so unfortunate because we saw just magnificent racing. But the one good thing and another good thing about this car is the safety of it. And I think Parker has one of the drivers involved here.
Right, DJ catching up here, Daniel Hemrick, who's been checked and released for the infield care center. So what was your view of this massive wreck down the backstretch?
Not a whole lot, Parker. Just seeing it here on the replay. It looked like the 2 was out a little bit, and 6 didn't quite square up. Looked like with the 2, it kind of started the accord. Actually, the first thing I saw was debris going up, and we were trying to get the 3rd lane rolling there. Yeah, so just unfortunate. Proud of everyone at Circle Chevrolet. Really fast qualifying effort for us to put our 31 car in top 10, and hey, did turn out the way it did. Yeah, I only have, 5 more this Cup races, so I'm trying to enjoy every one of them. That's not the way you want them in the end, but thought I had a hole and just ripped around the top, and just 2 came back up the racetrack at the end and caught me. So I hate that, but proud of these guys. 5 more. Go try to do something special.
That's the chaos of Talladega, Dave.
So, Parker, down in the salvage yard, Chase Briscoe sits in his number 14 car, knowing that the rule is if he gets out of his car, then his day is over. They've been arguing with the track workers. They're trying to do the best they can to follow NASCAR's rules. Listen.
that Brad Moran, the series director, just told us that we would get a push back to our stall, and that's what we need. Not let them take you out of that race car. Do not. They're saying that even with the air jacket, it won't move because it's so tied down at the back, and I can't get a push. You tell them to push you. I have told them 100 times. Put your hand over the latch and do not let them drop that window net.
Okay, Steve, you're the crew chief of the 14. Richard Boswell's doing his best, but boy, that 14 is stuck.
Well, there's 14 stuck, so let's go back. Basically what happens is when a wreck happens, if you've had any amount of significant contact that NASCAR is going to tow you to the garage, your day's over. If you've had little to no contact and you only need help back because of flat tires or you're stuck in the grass, then NASCAR has said they'll bring you back to pit road. The problem is that is kind of in the eye of the beholder. What's significant contact? What's too much contact? Now, looking at this 14, the left rear looks flat for sure. The right rear, the toe link looks broke. That is something you can change on pit road. But if the car itself won't push and they got to hook it up to a wrecker, what's their other options? This is something that NASCAR is going to have to look at for next year for this situation. One car at a time, it's pretty manageable. But with wrecks like this, Jeff, how do you decide who is in the wreck and who isn't?
Yeah, this is a very difficult situation. And as you said, moving forward, need to find a better way to do this. This is part of the problem is that the car sits on the racetrack or sits in the grass, and you can't get it to roll. And that's ultimately, Steve, that's the reason they're having all these problems.
How about the guy who led 29 laps today, and Parker was at the front for the majority of this race, but it's come to an end. Austin Cindric.
Right, Lee. Just checked release from the infield care center here for Austin Cindric. You were at the front there. Looked like an aggressive bump by Brad Keselowski. Got you turned. Was there anything different you maybe could have done inside?
Hard to say. I mean, obviously incredibly frustrated. Yeah, we have a great shot to win the race, and just really proud of my team. The full execution of the day, being able to get that stage win and put ourselves in position at the front of that green flag pit cycle, and then have another shot. I don't know. I don't feel like complaining right now. I'm too pissed off, and it won't do anything. So, it's probably, like I said, proud of the team. Brought some really fast race cars every single race of the playoffs, and we're going to have to go bring another one next week and do my job.
We saw a lot of 4-wide racing today, 3-wide. Did it feel like something like this was brewing with the pushes getting more aggressive?
I'd say the 4-wide and even the 3-wide's a lot to do with a lot of the strategy side of things. And, I mean, that middle of 4 stuff for, I don't know how many laps it is, got to be some of the craziest stuff I've ever been a part of. But felt like we're in a great place to control there, and it's going to be between me and the 47 there, just trying to figure out when I was going to be able to get my runs, and kind of mathing that out every time we came to the start-finish line. But, yeah, like I said, a couple laps short, and torn up race car.
Heartbreak for Austin Cindric and the 2 team guys.
Sure is. He will leave Talladega still on the wrong side of the playoffs cut line, and a crucial
There you go, 24K. This is dumb, M. Jones says. Ugh. 24K. Sorry, we had it muted. Do it again, they say. Do it again. That was late. Yeah, we'll make up for it. We'll make up for it. Oh, boy. Yeah. They all say do it again. That's all that's left. That's all that's left. Is that better? There you go. Oh. It's sugar-free vanilla yogurt. It's even worse. Oh, boy.
The 22, it's kind of out of the roof flap right now, so you're trying to slow the air down over the roof of the car and reduce the amount of air going under the car. Changes, at least in this accident, seem to be okay. Still more racing to go, but thankful to see all the cars stay on their tires.
Frustratingly, Josh Berry, for the second week in a row, gets towed back. This is John Hunter Nemechek. This is Chase Elliott. Again, 28 cars involved. It's going to have significant playoff implications, especially for two Penske drivers, Joey Logano, Austin Cindric. Both are below the cut line.
And
there you go. Sorry
all
about
of
that.
These different drivers are dealing with this. It's going to be very interesting. Parker.
Catching up with Mike McDowell, who led the most laps today. You were involved in that incident on the backstretch. What was your viewpoint?
I didn't have one. By the time, I was 12th, 13th at the time, and all I saw was cars spinning and trying to avoid it. So I didn't see what caused it or what started it. But unfortunately, we were right in the middle of it and kind of got hit on both sides and thought maybe we could get it rolling, but just couldn't get it to move. So hated for everybody on this left shop stop Ford Mustang. Super fast again. Had a lot of speed. But it happens at the end of these races.
Dark
we just
out.
didn't
Yep,
execute what we needed to be in the front to miss it. And that kind of happens here.
Talk to me about how aggressive these pushes get late in these races, and how do you hold on to them when you get big pushes like that?
Yeah, when you get down to 5, 6 to go, you feel like it's coming. And where I was sitting on the racetrack, I was like, I don't know how I'm going to avoid this. You really want to be in those first 2 or 3 rows. And I don't even know where it started. Graham, thank you for being here. 2 or 3 rows. But you feel better when you're up near the front. But yeah, it's just part of it at the end of these races, and you're pushing really hard. And you're just trying to get your lane moving. You're just trying to get some momentum, and just kind of along for the ride.
Unfortunate result, Dave, for Mike McDowell.
So, Parker, if it's a right rear lower control arm, they are out. If it's a right rear toe link, they can repair it. Steve, the list of things you can do once you're towed back here like this is not an extensive one.
It's not an extensive list, but Dave, this is going to be pretty controversial in the garage area because the rule says
he might
if
pull
you
it
have
off.
more than slight contact and you can't return to the pits, then your day is over, and that comes down to the decision of the tower. We had Blaney complaining about this at Watkins Glen. His car ended up having pretty severe damage. Josh Berry, a week ago on lap 1, claiming that they should have been brought back to pit road. And now we have the 14 and the 9 of Chase Elliott, who has been towed back to pit road. Kim, what are you hearing on the 9?
Yeah, Chase Elliott, he had to wait because there were so many cars in that accident that he was one of the last to be serviced by the crew. He felt like he was just wedged on the banking, that the car was going to be okay.
Figure it out.
Got a tow to his
pit
stall. They're working on left front clearance is the first priority. Then they're going to check the suspension, but they do think they're going to be able to go back on the racetrack. Chase being towed to his pit stall after a lengthy wait on the crew.
Now, the goal of the damaged vehicle policy is not to take cars off the racetrack that can compete. The problem is it has to be
my home track,
clearly written that it can be officiated the same for everyone. And I'm just not sure in situations like Talladega where there's this many cars in the wreck. I mean, we showed you how many replays, Jeff. I can't tell you who had light contact or heavy contact and how much damage they have. So, what
this is good news for Denny.
Amount of damage. Here's Harrison Burton in the 21, also getting towed back to his pit stall. So this is 3 cars being towed back.
Hendrick crew go to work on the 9. Have a look at this. As far as playoff drivers who had trouble so far, Atlanta 13 of the 16. The Glen, Bristol had the least amount. And let's talk more about that because Christopher Bell kicked it off. He got a penalty and had to go to the rear of the field. So too did Daniel Suarez, but Daniel Suarez had to serve a pass-through, a drive-through penalty.
The older drivers, Rowdy,
to get
Denny,
back in the pack. He
Brad.
trying to merge up in front of B.J. McDowell and just drives up in front of him and gets himself spun out.
And then
how do you do with the wrecks where there are just so many wreckers? That's why it took forever.
Turns the 12 around as he comes up. Big contact.
All right, 4 laps to go. We're going to go to MRN for the finish when we start getting rolling here.
There it is again. Even though it was in crash mode, he came across the line for 8th place in the second stage.
Close the aerial cam back.
It was just the beginning of it in reality, because in this 28-car pileup, there were playoff drivers everywhere. There were a few who skipped through, like Christopher Bell, like Kyle Larson.
I'm an old
like
Mark
William
Martin fan.
Byron.
Go Brad. And I'm from
But for the
Grand
rest,
Rapids. Go
like
6.
Chase Briscoe, like Chase Elliott, and others. Wrong place, wrong time. Austin Cindric, Joey Logano.
Yeah, there's 28 cars that were involved. That's the biggest big one wreck that's documented in history. So
28 cars involved.
That'll have a huge bearing on the playoffs too. I mean, so many guys. Austin Cindric comes to mind. He was in their position to win this race.
Thank you so much, Marianne.
And he's probably going to go
track
to the
house
Roval,
advance.
kind of in a
We'll
must-win situation.
This is not a cutoff
Briscoe
race,
potentially as well.
Speaking of the Roval, Jeff, there's been plenty of action there over the years, and that's what's next on the playoff menu.
British check 1 2. Yeah, I got you. Beautiful October day.
All right, coming up, Charlotte Roval next week. We'll be bringing that for you as well. Next week with the preview vlog on Friday. I don't think your wheel's supposed to look like that. I don't think your wheel is supposed to look like that. Briscoe out there just trying to get some points. Who's next? I'll be there. Can't wait in person, Amy says. Morning, CeeLo Martin. What's going on? Good to see you. Appreciate you. Sorry about the shenanigans we had. We had to do a pie of the face. But 24K, I appreciate everybody that hung out here. All right, so we're going to go... Who I got? I got Rowdy. And we'll go to the 6, I guess. The 6.
Racing in the final round of 12. All right, we've been hearing from the drivers when they get released from the infield medical center. Who's next?
Tennessee, Roy.
Well, we have Joe Logano here, who was pushing the 6 of Brad Keselowski, who got into the back of Austin Cindric down the backstretch. Did you know how big a run that you guys were creating there, and could you have done anything different?
I don't think we could have done much different. I mean, we had the
all a
bottom
bunch of morons for
fairly
watching
well,
this.
and our timing got a little bit off a 2 from what we have been doing, and it got pushed from the 21, that transferred to the 6, and it transferred to the 2 just at a bad angle. Off he went.
Is there anything in terms of you guys when you were down there trying to get the car rolling that maybe you were trying to get going there? What stopped you from being able to continue?
It's a disaster down there. I don't really know what to tell you. Put inner liners in the cars, I guess. It's a disaster because everyone's just sitting on flat tires and wants to roll, but they can't because they're on flat tires. And we got this machine that's going to plug up the rear tires.
Thank you guys,
or at least
everybody.
jack up the back of the car. But if you're flat on the front, you still can't steer. I'm going to stop now, but it's a disaster.
And guys, just listening to the team radio, they were pretty frustrated in trying to get that car rolling and the situation down there.
All right, how many overtimes are we going to have? I just found this channel today. I'm so glad I did. Amy, I'm glad you did too.
Has played a pivotal role in these 2024 NASCAR Cup Series Playoffs. A beautiful afternoon turned ugly for key playoff players.
Who's the MRN boys from
And there is a race
Grand
still
Rapids.
to be won. Well, that's the point, is we look forward to the guys that were able to miss
I don't
this.
know, who is it?
Keselowski, Byron Larson. Remember, everyone didn't come
you're
in
the one
and
that
fill
did
their cars
this,
up with
Kevin
fuel. The
said.
last time the leaders were on pit road, it was a quick gas-only stop. So it's going to be very interesting as we see overtime now. We extend the distance of this race. How much fuel did they put in? It's impossible for us to know. We're going to have to just kind of see if all the teams have enough in it
here on
for
the
a
gas.
green-white checkered finish. So we're getting ready to finish off the day.
I think
we're
everybody's
going into
good.
overtime, as Steve mentioned. 28 cars involved in the accident that has caused the race
And
to go
Hamlin
into
now,
overtime.
from
And
that
this most
accident,
recent
is
caution,
plus
that's the biggest
29
in history.
He's
as
the
far as
biggest
the amount of cars
winner
in
here.
the,
And Reddick.
air quotes, big one.
Logano, Suarez, Cindric, Briscoe, all out now.
Chase Elliott trying to stay in play if he can. He is one of those playoff drivers affected. So too Chase Briscoe. Meanwhile, it's going to be a mad scramble. I wonder, fellas, today if Kyle Larson feels this is the day that his luck has finally changed here at Talladega. He said, we've had speed, we've been good. He said, we usually get caught up in somebody else's dramas. And Larson was able to skip through and around that 28 car.
So we got at least one more lap here.
Here's Kim Coon.
Elliott is like, don't take me out, coach. I can still race. I can still go.
This morning, talking with Kyle
Winner
Larson
predictions?
And his crew chief,
Anybody?
Daniels,
4K drone crash?
Here. And what makes you good at every other racetrack is not necessarily what makes you good here.
You know what? Kyle Busch. I'm rooting on Rowdy. Let's go.
He can at other tracks. Still, he is a great super speedway
Chase
racer.
Elliott, Kyle Busch.
The best thing for them today is they have, if they have
can you
luck
show the
on
rest
their
of the
side.
leaderboard?
And I asked Kyle, what would you feel? What would be the emotion getting your first super speedway when he would just say, finally. Finally was the words he would say, Marty.
Larson, lots of Larson here.
Steve brought up a moment ago
Busch to win. Let's go.
Enough fuel
Christopher Bell, that's a good one, Rick.
Than we're thinking it might be.
Larson.
Several times, Rudy Fugle has told William Byron, the highest running playoff driver right now,
Willie B.
sitting
No
in
one's
third,
taking Willie B.
Do not swerve your
There's
car.
a Mike D
do not
taking
warm
Willie
up
B.
your tires coming
James
to the
Ford,
green
you gotta
here.
go with your boy.
And he just told him a moment ago, Steve, we have enough fuel for one overtime finish. I think even that is going to be close.
Oh my gosh.
But we do not have enough for a second overtime.
Well, the concern is not only the positions you would lose if you run out of gas, but if you run out of gas in front of the field, do you cause another accident?
She'll really be almost a half a tank like everybody else.
Let's see what happens. So let me know. Let me know. We just have to be ready. Okay. Fuel pressure's good, right? Yes.
Here we go, y'all.
That sounds like a nervous Rudy Fugle on the radio.
I need gas, y'all.
They've done everything.
Come on, Rowdy. I got $125 on you, smell gooder.
In this race, you just, if you're Rudy Fugle, you hope it works out with the fuel.
Yeah, and on top of that, Steve, there's only 22
we're going to
cars
MRN?
in the lead lap. So, what is it worth risking? When you had all these cars that got into the wreck.
It's really, really tight. I'm not even sure. I think there's more confidence in Brad Keselowski than Matt McCall right now, and Matt has all the computers and numbers and everything in front of him. So
oh boy,
that's
here we go.
Dynamic here of this finish.
If you go back and look at the pit stop times of the last green flag stop for these guys, the 47 Ricky Stenhouse was a little over 5 seconds in his pit stall. The 6-car Brad Keselowski, less than 3. So that's 4 gallons of fuel difference between those two pit stops, and nobody else was in that range. Most everybody was 4 to 5 seconds.
Yeah, look at that right there. Last pit stop, 2.836 for Brad, a 5.10 for Stenhouse.
Here's what we're going to do.
Look at the last pits.
And they may have
that'll
saved
tell you who
enough
has
fuel
gas and who
in
doesn't.
The running position through the run prior. It's not just how much you put in there; it's how much you had in the tank.
We got one more to go.
They may have been saving more where they didn't need to put as much in.
That tells you right there.
Puts
the
you in
pit
a great
stops.
position to be at the end of your races.
What about Denny Hamlin? What about Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on Sunoco fuel? Jason Toy.
Well, what Todd was just talking about there, they stayed long on pit lane to make sure they got as much as they could in there. So Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Mike Kelly and the crew, they feel confident here, at least for one restart here, maybe 2. Denny Hamlin, they are a little bit tight. They're hoping that them stopping might have helped, even though they would have loved to come down to make some repairs they need to.
Oh, my God,
but they stayed out on the track to hold on to that track position.
All right, thank you very much, Jason. Now, we do want to remind everybody, we talked a lot about 7 cars racing back through the tri-oval after the crash. Well, a number of cars have been taped up, buttoned up, banged out, and they're back on the racetrack.
All right, here we go.
We have a total of
Lights are off on the pace
cars
car.
on the racetrack. We know that roughly 13 of them escaped that crash out there in turn number 3. So we've got some torn up race cars to try to finish this thing off here this afternoon.
We do. We get to choose as the one to go happens right now. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. goes to the outside lane. Brad Keselowski goes inside. And then it gets interesting. Hendrick Motorsports teammates, William Byron and Kyle Larson, went opposite lanes from one another. I would have thought they would have gone nose to tail to at least already be hooked up in a specific line to draft to try to win this thing, but they went opposite directions in the third and fourth opportunity to choose.
Now they're in 2 abreast formation behind the pink Chevrolet Camaro safety car.
We are set to go. Let's hope that the unpleasantness of a few moments ago is not repeated in the last 2 laps of this race we're about to complete.
And Dan Hubbard, as the field climbs the banking over there in front of you.
All right, commercial,
turn
come on, hurry up.
4, lights out, crowd coming to their feet. Time to settle it here at Talladega.
This is going to be a great finish. Just a quick look at the top 5. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., an absolutely fearless driver. Will put it anywhere he needs to win. Keselowski at Talladega.
We want to see a full shot here.
How about Kyle Busch?
Come on, commercial. We're going to be perfect here.
Yeah, you think about
all right, y'all, here we go.
Manufacturer lap after lap, especially on green flag pit stops. Well, all bets are off now. Every driver for themselves. Here they come into the tri-oval. They've got to get to the Geico restart zone before they get back on the gas. That's where they're at now. Green flag in the air. Green, white checker, overtime in the 500 inside. That's Brad Keselowski. Topside, Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Here they come into the 33-degree banking of turn number 1. Nobody was so much as an inch of advantage. They are absolutely dead even. The only man that didn't get a great start is Christopher Bell, third on the inside.
It'll come back here in a second.
Up there side by side for the lead.
Now the field accordions back together with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. leading the outside line. Matter of fact, he is in sole possession of the lead. He's got William Byron right behind him. But here comes Kyle Larson shoving Brad Keselowski down low.
Here's Ricky Stenhouse Jr., however, who has a slight advantage over Brad Keselowski.
Come on, Kyle.
Away. They are
come on, Rowdy.
Door panel to door panel, wheel to wheel.
Brad.
Ricky tried to throw the block, but Brad was there. Here they come. Back through the tri-oval. White flag is in the air. One more lap here at Talladega. Dead heat at the line. Stenhouse outside, Brad on the inside.
Final time into turn 1. The throttles are buried through the firewall. Kyle Busch goes 3 wide to the outside, but he's got no help. He's going to go backward. Here they go.
Come on. No one went with the wide.
Kyle Busch, third lane. Nobody goes with him. Here comes the field. Up the back.
Oh, well, Rowdy. No one wanted to go with you.
Down low. You've got Ricky Stenhouse Jr. topside. Side by side for the win at Talladega.
It is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. up high. Now Brad Keselowski down low. Gets the push from Kyle Larson. Keselowski leads the field. He's by himself off of turn 4. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on a late race charge on the outside.
And Larson do something.
They pass the entrance to pit road into the tri-oval. Checkered flag is awaiting. Here they come, steaming to the
why
line.
Did he block?
Side lane gets the advantage. The 3 wide at the stripe. Checkered flag goes in the air, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Why did he block?
The Yellawood 500 by 6 1/1000ths of a
Why
second.
did he block?
Brad Keselowski would be credited second. William Byron is third. Kyle Larson fourth, and Eric Jones rounds out the top 5.
Why didn't Brad block?
Mike Kelly and the crew, they are celebrating. They're high-fiving. This is huge for the single-car team.
Ricky Stenhouse.
Come in here and get the win here on the season at Talladega.
Wow.
Mike, congratulations on... Oh, wait, he wants to tell his driver something here real quick. How about that? Congratulations. Your boy brought it home in there. How big is it for this team?
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. wins for the first time since he won the Daytona 500. Check out how close this was.
Why didn't Brad block?
Wow.
Where's your 47 of Hold on, 1 second, I'll get it for you.
Brad Keselowski's going to relive this one. Watch right here. Brad gets the big push from Larson, but just not enough.
This is the run to the line for Keselowski. And William Byron ducks to the outside. He thought he may have had a chance right on the line as well. Look at this for a finish. At the end of a very dramatic day here at Talladega.
Yeah, so watch this right here. Kyle Larson pushes Brad Keselowski, pushes him to the lead. At this point, Brad has a decision to make. What am I going to do? Am I going to block or not? He puts no defense to the 47, gives the 47 a clear path I thought he was going to get by with it here. I thought his patience was going to pay off.
He did.
But it just simply doesn't. Not enough push from Larson to get him back in the lead.
Well, remember the spring. It was a block between McDowell and Keselowski that caused the big wreck and eliminated both. I don't hate the strategy at all. I thought it was going to pay off too.
Can't wait for the excuses.
Look at the bird out by Stenhouse.
Why didn't he block James Moore?
Rear tires spinning.
All you had to do was move up. Yeah, well, what does he have to lose? He's not in the playoffs.
He knows how to get it done on the big tracks, doesn't he? What a finish, Marty.
Newt.
The pride of Olive Branch, Mississippi. And by the way, happy birthday to Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who turned 37 on Wednesday. And here comes the JTG Daugherty group, the Kroger gang, in to celebrate with Ricky Stenhouse, who wins at Talladega.
He's soaking in it right now. Welcome, everybody.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, wait. Boy, Ricky, 6/1000ths of a second. What was your take on that final, really half lap?
Felt really good. We had our, Chevy teammates behind us, and I was hoping Kyle wasn't going to push the 6 that hard. I knew the 24 was probably going to try and, get to the line there, but man, this team has put a lot of hard work in. Obviously, we haven't won since the 523, and it's been an up and down season. It was a lot of hard work this season, just trying to find a little bit of speed, but we knew that, this track is one of ours to come get. So for all of our southern Mississippi people, appreciate y'all coming. This means a lot, winning here. Got to say, we're thinking about everybody in Western North Carolina. Brad Daugherty, his family, right where he grew up there in Black Mountain. A lot of people are struggling. I wish my wife and son Stetson were here. They didn't come this weekend, but I'll see y'all at home. And man, what a day! Just proud of this group.
What a birthday!
The whole Kroger, Palm Olive, NOS Energy Drink. There's so many people. Sunny D. There's so many people that help this. Campers Inn, and man, there's just so many great product partners in this Kroger program, and glad to get him another win.
Yeah, Madison and Stetson didn't make the trip. What do you think that hug's going to be like from the big guy when he's back at the track, Brad Daugherty?
$1 million
I'm looking forward to
lose,
seeing him. I'm looking forward to going to North Carolina and helping the cleanup. We're working on that now with Team Rubicon to go out there and help clean up. So looking forward to that. This win's really, really special.
Boy, what a finish. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. gets back to victory lane here at Talladega, Lee.
Nobody went with
awesome
Kyle.
Performance and lovely dedication too.
Hate to call it, but unless he turns up, I don't think Kyle Busch would have won this year.
Updated points, and why is William Byron highlighted in yellow, fellas? He advances to the round of 8.
He advances to the next round.
He didn't take a win. Bell has to be feeling
Logano,
good as well.
Suarez,
Larson,
Cindric, Briscoe,
Hamlin, maybe even Bowman, but then it starts to get very tight down there around the cut line with the Roval next week.
Ryan Blaney,
Denny, the biggest winner in this wreck. That wreck was Denny.
Race wreck kind of saved him a little bit. Easy, Ricky,
I'm sure it is,
easy.
Ken.
Oh, man. And remember, with you see how tight those points are. Do not forget, the Roval is new this year. There are a lot of changes to it, and there are a ton of unknowns. A lot of drivers have been looking at it, checking it out, and there are some high nerves about what it's going to take to get it done next week to get into the next round of playoffs.
Did our man just climb over the fence and come down the flag stand?
I hope not.
I mean,
like
Ricky,
he's fired up.
I feel like we shouldn't be showing this.
Come on, Ricky.
That's how much it means to him.
Oh, look at this.
Ricky's like climbing over the fence. I wish the camera didn't turn off because he's like on top of the fence, climbing up and down.
Different winner in as many races here at Talladega. The variability has been good. The racing was terrific today. There was a big one, the biggest one ever, involving 28 cars. Here is the menu for you next weekend. The important
Saturday
times and days. NASCAR Xfinity Series on the CW on Sunday. Countdown to Green kicks off at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Points right
and
there.
Racing at
Thank
the
you,
Roval. It's the final race in the round of 12. William Byron has already advanced. and who will be the other 7 drivers. NASCAR and motorsports coverage is available as always on NBCSports.com. Coming up next on NBC, local news except on the West Coast. Later at 7 p.m. Eastern, football night in America, followed by Cowboys Steelers. On behalf of the entire team, this is Lee Diffie saying have a great night.
All right, congratulations there, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Appreciate that. Ricky Stenhouse, Brad Keselowski. Let's go through the field really quick. Ricky Stenhouse, Brad Keselowski, William Byron, Kyle Larson, Eric Jones, Christopher Bell, Justin Haley, Austin Dillon, Bubba Wallace, Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr., Cody Ware, Ty Gibbs, Carson Hocevar, SVG with a top 20. Look at that. Alex Bowman, Chris Buescher, Corey LaJoie, Kyle Busch. He went outside and no one chased him. No one went with Kyle. What's up with that? Oh, well, that'll do it for me. I have a great week, CeeLo. Catch you later. All right, Taj, we'll see you next week. I'm done. Gonna play some Marvel versus Capcom. All right, there you go. But thank you, guys. Thank you, Kenneth Fox. Thanks for all the new folks. Tyler Reddick, Zane Smith, BJ McLeod, and then Todd Gillen and Anthony Alfredo. Noah Gregson there, and Daniel Suarez. Look at Fast Pasta, top 25. We'll take that. And then all your cars that were involved in the accident right there. Major implications, though, in the playoffs with Austin Cindric and Joey Logano both now out on the cut line. And then Ryan Blaney as well, but he has enough points to stay in there. And then Ross Chastain, the earlier wreck. So 5 cautions, was it? Was it 5 or just 4 cautions? Let's see here. Leaders, most laps led was McDowell with 43. Cindric with 29. Ricky Stenhouse rode 19. Chastain with 17. And all the leaders. Look at these. Crazy. And 5 cautions. 5 or 4 cautions? 4 cautions. 4 cautions. So if you picked 4 cautions, congratulations. Ron says a BS race. Thanks again for streaming, CeeLo. You're welcome, Roy. All right. That is it. That'll do it. On the go at CeeLo. And I hope you had a good night. I hope you had a good time. What a fun weekend here at Talladega. We started off with the truck race on Friday afternoon. I did qualifying for the NASCAR Cup Series, and we had the NASCAR Xfinity Series race, and then today, the NASCAR Cup Series race. Next weekend, Friday coming out, we'll do a paint scheme and race weekend preview on Friday for you guys on the channel. Make sure you look for that around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Central, maybe earlier. On your members, we'll get it earlier, and then y'all get it around 2. And then Saturday, qualifying, and then for the Cup race, and Saturday, the Xfinity race, the cutoff for the Xfinity race as well, and a cutoff on Sunday at the Roval from the NASCAR Cup Series. So there's your schedule coming up for next week. Hope to see you guys here. We'll be doing the same thing just like we do every week. And you're welcome, Menace. Appreciate it. And I'll check my Discord. I will. Thank you so much, guys, for everything. All right, so let's go to the main page here. All right, 24,000 as well. And as I always do when we get a milestone, I try to thank every single one of y'all here. So here we go. Stick with me here. Thanks, CeeLo, for the show. You're welcome. And here we go. I want to thank the subscribers. New TM4, Rusty, Truckee, The Vid, Todd, Stephen, Ray, Marianne, Yeehaw, 4K Drone Craft, Steve 7, Mark, Brady, Betsy, S. Baxter, Hope Knights, Sebastian Funk, Brenda, Tim Miller, Dominic, NASCAR Junkie for the $5 Super Chat, Felipe, DMott, GTO, Lindsay, Richard, Dustin, Chris, Robert, Tim, Norman, Steven, Robin, Minnie, Brick Budgets, C. Nichols, Cyclone Boss, Jawhar, Glenn, Robert, Ron, Spartan, Sam, Wayne, MM, Tim Mars, Tom McDonald's Trash, Madison Brown, John Lee, Alfred Go Dave 34. Michael Carter with a $2 super chat. Another $5 super chat from NASCAR Fun Junkie. That fatal half-inch. Joe, Mac, Cappy, the Season Trucker, F1, Ferrari Club, Francis Steve, Slamfire, GW, another $1 super chat from Michael Carter, Mary Angela, Russell, Nux became a member. Thank you, Russell, for becoming a member. Don, Mark with a member for 3 months, Donnie, Craig, Jason, John, Mark with an $8 super chat, NW Glosser, Keith, Michael, Road, NASCAR Fun Junkie with another $2 super chat, Robert, Nathan, Brian, B, Sissy, Doc, Liam, Lender, Looney, Noah, another $2 super chat from NASCAR Fun Junkie. You're the man. Roy, LSX, Carol, Richie, Shadow, Gene, Shelly, Wilmar, JG, Wesley became a member. Thank you, Wesley and Shelly, for becoming a member. The Donna, Rocco, John becoming a member. John subscribing. NASCAR Fun Junkie, another $5 super chat, man. Thank you so much. Taffy, Rob, McCullough, D for becoming a member. Josh, Chris, Bob, Peg, Harold, Brian, Horse Rider, Carl in Arkansas, Martha, Morgan, a Tuning Car Brazil, Terry, Brian became a member. Thank you, Brian. Jacob, Keith, Thomas, Scott, Stephen, ESP Customs, James, Sean, Vilnor, Angel CG, Kenneth Gibson, Lone Wolf with a $40 super chat. Thank you, Lone Wolf. The two, and another $5, another 5 gifted 5 memberships by Rick. Thank you so much. Twin, M Squires, Papa, Short Guy Films, John, Corey, Daniel, Russ, Shelly Rose with $1.99, Alan, Darby, Crash, Alonzo, and Tyler. That is it. And all the private subscribers, thank you guys so much as well. What a day. We got to 24,000 subscribers, lots of new members, and 1,500 likes. Huge race. Next week, the cutoff for the NASCAR Cup Series. And I want to thank everybody that you tuned in and had a good time. So I want to thank my lovely wife, Spain, for being all the lovely wife things that she does, coming up here with a pie in my face. I hope you guys enjoyed that as well. I want to thank my mods for moderating here, doing a good job. Y'all did an awesome job today. You guys, awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I want to thank my members for giving their hard-earned money. Thank you to the new members that I mentioned, and I want to thank you for watching. If it wasn't for you, there would be no CeeLo, there would be no races. So thank you guys. Some baseball this week, some more Dodgers-Padres series this week. Make sure you tune into that, and we'll be back next week for some racing. Until then, my name is CeeLo. On the Go at CeeLo's the channel. If you're watching on replay, hit the like button for us and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Until then, what a day. CeeLo's taking the rest of the night off. No baseball tonight. We'll see you Tuesday for some Dodgers-Padres. Peace. Love you. And North Carolina, Tennessee, Florida, we're praying for you. We're praying for you. Peace.